that means he's been making a living doing that.
I don't know if you call it a living, but it's something. He's got, hundreds of people that say, Sperminator, please come to my town and sperminate me, and I'll give you whatever I can afford to give you. I'm sure he ranks who decides to give him what, but it's disgusting. It's so disgusting, but it's a thing, People, especially gay couples, they're the ones who,
I guess
pay
if a
out.
person, his tallies match up with the higher expectation, he could be a good donor, but I wonder how much time needs to pass before, is the count's got to be really good to get the higher money. But how often the body can pump that good stuff out.
It's a business. The abortion business is a business. The adoption business is a business. The in vitro fertilization is a business. Fertility is a big business.
Yeah, it's something that hardly ever gets spoken about.
There are so many people that don't report, and it's like, anyways, people withdrew the case, and he's created a $1.3 billion legal defense fund, day to day, month to month.
He's a contributor. I appreciate him. I really do. Not only does he's even, pushing the band parties out there, swarm the U.S., get the U.S. back out of the hands of the Democrats, totally. And you know what? A lot of the, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. A lot of the Senate Democrats, they're aging out. So he's looking at that dynamic too. Good head of them. I love the guy. He's not going to have enough time for me. Hate to lose him after.
It's just day to day. Things are good inside of America, except for the gas price. That's like the only thing people are complaining about. I can't afford the gas! I can't afford to
fill my car up for $40.
Mm-hmm.
I was shocked. It really was, but my tank can last me clear almost a couple, 6 weeks.
I went to the gas station, and they have a free car wash if you get 10 gallons. So I buy the 10 gallons, and I go, hey, I want the free car wash. She goes, there is no free car wash. And I'm like, the sign says free car wash. She goes, no, it doesn't. And so I was like, okay, whatever. Give me the car wash. So I pay for the car wash. And I drive by. I'm like, yeah, I was right. The fucking sign does say buy 10.
Card and you go up to the front desk.
Exactly. They try to sucker you on the machine, too.
But you got to hear them. You got to look and see if that car wash is operable. Are the 2 doors up,
It works.
I've used that. If the floor in there is wet and bubbly.
It's not the best car wash. But anyways, I'm just saying I thought it was funny how he probably didn't even understand what I was saying. He probably didn't even speak English.
I got a wand washer. It's got a scrub brush. You can do either one. And it's gone up to $2.50. Used to be $2.25. So I would point the wand at the car. I'd already have it turned on to soap, and I'd pump my quarters in there.
Playing your ukulele?
I just went to a fix-it clinic, and they tuned it for me. I thought that this place didn't put the right string on the A. But at this fix-it clinic, one of the girls played instruments, so she's the one that tuned it, and she says, no, they put you on lamp, or what else did I take them down? I had them change those sockets on the lamp because the pull chains wouldn't work anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They took my picture and put me on their website. They had on my Kanga hat.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been using that ever since. So, what does the Social Security thing mean? Was it the job-related deal?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yep.
So what's the 28th appointment about?
That's the EEOC trial for my complaint against the man for sexual harassment.
Oh, since you got the other case, are you using the same lawyer?
No, I'm doing this one for a second. Because I don't know, it's a waste of money or nobody would do it. The union will do it. And then they even said that they would provide me with an attorney. And then she says, I can't provide you with an attorney. I'm like, she says, not gonna do it. Not gonna happen. Oh, well, it was nice knowing you.
So I hope to have my stitches taken out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
There's got to be something wrong. It should be. If they're taking stitches out 10 days later, you would think that means you're good to go, right?
Oh no, you gotta heal.
Swollen.
Yeah, you gotta heal. I mean, make sure you clean and moisturize and take total care and focus on it.
Yeah, I'm washing it once a day with soap, and then put antibacterial stuff on it, and then put your Band-Aid back over it. I took the Band-Aid off today because I wanted to let it get some sunlight. But sunlight would be good for it. Anyway, what else is new?
Well, you know what I really like is not injuring myself. You know, it's great. Like if you cut yourself and then you heal, then you're like, oh, I hope it's so many months and years before my next injury. And I take care of myself. Last night I did yoga, stretched like for maybe 30, 40 minutes before I went to bed. It was so relaxing. And when I woke up and last night I was like, you know what, I should do this in the morning when I wake up tomorrow. And so this morning the first thing I did was, I stretched and breathed. And it's just, you got to consciously force yourself to do it. And then it's just so relaxing. I just love being totally relaxed and not having, cut my arm open with box cutters. Woo!
Well, I also get work done too around here. Listen to this, on Nextdoor, I posted an ad. A guy responded immediately, so he was looking for some kind of gig, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he tells me that he's a landscaper / this / that. I said, okay, I'll give you a try. Let's line up. He says, how's Monday? And he's put in 16 hours. The times 2, that's 32 hours, because I did I worked alongside him. Man, we knocked a lot out. This guy he saw my vision. I had all my ducks in a row before he even came here. And we blew through. I only got about I got about 5 hours work left. And then I could put the gravel. Some guy come put the gravel in.
Mm-hmm.
He was good. Missing a few teeth, and he's handsome. Unbelievable. So there's something going on with him. Could have been in jail, could be a drug user, I don't know. But he's got muscles. So he's doing something right, something wrong.
Well, you take care of yourself, Jeannie. My day must continue on. I'm going to the gym at 1 o'clock. I try to get to the gym by 1. And then tonight I have a date at 7:30 at the taco restaurant.
Today's Wednesday. A date on Wednesday, huh?
Yeah, she wants to meet me in Wicker Park for tacos at 7:30.
I went to a museum last night. I volunteered. They're doing a fundraiser. So I'm the person at the front that puts the correct band on their wrist. And it's funny that all the volunteers are sort of in my age range. I guess old people look for stuff to do when they get older.
Well, keep hitting the gym. Send me pictures of your garden. I'll send you pictures of my garden.
Cute. Okay. Hey, I'm glad the first hearing went well. Good luck on your second one.
The first one is all that matters. That's the settlement. That's an incredible outcome. I'm very happy. And be sure to send me pictures of your garden, and I'll send you pictures of my garden.
Okay. All right. Nighty-night. I'm taking a nap before I go get some boulders.
Okay, take care. Don't lift the boulders yourself. And make sure you put some Vaseline on that arm gash. Stop cutting yourself with box cutters. Put some Vaseline on
I
that.
was shocked myself. Now I'm afraid to put a box cutter in my hand.
Well,
I got this far. So long. Talk to you soon.
Okay, take care. Bye. Ibana Shalom. I am the resurrection who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death.
Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mount Templar, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose Craigs of Heaven, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch and Clock, the Ancient Angelic Lights of Lucifer, the Resolute Mystery of Venus, the Rise of Israel, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Sweet and Broken Power of Masonry, the Order of the
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My objects are sublime. Solitude and time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the cost. My object all sublime to the night. Mark the hidden scene, the sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the cattle kiss the ground. I want the skills to stay on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the gate kiss the ground. I want the skills to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment my object all sublime. And if I to make the punishment fit the crime.
Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy, and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the lore of the Lima, most deadly diseases of the human soul. The showstone, a crystal which Dia alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, viewing. He symbolized the fourth dimensional universe in 2 dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to the There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. Prefigures the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called linear. It is called linear spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. composed of thin shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square that's shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defined in the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below, not to scale. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, I be thee.
Abrahadabra, the adoration, impromptu.
Facial appearance, because our bodies look more or less the same. It's really the face that distinguishes people from one another, isn't it?
I think that everything that you said, based on my knowledge, is Asian, and you say general Asian because, for example, Arabs are also Asian, Iranians Asian, Afghan Asian, Indian Asian.
Yeah. Now, Cambodia, Vietnam, some of those people could also be on the receiving end of being asked if they're Chinese or, being called a chink. Hey, I'm going to mute for a sec because I know I'm going to make some noise.
Well, while he's away, Peter, how do you feel about him removing you from, Asianhood? Because, that's what I heard. I heard him say, yeah. Because you ain't got chinky eyes and stuff.
Maybe East Asian can be the correct term, but his kind of definition was not wrong because
Okay, well, no, it's possible. It's possible. It wouldn't be impossible if you could conceive of it. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, then can you conceive of a not God world?
No.
Why not? What kind of?
Because I'm not defining God as
That wasn't my question. Can you conceive of a world without God?
I'm telling you. I'm not conceiving God as God is simply the God giver, like the nomad in the sky. So,
can you conceive
no,
of
it is
a
not.
world? Yes, it is. Can you conceive of a God?
No.
Well, I'm hoping you're answering. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me answer. Right?
Okay.
If God is existence itself, a very grounded existence, then yeah, you can't live in a world that doesn't have that.
So
Okay, sorry, that.
It's not. Can you conceive
Okay.
of no existence?
Can conceive of a world without.
Excuse me.
I conceive of a world without God very easily, right? Therefore, it's possible. Now, why are you telling me I can't conceive of it?
Because can you conceive of a world without existence?
I don't accept that. I don't accept your premise that God equals existence.
He's just refusing to do it. Like, this is it. Like, I don't know.
No, I'm not. I just refuse to accept your premise. But if I can conceive of a world without God, and I suspect you can too, you just have to have a bit of imagination, right? Then it's possible.
I cannot see my world without Jesus. I don't.
I didn't ask you that though.
That's what God is.
That's just another claim. Yeah.
It's God.
Frenchie, though, you're presuming and saying that this necessary being, when you use the term God, if we're talking about the theistic understanding of God, whatever it may be, a creator, that he's just alone. But what the brother's getting at is that no, it's God who's a creator, who's also a sustainer. That comes with the territory. So you say that if you can conceive of a world, we don't know what you mean.
I don't care about any of that, okay? The argument is simply this: if you can conceive of something, it's possible, right? If God was necessary, we couldn't conceive of a not God world any more than we can conceive of a square circle, right?
Okay, then what is a world? What is a world, Frenchie? Define a world.
Let's say
Frenchie, what is a world?
Let's say this universe.
What is a world, Frenchie?
Okay.
What is it?
No.
One at a time.
Not a universe.
I'm trying to make it simple for him.
That's making it simple in a way that is wrong.
Okay, Frenchie, what is a world? What is a world to me?
A world is everything that exists.
Okay, so a universe. All right. Okay, cool.
No, I mean you can conceptualize it. I don't think Sully wants to do that, but we can just say everything that exists and call that world.
Okay. All right. Cool. Okay.
A better way of framing it is a state of affairs at all possible
Yeah.
state of affairs.
You're just saying
People
that
get confused, I think,
atheism
on possible
is
worlds.
atheism is as impossible and as inconceivable as a square circle, right? And what's the argument for that?
What is it, God? I'm asking. Like, when you say God, what?
Look, man, atheism is saying there are no gods, right? However you want to cash that out.
No,
Now, is that just as impossible? No, I don't. Because we've been talking about God this whole time, right?
Okay. Wrong. So,
I didn't. Oh my
what I'm
God.
talking about is impossible.
I don't think you guys can even follow this fucking argument. So.
Well, Frenchie, I'm following your argument, but I think the disconnect
Steal
is
my.
that we have different presuppositions.
Steal my argument right now. Steal my.
Yeah, what's wrong with
That if we can conceive of a world where there is no God, then that means that would be possible that there is no God in that world.
Very
Right.
good.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you, what is it about a world that makes it as impossible as a square circle? Go ahead.
Because by the terms that you're even using, if we're arguing, we're talking about creating things, frameworks that you're talking about when you say a world, a universe, etc., and you say that there will be no God, that is a first principles problem, where it's like, people, hold on, that doesn't really make sense. If you were to say that, maybe this God is maybe different, and who's different in this universe, maybe you could argue that, perhaps it's different, a different universe, maybe that's different because you're that's different. That doesn't make sense. It's a first principles problem.
Give me the contradiction, please.
The problem is the foundation. You're trying to remove the foundation and say we can have a house, but that doesn't make sense.
Give me the contradiction, please.
The contradiction is that you're saying you can have a house without a foundation, a cornerstone, which that is a conflict. Every house, every building, every school has a foundation.
We have to clarify. When you say God, what do you mean?
I mean
God equal existence. Yeah. And what's the argument for that?
We only exist as we participate in God's confidence.
What's the argument for that? That existence equals God. And also, doesn't that just make you like a pantheist?
Because existence is necessary. Thank you, Piper. Existence is necessary. So.
What is that? Wait a minute. So God is necessary. Existence is necessary. Therefore, existence equals.
So existence is necessary. So yeah.
So you're just calling existence God, right?
That's what God said he was.
Why do you understand?
That's what he says he is to do now.
You understand that the argument you're making requires like reifying existence. What is a thing, right? It's stupid.
I'm gonna say this, and I know it might sound weird. I think everyone likes to argue their belief, but what if today? I'm gonna throw this out here.
No.
What if today? Because we are the creators on this earth, right? We the one who create the jobs. We the one who create our daily routines. What if all that shit went away today? Let's say that. And I'm a firm believer in God, but also I'm searching for more in depth.
Sorry, this isn't relevant to this argument.
Okay, but Frankie, let me finish. It's
Why?
very relevant. It's very
No, it
relevant.
isn't.
Let me finish though, because how would you say it's not relevant when you didn't let me finish my point?
Because you're not addressing the
Actually,
argument.
You are addressing the. I don't want to argue, sweetie. See, I want to argue, and that's why I
That's the
started
problem.
off. People like to argue about.
That's
their
the problem. That's why
We're
what
all
you're
here
saying isn't relevant.
We're all here existing in one, and I see that you like to argue, but let me finish because we're here to share our different beliefs.
No, we are not. We are here to debate. That's what it's about.
Reggie, can you
Oh,
please
but
be quiet?
we're here to debate because Andrew didn't tell me that. As soon as we got on here, he was
Andrew, are we here to debate?
I don't know who group this is, but the first person I seen was Andrew. That's who spoke to me. I didn't know this was a debating platform.
Andrew only runs debate rooms. And every room he has is a debate.
Yeah, can you
No, there's actually
No.
people that's
We
communities and
primarily
sharing and helping others. I didn't know
We
this
do
was
have
a
a
place.
That's a bit harsh, but I agree. This is not the place for that.
The time when
Regardless, can you please let her speak? She hasn't been said anything this whole time.
Gotcha.
So let her speak and she.
We all know where
The time when
Let me finish, please. So once again, what I was saying was the fact of the matter, what if all the things that we created, because we're humans on this earth, we created it, right? And everyone know if there's a God, right?
So it's like
And we want to know if he's necessary. First, let's start with step one. We're here. How the hell did we get here? And we are the creators of the pyramids. We're the creators of this job. What if today you lose your job? What
We're not
job
addressing
matter
your
today? You feel me? You're going to have to find something that you believe in and figure out your first of all, once your job stops and you wake up and you have shit to do, because no one has nothing, no house, no nothing. We're starting from square zero. Your first thought is going to be, what the hell am I here for? After so many days of no job and you have to feed yourself, you have to figure out how to keep yourself up. And the first thing you're going to do while the process is thinking, I'm struggling to get this
How
shit
long
done
is this
every day,
going
to find food, to rebuild. The first thing you're going to say is, why am I here? And who the hell?
Thank you for that completely irrelevant interjection.
No one besides Jay cares about what
You literally restated the exact same thing. You literally restated the exact same thing you said when you came in.
She already landed. If y'all don't readdress her,
All right, so back to Thomas. Thomas, so you're
So
saying
everybody just we're
existence.
not going to be able to hear each other if everyone can keep talking. Can I say what I'm going to say?
You literally already said it twice.
real quick.
Okay, but if it goes back to the same question, if God doesn't exist, then what the hell are you here for?
Kalandra, I'm a mod. I'm trying to talk to you. So look, I'm a believer too, okay? And yes, you're saying, well, you know, everybody has to wake up. We created all these things, these jobs and everything, and we got to wake up and we got to do something. We got to find out something. We got to figure out what we're doing. Well, that's fine. But the question is, what are we doing? What is the truth? We're trying to get to what the truth is about reality, right? That's why we're having these discussions. We're going back and forth, batting ideas back and forth to try to see what is most coherent and what mostly aligns with reality. We're trying to see if we can actually come to the truth. So when they're discussing about what if something is necessary and what is at the core of reality, that's how we get to these answers, by having these kinds of discussions and bouncing our ideas off of one another. So you saying, you know, everybody has to find a purpose. Okay, yeah, everybody gets up and they do what they do, and what, fine. But we're trying to figure out, is there an eternal purpose? Is there a purpose that has to do with God or some other being that's outside of us? Or are we just here on this earth by way of evolution and we just kind of determine our own path and everybody just makes their own purpose? And it's not really about a universal objective purpose, right? So that's kind of the discussion we're having. So that now you wanted to shift it to, you know, what is our daily purpose, or what do we have to do when we get up? But that's not really answering. That's not giving an answer or trying to interact with the question that they're batting around right now, which is, what is the foundation of reality? Like, why is there anything rather than nothing? And the fact that there is something, does that mean that there's a God that created it, or no? Has it always been here? Has it been here forever? These kinds of questions. So that's why they're talking about.
Those are my exact same questions. I'm really not shifting. I'm really throwing out the scenario to, we have to believe in something. Especially, I'm throwing that out there to atheists. That's my point of view.
So when you
I'm
say
throwing out there, we have to believe in something.
Yeah, when you say
once
we
that
have,
all
She's just like
goes
obsessed with this idea that
Come
atheists
on.
don't believe in anything and are like, it's a purpose. It's like,
come on.
Yeah, we just want to.
I got you. Hold on real quick. Let me just say, sir. Kalanda, when you say we have to believe in something, just so you know, every atheist believes in something. Okay? So one of the things that they believe, for example, is that atheism is true. So everybody believes in something. Now, I think what you're trying to say there, if I'm being very charitable what you're saying, everybody needs to have some kind of purpose, kind of overarching, reason for living or something like that. But you got to understand.
Yeah, it's not as first. I'm not going to say purpose. If we throw the word purpose out,
Whatever.
how do you believe you got here?
Yeah, okay, well, that's what they're asking.
Why can't we just say I
That's
don't
what I was
know?
asking.
Yeah.
This is like, when you say we have to believe in something, why can't we just say I don't know?
Right. So atheists can say they don't know. That's true. They can also say that they believe that the universe is eternal and there is no God. So it's just the day before today, Calandra, had a day before it, had a day before it, a day before it, and it never ends. There is no start. There is no start. There is no God. Okay, that's the view that they can take, and a lot of them do, and that's why we're having this discussion. We're trying to bat these ideas around. So when you say, trying to figure out how everything got here, that's not going to say that there's some kind of cosmic purpose for humans.
She's making a Darth Dawkins approach with different language, is what she's doing.
Okay.
Literally in the middle of running an argument.
Yeah,
In the middle of running an
right.
argument.
Yeah, I know. I think there's some
20 minutes.
I got you. And she's just not used to this room, and that's fine. And Kalanda, don't feel like you're being pushed out. It's just kind of what you ought to do.
I don't feel pushed out.
Yeah.
I'm like I said, I came in here, and before Frenchie got in here and anyone else, me and you was conversating. So I took the conversation that me and you had on another level. But they got here, they're used to the room, so everything was about to be in here. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm still listening to their argument. It just seems like, it's going nowhere.
It wasn't going nowhere. You derailed it.
Well,
You're not going nowhere, Frenchie, because you're arguing about your point of not believing in God.
I am trying to
I
I was trying to run an argument, and it was very inappropriate
And
to
it
jump
sounded
in
like a
like
circle, sweetie.
well, and just
you didn't understand it.
Well, Frenchie, get her out of here. I'm trying to
I don't think I'm
Yes, and those people on this stage understood it. You're wrong.
Well, just to be clear, Frenchie, Sully thinks it wasn't going anywhere anyway. Also, he thinks
Right, I was reading the comments.
Sully said, quote, these people are too stupid to talk to, unquote, something
Well,
like that.
I'm stupid enough to
It's not like you click it too hard, and then I made a comment about taking it back to the original question. Someone else said the same thing, like, yeah, can we get back to the original question?
Calandra, it's totally fine. Just listen. Like, look, it is difficult sometimes.
If there is any hope for them to survive, because if for nothing else, it's going to be the sun.
Well, like after Catholicism and like being kind of mediocre defending that and acting like you're a Catholic, are you gonna go like Mormon or Jehovah's Witness or what?
Nah. I'm just gonna fucking say like I'm an atheist and I just did Pascal's wager, and it's like, I can still believe in God that way. I just rub it in your face.
Pascal's wager, what's that?
I don't know. I'm retarded, bro. I'm stupid.
Can you just go over like what Pascal? I know what it is.
I'm a fucking loser. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Even though you might have heard me explain it dozens of fucking times like a year or two ago.
Can you just simplify it really quickly for me so I get it?
Yeah, but
Have Miss Enigma tell you. She seems to know.
No, I want you to tell me. You have to do it. Because you said you were gonna.
I want to be a sibling little fucking piece of shit. What's wrong with that?
It just comes down to 4 words. You only need to use 4 words equal.
Black John Kitover.
Impart your wisdom, Mr. Sigma. Impart.
Come on, you know what Pascal's wager is, don't you?
Let's wait, John. Okay, so you probably don't either. So you like, guys, I want to teach you.
Dumb.
That's dumb.
Basically,
That's
4
amazing.
words.
It's like teaching me. You guys have nothing to teach anybody? It only feels good when you guys are like fucking picking on somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fucking somebody.
But you always pick on people. Don't be a hypocrite now.
Like who?
Don't be a victim.
I thought there was no such thing as right and wrong.
There is no such thing as right or wrong, but there are such things as picking on people.
So never tell me again that there's anything wrong, or point out that there's anything wrong, or
There's anything that's wrong.
or never claim that you ought not do this
The
because.
4 words starts with what?
See how you just collapsed? You're on yourself behind you.
Maybe
It's
the
an
second
interesting
word.
position to have.
If. What if? What if? You don't know. Clueless. Absolutely clueless. You're about as clued up as TM is to the dental
Yep,
side.
I agree with you. I'm a fucking loser. You want to come over and piss in my ass?
No, thank you.
Okay.
I get it now. I figured out your how you roll, dude. When it gets hot, you know, that's when you get like raunchy to turn people off from still talking. I think it's a great strategy, dude.
That is hot. Why, you were attracted to me, honey?
You know, I said just stop talking. No, I know. That's fine. I'm just saying, I kind of figured out your strategies.
Yup, you figured out my strategies. Amazing. What a dialectical, philosophical analysis. Amazing, riveting. Peer-reviewed research journal on the basis of that of some kind.
Already did. Published on Amazon.
Dialectical mean. What does dialectical mean?
That's like some Marxist shit. It's like when you philosophize in the form of a dialogue.
It refers to a dialect, yeah.
Like when you're like, even music theory had that, where it was like, they taught you how to write fugues, but there was like a teacher and a student, they have a dialogue. Dialectical atheism is a whole other that's really complex.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Who here is absolutely never going to give Christianity a try?
Sorry, for the what machine?
Yeah, I'm just, it's like throwing a rotten hot dog in a catfish pond.
What the hell?
It builds pressure. That pressure has to go somewhere.
I'm sorry.
Did you just automatically kick people?
Well, that will
get a lot of feet, Mars.
So I can't do anything like that.
No, I do difficult. I'm ready for it. I'm just messing around. I didn't see him in here, so he must just come in.
No, Regal said that.
I actually have no idea what this is. Maybe I'll like explain that.
I just made.
Let me explain how to play guitar. My name's Aaron. I like playing organs. I played cello guitar before. And if you don't know how to play, it's just like I think it's 2 to
To talk about his bad
radio games 2 to 4 people.
What about John?
If you get the expansion pack. And everyone's like, okay. Andrew, you were in the room. How was it as an audience member?
That was awkward. I knew what was going on, but the crowd was like trying to laugh. But
Like, what
I was talking immediately after. It was like there was
Didn't have the Holy Spirit until some dude got him wet, and then right after that, he's got the target on his back, and that's why Satan approaches him and doesn't know who he is all of a sudden. Like, I just don't even get the story.
Well, I would worry if you did get the story, because then I'd be like, you're delusional. Because the Holy Spirit doesn't come later, after baptism. It's the second baptism, and it's alluded to Pentecost. So yeah, they're I don't think that Jesus had the Holy Spirit. I think he had the unholy Spirit.
That's a good one. See, and then it's funny because some Christians would claim that what I just did there, with the way I laid that out poetically, is I'm making an unfair and crude caricature of their faith, and I'm like demeaning Jesus or some shit. It's like, what is going on? I just don't get it.
But what if you're wrong? Pascal's wager, nudge, nudge, big. What if you're wrong, honey? You're bargaining with your eternal soul.
Yeah. What if I'm wrong? What if it's all true? I mean, do you agree with the sentiment? As an atheist, just simply say that you have more faith than Christians do in your own afterlife because you're not fearful of going down their story. And so you just have faith that your afterlife is going to be fine. Like, that's fair, right?
So it's you have what you believe.
an inspiring
And how they act.
America
Yeah,
is
I
drowning
know
in debt.
God, but they've never read their Bible. Quite funny, really.
Yeah, because I mean, simply, if I just said I have more faith in what you tell me is true, because I'm not a good reader like you are, so even if I did read the Bible, I just wouldn't comprehend it as well. That's obviously why I don't believe it already. It's because I have fucking read it. I just don't get it. So, like, them reading scripture at me isn't really going to help, but I'll just believe them. And God wants the best things for me, and He always succeeds in life. So, for the ultimate glory surely cannot contain a bunch of excessive suffering, right? I mean, that's not intuitive. So I'll just have faith that God gets His way, and it's going to be great.
So are you guys like self-soothing your autism right now by like constantly giving yourself this affirmation that God doesn't exist and there's these they people out there that you need to like defend and reassure yourself and constantly soothe yourself from? Like there is
No, I'm actually trying to rage. I'm actually trying to rage.
There is no God.
I'm just trying to rage.
The they people out there, they're all delusional. All of them. The they
I'm just trying to rage bait the believer. That's all.
You know what? I'm not just trying to protect gay people. I'm trying to protect people who are children who are being groomed.
You couldn't fucking protect anybody. Everything you touch, like, come on, dude, get out of here with that.
Are you upset? Have I touched on a raw nerve?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jay, you're on funny.
Jay, you can just go Mormon next round. Well, I could just be Christian and an atheist because, apparently, like, this mental state that you guys have isn't, like, you guys think it's exclusive to you, but it's like, you're actually making fun of the atheists that believe in God, too. I mean, there are people like that, too. I mean, are they part of the they people that you're criticizing? They're like,
Atheists that believe in God.
Yeah, there's atheists that believe in God, dipshit, yup.
There are even atheists that believe in going to the dentist.
Faith in this organization. Wow.
They could struggle with their belief.
I'm just saying, he's like self-soothing himself, right? It's not what he is. He's like soothing himself.
Atheists
Are you soothing yourself by asking me about Bigfoot?
More. You're confusing like shut your fucking mouth, people. You're confusing like a bad Christian with an
Wow,
atheist.
Liam, calm down. There's no need to get
You're confusing a bad Christian,
Come on,
which
calm
yeah,
down.
there's plenty bad
It's
Christians
acting like a deer.
with an atheist. Those are different things. Hello,
Did that make you upset, Sam? Like, why'd you have to tell Miss Enigma to shut the fuck up? I don't like how it's
Hey everybody! I want to talk about the Bible and Christianity and what can unite Christians. I want to say that Clubhouse is all entertainment, and do not come to this app unless you want to be entertained. And then secondly, I want to say that the Bible is so important. The book itself is so important. All books are so important. And so the thing about Clubhouse is,
Someone gave John fucking mud. No.
Sorry, that was my mistake. I'm spinning at the same time. So.
Oh, no, dear, I do love you.
You're spinning.
Yeah, on the bike.
Oh, spin cycle. Gotcha.
Hey, JCC, your mind went dirty somewhere. You dirty. You dirty damn dog.
Rico, you said something contradictory in atheists believing in God. That's ridiculous. How can you say that?
I mean, you guys say contradictory shit all the
Can you focus on my question? No. Can you focus on
then we make moral claims at things.
Can you focus on the claim? He thinks a bad Christian is crazy. Can you focus on the contradiction?
JCC, asking him to be logical is like saying to CM to brush his teeth. It's just not going to happen.
You're very fun to happen to.
You got a dirty mouth, CM. You know what? Want me to help you with that? I'll watch that on
University healthcare. Intensive care.
Matter of fact, you ever have somebody put a bar of soap in a sock and beat you fucking death with it instead?
Whoa. Love to see it going on. That's from Full Metal Jacket. Damn.
Well, I mean, I don't think washing his mouth out with soap would help, but whatever.
Amave,
Why is it point a word? That's not even a word between Protestant and apostolic traditions. Or, there's just a difference between their doctrines. There's just no way they're ever going to get that thing tethered into reality. Yeah.
IT, Peter. IT.
You got the hots for BB?
No. I think that she might be a spy. Because her allegiances, I believe, does not lie in Iran. I think that. Thinks about someone else. But Iranians with us that are American with you.
Gentlemen, I would just like to say that, every country and their politicians, they're independent. They're not necessarily independent, but when it comes to actual security, meaning that people are getting injured in violent attacks. International condemnation of governments that are, taking actions to ensure the security. It's just universal, whether you're in Iran or North Korea or Israel or America. And so, as a Chicagoan living in America, every single weekend over the next 3 to 6 months, dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of Americans will be slaughtered in the streets with fully automatic weapons. And if you watch the videos,
and luxury and boasting, competition of wealth and children, but it'll all dry up.
Yeah.
Plants will
Nothing is
flower.
forever. Yeah. That's a good reminder.
I read the Quran recently.
Okay. Was this your first time reading it?
Yeah.
Wow. And what did you finish? I mean, it doesn't matter if you finished it or not. How
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I
you
read it.
did. Wow. Did you read it in English?
Yeah, but I use this website called QuranCorpus.com, which helps me with translation.
Wow. Oh, how cool. So you probably did some root work too.
Yeah, I looked at like the root etymologies of words and stuff like that.
Wow. I'm impressed.
Khadija, getting drawn.
Oh, somebody wants to come up and speak to. Assalamu alaikum. We have a lot of people in the room now. Please come in peace.
So yes, he's gonna go.
Peaceful conversation.
You gotta encourage that on this app because people are wild.
Yeah.
People are
Hello, Abdu. Welcome. Salam.
So tell me, Khadija, you said the Quran can mean multiple things. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
Well, not that it can mean.
Kill so much. Okay.
You're welcome. Not that it can mean multiple things. That is also correct in a sense, but it can be so many things. Like the Quran is not just black and white. Like for example, the readings that I've been having recently show me that the Quran tells us about the human condition and our psychology. And once we understand our psychology, then we can figure out how we fit in this world. Once we figure out how we fit into this world, then we know how to treat others, right? And I've been really impressed with it because a lot of things like that the West. I'm not anti-West, but there's a lot of things in like Western philosophy that kind of puts men down. And I have not actually found that in the Quran, even though it could be like the same concept. So, for example, the concept of wearing mask. But in the Quran, I did a root work for I think it was libas. God is telling us when we wear our thobe, right? So this is something you repeatedly return back to when you present yourself to the world. So this thobe, we can assume that we're putting it on to go out in public. So this is where God says, and the best clothing is the clothing of righteousness, right? You can't literally put righteousness on. But if you're picking your mask for the day, it better be the mask of righteous, right? Of dealing with people correctly, of being peaceful, promoting justice, supporting those who are being oppressed. That's the mask of righteousness, basically. So that's what I meant by there's like some psychology involved, right? Because on a superficial reading, everything can be literal because it makes sense. And that's the really cool thing about the Quran is that, and I've compared it to an onion, but the Quran is like an onion. The more layers you pull back, the deeper the meanings get. And unfortunately, I think some of these meanings go over people's heads.
Where did you learn about the Quran the way you're learning it, like that you're talking about it?
You're in like you.
Yeah, like how did I get to this place?
Yeah.
Well, if I can be honest, I was raised in an Islamic country, and my fitra, I'll call it a fitra. A fitra is the godlike, the pattern of God that's within all of humanity. Okay, so this is your innate natural disposition, which is to seek the truth. And if you're a truth seeker, then you're also a seeker of God. It's like one and one, in my opinion. So I grew up in an Islamic country, but my mother was a white Christian. And from the very beginning, sorry, that was my alarm for the pizza in the oven. And from the very beginning, especially in schooling,
halal
I had to
pizza?
attend religious classes because it's part of the oh, 1 second.
My fitra. I am from an Islamic state. It is my natural disposition
to
be part of the fitra.
Anyway, so long story short, they said a lot of things that I could not believe to be true. They used a lot of fear mongering, a lot of lies. And then, alhamdulillah, as I got older, I actually studied other religions in college. I studied Hinduism, Taoism. I did not study any of the Abrahamic religions, I will admit.
Megatron, we got the room for you today. You gotta go in here and talk to Khadijah. Beef is roasting her right now. Oh my God! You're back! You're back again, dude. You promised your family and your therapist you'd stop. But here you are, back again in the Bible and Quran room. Khadijah is baking a halal pizza.
So long story short, I ended up reading the Quran because
She read the Quran.
After Moses had split the sea for them. And at that same very time, I had read an article out of Texas that was saying that they were raising cattle, they were raising a specific breed of cows, like red heifers or something, and they were checking the hairs on every cow because these cows were basically being bred for Israelis over in Israel so that they could burn them for their ritual.
Ooh, a red heifer ritual burning!
And it was really interesting because if
Raised for Jews in
Israel,
that
scene, it wouldn't have made sense to me why they were.
I am a Muslim because I am from a Muslim country and it is my fitr.
The fact that I was able to.
And Islam and the Quran is like an onion. It is the natural state of mankind. I am an intellectual here to tell you how to say Quran correctly as I bake my halal pizza.
And I ended up discovering a completely new religion.
Oh, she discovered a whole new religion! She discovered a new religion!
And like I was talking about the fitra earlier.
The fitra!
I get distracted sometimes. But the fitra, my fitra was pretty strong.
Same shit, different day. It's people coming to America.
I'll give you a really stupid example.
Learning how to speak English so gay. It's part of the fitra.
We need to sleep on our right hand or on our right side because that's how the prophet slept.
Gotta sleep on your right side. That's the way the prophet slept. Genius.
So I went up to her and I said, well, but my dad sleeps on his stomach. And this
Daddy sleeps on stomach?
Your dad sleeps like the devil.
Your dad sleeps like the devil!
I heard that. So in one sentence, Christians were Ahlul Kitab, the people of the book. And then in another sentence, they were kuffar. And I'll just give you guys a description of how harmful that was to me, being the only.
We got Chef MJ wants to come up and join the fun. Welcome to Trolling Muslims, Chef. Assalamu alaikum. Have you read the Quran today? And do you sleep on your stomach? Or do you sleep on your right side like the prophet?
If we come out alive, there's a reason we went through it.
If we come out alive, there was a reason we went through it.
We've gone through, it's to help others, it's to pull others up, right? It's not for us to suffer, I suppose.
Honestly, all the work I put in.
Sorry, I hope that helped.
Yeah.
It's been interesting.
Ooh, we got Abby Esquire here.
You seem to have a disposition where, I'm guessing that you are not aligned with like Salafi or like Hanbali, that you're like.
No, I try to follow what God says in the Quran.
Ooh, an independent thinker.
And it's
She's prime real estate, right?
It's efficient. Yeah.
Ooh.
How much you love someone like
like
you.
with some Muslims that are a little can be divisive with like being like, hey, like it's Christian, like you say like Christians are kufar, and kind of just aggressive towards them. It's like, no, we can just live in harmony, man. Like you don't need to be like that. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe.
No, you're correct. No. Well, their own book, if only they would read it. Their own book says that when we
they don't even read their own book. She reads the books that nobody else reads. She's a book reader. I'm in love. I'm in love with a book reader.
So the fact that they choose to fight you instead, it says more about them.
She reads books. She reads books. Islam is an onion. We're making a recording over here. Islam is an onion. Islam is an onion. Islam is an
The only thing that I should be competing with another person is doing the good deeds. So I actually love that now God is bringing all of us together to compete.
God is bringing us together through Muhammad and the Quran. Can't get this guitar to get into tune.
Okay, so this is Surah 5:48.
Here we go. Let the trolling begin.
Chapter 5. His will is the test. So go to one another.
Dude, Sam is fucking Muslim chicks from this app. He banged Sabu. He's getting laid, this guy. This guy puts in the hard work with the Muslims. He'll probably end up fucking Khadijah on Friday. Fuck. A dump in the ground, Khadijah. A dump in the ground.
At that time, 1400 years ago, there was a lot of persecution. I mean, I don't know.
We're going electric, boys.
These books, I do not recommend you read any of that stuff. But if you read the Quran, you'll see that, or you'll notice that the prophet's being persecuted over and over again, right? And when
protect the prophet at all costs.
They're actually showing up in the scene of battles. It's never just a random, go kill the kuffar. It's kill them if they attack you, right? It's always a defense. Like God wants us to defend ourselves. First of all, I want to say that God wants us to thrive. Okay, He never.
God wants us thriving.
And in fact, There's some currency that comes from it's not even about the devil or Satan anymore. It's about you, right? And the decisions that you make and the investments that you
Barth
take,
is in
whether
love.
in this world or in the hereafter. So if
Barth
God
wishes
wants
this
to
was his room right now, and
thrive,
Khadijah
and
was in the room
let's
talking to
all
him.
thrive, because you're not allowed to kill somebody unjustly, correct?
What?
So if you're, let's say, like those people that go around killing people because they are because Christians, and when you find somebody I would argue that if you're arguing with somebody, my God, they're never going to seek out.
She said she's independent.
Right? You just make them like,
She sounds like
you
a
know,
Gnostic.
and this is what I tell people when they come on and they try to debate me. They might say I don't want to debate.
Her mother's Christian. Her father's a Muslim.
So this is very exclusive. Like, we should talk about something.
She loves God, man. She's right up your alley.
This room and do goods in the world.
Do goods in the world, baby.
Beef. I would highly suggest
Beef.
You'll get the vibe from them, and I find
she don't understand that he wants to give her the beef.
He comes to stuff in the Quran that's like it talks a lot about.
Realize that she's already
She don't know who she's fucking with.
That's a little bit, a lot of it.
Yeah.
Sam Rosen gonna get your ass in the end.
What do you mean when I think sharp? I think it's like, do I agree with it? Is it hardcore?
Sam moving in.
Well, I don't invest too much in it right now because I'm not trying to what's hardcore. I'm not a non-believer. But I have a way that we can justify it a little better. Does that help?
She's got a way.
Okay. So to be a mu'min, to be a believer, isn't you?
A mu'min? You ever hear that one? A mu'min.
Okay. You cannot just say something and then like you become it. Just like
look at this room is exploding with popularity. Ladies and gentlemen, take this opportunity to invite more people to the room as we roast Khadijah live here in Clown House. Mystery Islam 3000, starring the world famous Megatron.
I don't know what that religion that she is, but I'm sure
I think the main route to Yahud
that whatever she's saying is possibly not true.
The Yahud, aka the Jews,
Who are the
the
Yahud?
Yahud are the guided ones. Okay? And then
The
you
guy
have
who
the
was
Nasara, or Ansarullah. These are the disciples around Jesus, peace be upon him.
Jesus, peace be upon him. We got a peace be upon him for Jesus. Jesus gets the same designation as Muhammad, peace be upon him too, right? Everybody gets a peace be upon him. Bacon that Muslim, hello, pizza. Just came on Clubhouse to share a little revelation of Muhammad.
I think that's the aspect of their lifestyle. So we have Yahud and
Yahoo!
Muslims.
Why is it?
Well, think of this as like an evolution to one's spiritual journey in this world. Okay? So now you have Muslims, and Muslims are those that have surrendered their egos over to
Surrender the ego!
They're like, I'm aware of myself, I'm aware of this higher being, and I choose I am purifying myself to be a better version of myself. And that's another point I'd like to make too when you're looking at the Quran and everything else. God wants you to be yourself, right? And you're going to be judged and held accountable all by yourself as well. So there's no point pretending you're trying to be like somebody else. Right? You are made exactly how God wanted to make you. So it's our job to accept that and thrive in it as well. Right? So the Muslim though,
Acceptance and thriving
surrender themselves to God.
with a Muslim in America.
Okay?
Jesus Christ, peace be upon him. And Muhammad, peace be upon him too. This is the Khadijah hour and her victor.
Boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground.
my opinion,
Come on in the
almost like a
Quran.
right? You're not just giving money to the homeless person on the street.
You're not giving money to homeless people on the street, inshallah. You're giving it to your imam. Because without Islamic education, we can never get the homeless destitute off the street. This hood.
You have to be out on the streets doing something.
Gotta be on the streets protesting for Allah and Muhammad.
No idea who those people are.
This is where Beef Beef's about to hit her again.
Mu'min, just as a mu'min, has to go out of their way.
Beef Beef is in love with a Muslim with a fat ass. She's baking a halal pizza. It's time for some more Islamic education.
And Aqaba is usually translated as the difficult path. But it's not a difficult path. This is
difficult path.
This is Mount Everest.
It's
Okay?
difficult
And
as
before that,
Mount Everest.
That the human has two paths. And that he should choose the difficult
The
path.
human has two paths to choose from. You gotta choose the most difficult path, which is always Islam. Every single day you gotta be a Muslim, following the truth of Muhammad. It's just my opinion.
Feeding somebody on a day, at a time of famine, right?
It's famine time, everybody. Grab your popcorn.
That's a hard thing for you to do, is to share your food with somebody, okay?
Very difficult to share my food with a starving man. Because I'm not an altruist. I'm an objective ethicist.
But see, if you believe that every verse has like wisdom and guidance in it, like that doesn't cut it for me.
You know, if Muhammad was alive right now, he would never be able to get his wife's ID verified on social media platforms.
But I realized that it was speaking about the child, regardless if the parents are alive or not, that has been abandoned, right? A child. Neglected means what I'm doing right now. I'm on Clubhouse and I can watch it. Right? I'm not interacting with
What's funny is she divorced her abusive Muslim husband. Now she's a single mom living at home cooking pizza for her kids while the kids watch Disney while she proselytizes Muhammad on social media. Like JCC, one of the good-hearted ones. Yeah, and Stephen Pell, one of the other good-hearted ones. Oh, the atheists, they're such good-hearted people. So they're so interested in education.
It's not their fault that they're traumatized by the world around them.
Inshallah. The world is a traumatizing place. I lost my pen.
Stop praying, I'm done, believer. I got it. I already told me it. You didn't need to tell me it. The idiot. That was the point.
Uh-oh, Sam is losing his A game here.
He's about to get kicked out.
That was bad. Yeah.
You know, when before I gave myself to God,
she gave herself to
Allah. And I think this was how I felt about myself. Because the way that I grew up and what was taught to me, I really thought that I was not guided by God. I thought maybe God disconnected me, right? Based on what they said how I should be acting, or how I should be behaving, or what I should be thinking. And so when I would read, I would sometimes cry because I would think that I was one of those people. Like you. And that's like the problem is that what you feel.
Before I gave myself to God.
Understanding of the text. So I'm not saying
before I read the book.
Right? But perhaps you don't feel like you are safe.
The Yahudi don't read the book, don't understand it.
So
only Khadijah knows all.
I just mentioned to you that I don't.
Khadijah knows everything.
She's right.
Khadijah knows everything.
I'm not into a lot of things.
She's a kafir.
Right? I completely reject them.
She rejects them.
Energy or any thought.
She doesn't give them her energy or her thoughts. It's like an entity.
So you do. You should give
like an entity.
And try to.
Like an entity.
The bad stuff.
The bad stuff.
I said something more than that. I just felt like.
Well, and like,
Maybe we should focus more on how to do good.
Right. Which, and it does.
Sam, you know what Sam's asking her, do you have a hush? Do you let it go?
Right. I'm impressed that the bad guys are reading the book to begin with. Actually,
she's impressed that the bad guys are reading the book.
Sometimes she doesn't. I think that's why with the bad guy can read my mind. That's the bad guys.
That's not a bad review, though. At least you didn't have any issues with other things.
I do, but we don't need to. You're back in the piece.
Oh, thank you.
Sam's like, no, he's doing this.
You can take it up with God later.
You can talk to me about it later, so remember.
You're really sweet, and I like what you're doing, spreading love.
Yes. There's something for all of us.
Listen, so I'm saying this in love, bro. Sam started it, but I think Sam might be shy. I love Sam, man. I have 4 people there. Sam is charming, bro. Listen to him.
Well, thanks for stopping in. You could
Thanks for stopping in. Come on back anytime.
stop if you like. Make it more.
Let's make it more inclusive.
What did you?
Tell me how it feels to be with you.
Okay, I'll tell you what I thought was cool. I can't say that I like it necessarily. But for Hinduism, well, this is what really caught my attention. I actually named my daughter Maya after this. Oh, my husband doesn't know why.
Her husband doesn't know she named her daughter Maya. Inshallah. She ran away from a toxic Muslim.
And it kind of reminds me a lot of the verse that inspired you, right? That this world is just here.
Wait a second. There was a verse from the Quran that inspired Sam.
Like nothing is real and nothing is
Get the
what's
fuck out of here.
right? And the Maya is the same thing, but with Hinduism, the veil finally lifts. So Maya is just the
real, what is real, and what is not real.
I'm gonna open a room statues and idols and cows, right? And just all these things. I didn't realize that all of your deities, so I don't remember how many deities they have, but all of your deities are manifestations of one supreme being, who is Brahma. And I actually met a fellow that said that the word Brahma and Rahman are very similar, although I have not studied Brahma.
I met an individual who told me that two words were similar.
Scripture, Brahma actually calls idol worshippers fools, which I was really impressed with.
I was so impressed.
Reading your books,
It made me feel so great about myself. Oh, we got a phoenix.
Yeah. What I did like though, one of the things that I liked at that time in college was the female goddess.
Welcome, Phoenix.
About Kali.
Phoenix is rising.
Before the cartel took over, they were extremely Catholic, and as part of their Catholic religion, they really loved Mother Mary, right? And she was kind of right there with Jesus. And what ended up happening, actually, I don't know what happened with India, if I can be honest, but with India, they have their female goddesses, yet you see how they treat their women, right? So it's almost like there is no point. What is the point of revering a female goddess if you're going to violently attack her? But over in Mexico, when the cartel took over in the 80s, they got rid of.
Is it honest?
Yeah.
It's really
Have you up, but I think when I showed it,
I had a nice discussion with a Muslim woman. She's very sweet, very respectful, she's talking about how she likes about Hinduism and stuff like that. And you're gonna come in here and start saying some stuff about Muhammad, inflammatory, just kill the vibe. I'm just preventing that.
I mean, a friend of Sam is a friend of mine too. You know, I know how to conduct myself in front of them, especially if I'm against their house. Doesn't matter. So if I'm in my own house, I act differently, and then when I'm other people's, I try to show when respect is.
thank you. And whatever your complaints about Muhammad are probably mine too, because they're probably not from the Quran. So, just want to clarify.
She hates the hadith.
Well, beef. I never said that.
Well, she says don't read the hadith. So she's like,
no, I don't. I'm not just reading the hadiths. I also have issues with the Quran.
I see. I knew we were gonna get to war. Okay, so we're gonna.
Hello, peace. Please come in peace.
Oh goodness. Okay, I can take picture now. Okay, we get rid of this. We were having a nice conversation, Khadija.
Hi, Khadija.
Hello, John. Welcome.
Hi, Beef. Hi, Phoenix Rises.
This is gonna be terrible.
Well, nothing's happened yet.
Well, Khadija, I think maybe Beef, aka Sam here, like maybe he feels threatened that his fun will end as a result of my presence. I think, when you say, please come in peace, I say I will absolutely come. And I will come in peace because you asked me to come in peace. So here's a little piece of me coming.
Thank you.
I'm curious, what did you like from Taoism?
Well, the philosophy is incredible. And in fact, have you studied Taoism by any chance or Confucianism?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, do you remember the Zhen Zhu?
No.
So the Junzu is a type of gentleman, which, mind you, everybody, this is like Sun Tzu.
Yeah, Sun Tzu.
Do you know what it?
That's the art of war. That's Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu is the art of war writer. She's talking about the concept of a gentleman.
Well, yeah. Well, I think the art of war is from the same. They're the same religion. Confucianism and the. But a Sun Tzu. Well, Phoenix, why don't you explain it, and then I'll tell you if I agree with that or not.
Well,
UNZI.
J-U-N-Z-I.
Yeah. So this concept is it's something that we should really all strive for. But I have found this same concept. This was something that caught my attention back in college, and only this year did I realize that there's a similar concept in the Quran, which is a mar'a. M-R-L-F, mar'a. And this mar'a is like a third class of humans. So you have the bashar, which is also, it's, Beef, when you're reading the Quran, you probably just read humans for all of these different classifications. But a bashar is more of what the human is made out of, right? So like immortal in a sense, its biological structure. And the insan, which is a human, is when you would find the accountability, you would find responsibility. So now we're going to the physiological aspect of humans, right? So in a way, you can think of it this way, that even today, there are still some of us living as bashar. We're living very primitively. We eat, sleep, drink, bathroom, work, and that's it, right? Where you have also the insan, where the insan is always striving, okay? They can be striving for good or bad, but they're striving. And that's when, like I said, accountability is involved in those verses. And then you have a third section, which is the mar'a, which this is, I'm trying to think. This reminds me of the Junzi or Junzu, where this is a noble person, not by class or rule, but just the way that they carry themselves, the way that they speak, whether they're honest, right? And honesty also means truth, right? So they are truth tellers. They always try to support other people, like they have a whole vibe towards them. So it's really been fun studying, and I implore everybody to study other religions if you're not solid in the religion you're in, just so that at a later time when you return back to your religion, you'll actually find there's so much in common, so much similarities.
Yeah, I mean, I love the idea of the cultivated person who constantly tries to increase their virtue and, doesn't feel like they're stuck in their ways, they can always improve. I'm trying to improve with living a new life. I'm trying to be better than I was before. And it's not easy to change, especially when you get older. But it's good to believe that you can change, and try to.
Yeah. Well, and in order to change, you have to know yourself.
It's amazing is reading a book can help with that. Isn't that amazing how books can help with personality development, character development, personal development? That's what a good book is good for. It's amazing.
It is. Because then, nobody's actually telling you what to do. It's up to you to pick, right? And to make that decision. It's great.
Well, I'm reading Ayn Rand's The Virtue of Selfishness right now, and it's talking about altruism versus objective ethics. And I think there could be a conflict with Islam with regards to objective ethics. Meaning, if you look at the Charter of Medina in 660 by Muhammad, when he said, "You will either join us and fight with us and fund us, or we will fucking kill you." That could be, in my opinion, from an objective ethical perspective, not the type of altruism I would vote for in society.
Well, thank you, John, for stating that, although I don't think that's a direct quote. But at the same time, I don't actually entertain such narratives. History is written by the winners. If you see how the religion has changed, if you see how the religion was changed after every single prophet, I don't see a reason to trust anything that was ever written. Yeah. So I can't comment on that. I don't think a prophet of God would speak that way. Yeah.
Well, have you ever actually? Let me get you the link, and then you tell me what you think it says. Have you read the Charter and the Constitution of Islam by Muhammad, written in Medina? Have you read it?
No, because I'm not interested in that. That probably applied to people back then and not today. That would not help me with my spirituality in 2026.
What did I tell you, Khadijah, about bringing discord? Did I not say? I don't know.
It's okay. Hopefully he'll also decide not to take that as anything.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't come in Discord. Khadijah, I put the link in the chat. You tell me if you agree with that. Because you're a Muslim, right? So you should know what the Constitution of Islam is. If you never read it and you're going to come on here and lecture people about reading books, but you never even read this and you call yourself a Muslim? Come on, Khadijah. That's ingenuous. That's not sincere. I think you're very insincere. And I just think you're, I think you're maybe...
What you want, John. That's okay. You're free to think whatever you like.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, as a critic, somebody who's not a moderator, I'm just saying, I want to criticize the moderator of this room and say, I think you're insincere. I think you're full of yourself. I think you're full of shit, really. That's my opinion. Yeah. You don't even know the Charter of Medina, the Constitution of Islam, and you're going to come on here and tell everybody how great Islam is and how the Quran is like an onion? An onion? You got to peel the onion back. Well, good luck. I just got you another part of the onion. Try to peel it. Go ahead, Khadijah. Use your brain and your eyes, not your lips all the time. You got a big mouth, Khadijah. You got a big mouth. And that's why your husband left you. You didn't tell him that your daughter's name is Maya. Because you got a big mouth. You got a big mouth, Khadijah. You got a big mouth.
Yeah. Sorry. Wow. Why is he so angry?
Khadijah, maybe you should trust me when I make my predictions about things. Now you've learned that I'm reliable in my predictions.
Well, wow. That was a lot of bad energy.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's a lot.
I feel like I need to recover.
Social media. There's a lot of this on social media, but issues seem like what people do, and I just wanted to come up to basically try and have a conversation with this gentleman, but it turned very quickly.
I don't know why. I think he got triggered because I didn't read something that I knew was perhaps false.
John is just an unhinged person. Okay, so he just is a lunatic. I never met him on stage. He just is wacky. Now, Fonny, the other guy, he's not wacky, but he just likes to criticize Islam a lot. He loves to do that. So you got a wacky guy and a Islamophobe.
He says 100%.
It's understandable why there's a lot of misunderstandings in terms of what Islam actually is. So it's kind of understandable.
We're all, honestly, we're all running away from what John is upset about too. Like, that's not our religion.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that...
Oh no, John's a house member. John, please do not push your unpeaceful propaganda. We will all probably agree with you, John. He said.
So really, we come on here in the sense of trying to understand the Quran, the Word of God. So we see that as the Word of God. What most people understand as to the Islam is this religion that has been propagated through an institutionalized controlled idea of what Islam is. But we don't conform to that. So all these extra texts that have been attributed to Islam to tell a story in history as to what it is, we don't take a liking to that, because that's not the message of God. Whether or not it was true, me personally, I don't think a lot of it is true, but that's regardless to the point, because that's not the word of God.
Because it's going to put atheists on a defensive, back to
And it's also, in most cases, not true.
Well,
Actually, you guys if you don't let each other
I wouldn't
finish.
say, Bob, just to be clear, I wouldn't say that it's not true, because I think people are massively motivated, and there are people who self-deceive and do all kinds of stuff. So I don't know if it's true, would be what I'd say. But what I would say is that it's typically not helpful in the discussions. So that's where I'm at. Sully came at me kind of sideways, which I think was unfair, unfit, and
My older sister.
See, with that syndrome, I gotta be chill.
Yeah, that is like a good one.
She's not gonna stay here if things get too crazy, so I always gotta stay chill.
Well, I'm sorry. I am the way that I
She's gonna
am.
help me with my rehab.
I'm just the I am that I am that I am that I am.
Yes.
So Kat claimed a couple weeks now, and I gotta say it's pretty smart. And I don't think people understand what the hell she's even talking about. And it's very simple. It's the separation of state and economics, in the same way that we've got separation of state and church. Why is that so ridiculous to separate economics out from government control, which is the borrowing and the printing of our bullshit immoral currency? Why are we letting the government do this to ourselves? Hello?
Because we don't have privatized, we don't have private. So tax dollars have to go towards the military. There you go, boom.
Well, that's only 1.2 trillion. Medicare, Medicaid gets 4.2 trillion a year. It's a lot of money. That's why doctors make so much money.
They have to.
Hospitals and insurance corporations and big pharma make so much money. It's because of the government. The government makes it possible. Anyways, the only reason I brought it up is because Kat here, this supposed intellectual woman named Kat.
She's on the phone.
Yeah, I know. I can see. With the gray hair. I'm just saying, let's ask her what the F the book is about that I'm holding, because she's got a big mouth.
It's because you don't have
She
hair.
got a big mouth.
They don't hear.
Yeah, whatever, Chernobyl reactor escapee number 14. I'm just asking Kat a question here.
That's crazy. Chernobyl.
Yeah, Chernobyl escapee number 14. Kat.
I read it a very long time ago, John, but
Okay.
I did read it.
So you don't know what the fuck is even in it anymore, right?
Well, I have a vague memory of Iran's philosophy.
Okay, what's the
I know she ran away from Soviet Russia, so she had a lot of issues with communism.
But then she is actually advocating, because you cannot really abide by her philosophy other than if everyone thinks alike, which is a form of communist way of thinking.
I mean, she's basically where the Libertarian Party came from. That's that kind of philosophy.
Oh, so it's a libertarian philosophy.
For the most part, yeah.
So liberty is the root word in libertarian, which means to liberate. So if you have a political philosophy of liberation, that means separation of state and economics. That's what her entire book is all about. And altruism.
I was libertarian for a while,
Yeah. And so altruist is really just the feel-good group that is always doing the Unitarian thing, which is the right thing, supposedly. However, in Ayn Randian philosophy and ethics, we find out that actually helping people socially, not in times of emergency, is wrong, unless there's an emergency. So the point is, We are funding trillions of dollars. It's just social wealth redistribution. That's really all it is. And it really benefits the top 1% at the end of the day, because the top 1,000 earners, it's all tracked via the IRS. It's all the data we need to optimize the economy is held at the IRS. It's all based on your adjusted gross income annually. Rest my case. Find the truth in the light.
Do you remember when she compared some people to lions and most people are gazelles? So therefore it's natural that the lions are like preying on gazelles?
You're like someone that got plutonium radium number IA-84 in some type of X-Men experiment or something.
Sorry,
you know, like Wolverine.
I'm sorry that God created me like this.
Your body, Aura, you've done it again. I personally am giving up on actually listening to Clubhouse, and I don't want to record it anymore. And I really don't even want to talk to people anymore. So if you got to know me a little, feel free to just Google me anytime. But in terms of actually wanting to talk to you anymore, it's at 0.0.
So many zeros. John, you know that Nora's going crazy again?
I'll miss you, John.
Again? Every single time she's on this app, it's crazy.
No, she's having another meltdown.
Why? Because she can't afford the bus fare anymore?
What?
Yeah, she has to take the bus and walk everywhere. She's broke.
Who?
Nora! Former CARES employee.
She had a mental breakdown. She went into some Jewish lawyer company in Manhattan, and she started saying stuff like, I want the jihad on you and all these type of things.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah. So she went like viral. There were like hundreds and hundreds of millions of views of this video. Even Charlie Kirk reposted that video. And then she got really like, it was
was this on my Clubhouse?
Yes. She's still on
Aurora.
She has bipolar disorder, so she has like manic, and she doesn't take meds, so when she has her manic episode, she goes insane.
Oh, I'm so sorry for her.
Yes, and then she fell on.
Oh, you don't have to feel so sorry for her. She's a racist bigot. She's a cunt. She's trash. She's a horrible person. She actually, wishes for death threats on people. She's a horrible, disgusting human being. And she's just a piece of trash. She's burned out. That's what she is.
Piece of trash.
She knows where she's going, which is the garbage dump.
Who's a piece of trash?
Anyway, there's a man she fell in love on here who told her not to take her meds, so that's why she loves him so much. She's not taking meds, therefore she goes insane each and every time she has a manic episode.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Now the man left her and she's still not taking it in the hope he will come back. Yeah, she's going insane again, so I was just telling John because we know her very well.
Oh, maybe it's better not to talk about her name then.
Oh, everyone knows about it.
Wait, who? Like, I haven't heard. Like, I was not briefed on the situation. Shut the fuck up, Daniel! Excuse me, sir?
Shut the fuck up, nigga.
You don't tell me that because I'm concerned for her safety.
No, don't worry about it. She's in good hands. It's okay, we can move on. It's fine.
Rabbanu Shalom, we can move on because Megatron has moved on for all of us and for all of our sake because we like Megatron and we think he could be an entertainment star. But we want more routines, more variety because no one is a one-man band. We've got to create new ways of using our intelligence for fun and thus making more money and more abundance for everyone.
Oh, here's the thing. Why not? Why don't we just, intelligence is one thing. Why is this being one thing? But why not spiritually trusting in the Lord and letting Him guide you?
Well, the Lord wants you to read a book and use the programming materials he passed out in the beginning of the class. And unfortunately, a lot of people got no class, and so they can't read nothing, and they can't actually create nothing because they can't read nothing. And so at the end of the day, as they like to say, you got to open a book and read sometimes and stop running your lips. If you're going to run your lips, at least just read a book, because people would prefer you read a book than run your lips. It's pretty simple.
You don't know the day or the hour, but guess what? When the Lord comes back,
Well, Rabboni Shalom, there's only so many words you really need to know. Like determination and decision and result and outcome, development, called to atone, repent, forgive, apologize, rejuvenate, readjustment, rebirth, opportunities here on Clown House. Then we get to the world, which is completion and perfection and synthesis. That's called making something. Ultimate change, success, assurance, significant influence, preponderance, capability, fulfillment, triumph, success and happiness, accomplishment, contentment, warmth, affection, sincerity, friendship, devotion, and trust. Those are that's intelligence, my friends. Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I can, if you want to communicate with me, I'll just say simple, intelligent words to you. Because imagine just listening to Jazzy on this app go on and on and on about black towns in Florida and Black Wall Street and reparations. I'm just trying to say that you have to look at your entertainment media consumption as being your choice for your daily neurolinguistic programming. Now, you could read a book and listen to yourself reading the book and program yourself that way for success. Or you could come on Clubhouse and just come into any old room and listen to whatever bullshit is being sprayed at you. And, you know, it's your choice. It's up to you how you want to entertain and educate yourself in the truth all the way to the last day of your death. And then you'll look back and say, from my birth until my death, was it worth it? Was it worth it? Like, was my life?
Hello?
Did your mother ever shake you when you were an infant, John?
She's a little crazy, just like him, though.
John loves his mother.
I was just thinking it's amazing that I didn't actually, K-word her or anybody, because, Regal likes to say horrible things on this app. Regal was saying, I could beat you to D-word with a bar of a soap and like Regal. And then he says, did your mom shake you? Like, is it all projection to this guy? Because I think all communication is projection. And so if we look back and we were to listen to everything Regal ever said on this app, and then he had to hit a check mark box of projection, yes or no, I think he'd actually, if he was truthful, say yes, 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 yes. Ribono Shalom, we got a guy here who sticks a wire into a car and gets a diagnostic number and says, sir, it's going to be $3,800 to fix the problem here that the diagnostic says. Will you be paying with credit card, check, or cash? Or do you want to finance the repair today?
John, I'm just trying to be a good boy. How can I serve you, John, today?
Ribono Shalom, you can just listen. That's what every good goy does. They just listen. They don't use their lips. They just listen. And they read a book sometimes. Read a book. Yeah. You could read the book that I'm holding.
I actually am reading a book right now.
Oh no.
Oh no. Goys aren't allowed to think. Don't do that.
I'm reading the Talmud.
No.
Talmud. It's a little bit like Quran or the Mishnah. It's a book. And so the thing about talking about reading a book versus actually reading a book, that's the difference. Some people talk about reading a book on this app, and some people read a book on this app.
I swear to God, nobody reads books. What's the talking about?
It's just like old times, but we need Issa.
Trevor, you're here. What are you reading about?
Well, yesterday I read this book for about 45 minutes called
45 minutes?
Virtues of Selfishness.
Come on. John, that's shorter than my poops. Come on, John.
You really? You take an hour in the morning to pull up?
Well, all together throughout the whole day.
Did you do it too? How many times? Because I shit 3 times a day.
I'm at least pooping 4 to 6 times a day.
Really? Wow. Holy shit, 6 shots a day?
6 shots a day, and every time I poop, I'm on Clubhouse.
You're like a guy I used to work with on Wall Street. Whenever he would talk to a client, he was always taking his shit.
That's right. John, you worked on Wall Street?
Yeah, I worked at Citigroup, Citibank, Smith Barney. That's right, I worked for one of them.
Nice to be Jewish so you can get those jobs.
That's right.
Well, the guy that hired me was Goy. Rabbono Shalom.
He's a good shaboy.
He fired me. He fired me. He almost punched me in the face.
I wonder why. Did you tell him to read a book?
No, he told me to organize a financial advisor seminar for potential hires. So I put an ad up on Craigslist. I said, work at Smith Barney Citigroup, make sick cash. And that was unprofessional. But
Are you gonna be bringing a girl home to your parents on Christmas this year?
maybe live on YouTube.
Live on YouTube?
Live on YouTube is crazy.
John, do you ever put your parents on your YouTube channel?
Yeah, but my dad doesn't call me anymore because he knows that I'm always live on YouTube.
You're always live, and he says, "Come on, John, stop being live,
So did you see Thomas Massey lost his congressional run because Trump and SECTA, everybody came to town and was like, Rabbono Shalom. The question that I'm talking about, stay focused here, is on Thomas Massey. I'm running for mayor right now. We're live running for mayor in Chicago. What are you talking about? We're still running. The run never stops. I'm running left, right, left. C-130 rolling down the strip. We're rolling. We're running. This game show don't stop. Hello.
I know you were once a Ron Paul guy, so we can get Thomas Massey.
I supported him, and if you Google my name, you can see my NPR interview where I actually endorse Thomas Massey and Rand Paul. But the Republicans just clearly don't care. They just vote for rhino Republicans that just don't give a fuck, and that's what they do. It's because they're getting money. That's really what's happening at the end of the day. But it's a very small group of people actually getting the money. And it is what it is.
Do you think it's just a case of boomers having brain rot?
You said
No, boomers are all complicit. Even if you're getting $1,500 a month, they all say, Donald Trump is taking care of me, and I support him. I feel safer with him than without him. That's what they say. That's what the survey says.
John, you voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah, 3 times.
You do a fourth time, wouldn't you?
No, he can't. We can't vote for him again. It's over. His reign is coming to an end, but Don Trump Jr. will soon rise to the ranks in the Trump political dynasty.
John, is that you believe is the dark horse for 2028 is Don Trump Jr.?
I really don't know. Who knows? If he was smart, he'd probably...
Yeah. Rico, you never tell me when it's down, though. Are you saying it only goes up? Over the past year, it's been on a new trajectory. Oh! No.
It's too loud in here.
You know what my fucking dog did today? That's true. I totally forgot my bag.
Oh, Thomas got a chance to speak to some Frenchie also. I was listening to that conversation. What's up, Thomas?
Oh, yeah. Anyway,
No.
I thought it went good. Like, I don't know. I kind of picked on Piper a little bit because I said that Trump can prove God exists, and he didn't like that. He did that.
I think that's the reason why God exists. I mean, you don't have this many arguments here. Unless you're going to say every argument that we have for it, they're just going to say the opposite. That doesn't always work.
Yeah, I think like when you speak to
Is all power given? They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure livid woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know chosen priest. I saw infinite space. Is the prince priest thee? And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16. For he is ever sun, and she moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping star but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, all still 19 odds your living woman upon them. 20. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto them. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12, come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14, above the chambers rise the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of her teeth. The winged glow, starry blue are mine, oenk of Nakhonsu. These are fools that men adore, both Their gods and their men and fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of heavy blue. All mine, oh, give me a home soon. My joy is to see your joy. Above the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of Louis. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of her needs. The winged gold, the starry blue, her might awakeneth no soon. My joy is to see your joy.
The manifestation of new Eve. The unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. For every number is infinite, there is no difference. Help me, oh warrior of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet of her deep, my secret center, my heart manifestation of new wheat, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Is infinite. There is no difference in my unveiling before the children of men. Now I live my secret center, my heart as my father. Seven, evil. It is revealed by I was the minister of Port Accra. Because he's in the poo, not the poo in the cats. Night worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants give you a secret, they shall know the many and the known. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my hand I enfold. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Triangle reverse the sign given on one sacred day of thee, O Lord. By the by invoke white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it thee, O Lord. By the Laman I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By thy robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet, and I fear the sign I invoke. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beads of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. By the dark waves of music, the song that I made of all to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shall the conquering Lord pour us avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the five, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the ones of double power in the voice of the Master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. triumph and conquering Lord. Horus, I've been struck by the song I invoke thee. In my heart is my song of revenge. Let it strike at my feet by the song I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the safety, the voices, every heart of love. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Among me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white gold, by the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vicar of the hemisphere. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, to run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one that the power in the grace of the Master. Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine heart is not new ways of music in the song that I made a whole to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master sword, draw the flaming sword, growl, join the conquering Lord, oh Lord, I make God, by the
Don't just have to be used. A birthday party for a pet rabbit. like we've had rabbits as pets, but they stayed in the backyard in the hutch, and we didn't buy cake for their birthdays or anything.
They had a cake for the rabbit, for the people to eat.
A full-on party for the rabbit with attending and guests and everything. It was quite remarkable.
Okay, I don't feel as bad now.
Alrighty.
Alright, now I'm just going to stay on the open mic because I'm done with my quick grocery run. One bag of groceries, $50, but okay. It's okay. It'll be okay. So, Othello, thank you for your commentary over the weekend. I can't promise to tell you everything, that I heard everything that you had to say, but I think your points were valid about people getting incredibly angry over words from people that really don't matter a whole lot.
What's going on, Monica?
I'm hosting awkwardly a happy hour. It's not my skill set. Serendipity is currently, I don't know where. But we have happy hour at this time of day during week by Jinko. So I'm doing happy hour. Any thoughts about the weekend? Can I ask Brian about my joke? Because I'm still kind of proud of it, even though it was very poorly received and racially insensitive, and et cetera, et cetera. Do you mind, Othello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So Brian, Saturday morning, Mom had a room, and I'm just filling time. As soon as our people get here, we can go back to socializing and happy hour. But while Brian's here, and I've got Othello's insight on it too, I'm going to take advantage of their attention. So Saturday morning, as soon as actually yell at me when Serendipity comes in, because it was not fun for her. So Saturday morning, Mom opens a room called On Board. And there is a female conversationalist who tends to be long-winded and maybe not as entertaining as Mom would wish, and I were going back and forth, and he called on NPC. Well, NPC had a picture of the precious little Shih Tzu black little puppy dog being held in the arms of this attractive young white woman. And he said, I bought a designer dog and I'm going to focus on white women for the next 5 years. And he went on to troll about how he did. The two leading names were Kota, Kota, and Baxter. And the women voted for Kota, and the white women voted for Baxter, and Baxter won, so he named the dog Baxter, although he preferred the name Kota. And so this went on for a few minutes, And I'm triggered because I know men who womanize women make bitter women that will now be mean and vicious to men. It's a cyclical downward spiral, and I don't like it. And so then we talked a little bit about him maybe selling himself to white women for the right price, that it was all income-based and to his advantage, and that you will free Baxter and he will sell Baxter's children. And he said it like that, will sell his children. And then he said, well, you can make any correlations or connotations on that you wish. And I'm like, oh, I can? Are you sure? So this is what I said. I said, I got a joke. Are y'all ready? And I said, Coda is to Kente as Baxter is to Toby. And you'd have thought I shocked someone because they did not like that analogy. They had no idea what I was referring to, had no concept that it really wasn't racist. It was racial, but not racist. And so, the NBC says, are you calling me a slave? I said, no, I'm calling you a slave master. So the weekend erupted the very controversial room that I held on Sunday. And then Mauve took that 4.5-hour room and brought it to his house and did an 8-hour room based on the 4-hour room. So, Brian, what do you think of the insensitive joke that I made?
I don't get it either. I don't know Toby.
Okay. Okay, so it was a Roots reference. Kunta Kinte was the free man who was captured and enslaved, and Toby was his enslaving. And during the movie, he was beaten into accepting his slave name. So, because NPC preferred the Baxter name to the name he preferred. He preferred the Coda's name than Baxter's name, but he picked Baxter. So he kind of sold out a little bit by choosing the name that was more popular. So I get that you don't understand it. I thought I was pretty clever with it, so I wanted your feedback on it. Appreciate your insight. Othello, you weren't there for the Saturday morning room, or I don't know if you were there for the Sunday morning room. I did, but I know you were there in yesterday's room or Monday's room with Craig. Did you know the backstory?
And then I listened, while I was in that room, I listened into the joke. And I listened into about 10 minutes of the dialogue between you and NPC. And, as a foundational Black American, I like that to him. It's like we tailor-make the joke towards, see what I'm saying? And so now we have you two trolling, and now the foundational Black Americans are pissed off, and they don't really understand like what's going on. And so my whole thing was, me and Math were talking to you very clear, very concise. I even asked you to apologize. But I think people like Craig, he runs those hood booger rooms. And they're kind of like a mix of like Jerry Springer, Baddies, and Martin. And so he wanted to get on the stage and crash out. And I don't really move like that. I don't allow my blood pressure to rise above a certain level. I don't allow my breathing to change. I just want to stay clear and concise and focused and get to the root of the problem. And I'm not, if two people are trolling, that's not even in my community. You know what I mean? I'm more so going to be surgical rather than reactive and belligerent. And they didn't like that.
So if he's from Nigeria, or he's from Africa, and we know that tribes from there would sell their conquered for their fellow tribesmen, then actually the joke plays that way too.
Well, no, because people from Africa, I don't know, there's this film, Wesley Snipes, right? He's a drug dealer, and his brother wants him to do a drug deal with some Africans. And the Africans come over, they meet in Harlem, they sit down, and they're like, okay, let's talk about the deal. And the Africans are like, oh, the deal's off. We don't do business with, and he said a certain word, it's like asante. And they were like, what is that? They kept asking, what is that? What is that? It means field worker or cotton picker. So Africans will actually have these kind of nuance, these kind of like inward jokes about not being the ones captured. You know, Somalis, East Africans, all that. You know, there's all this nuance that you don't really know about.
That's true. That's accurate.
If you're dealing with an African, you know, maybe make like an African booty scratcher joke. You know, don't really say a joke that has to do with foundational Black Americans and our struggle. You know what I mean? Because he doesn't even connect to that struggle.
Right. Well, I wasn't in my mind, I wasn't say that. And I'm like, I'm not saying the Black slur. I'm saying a dad. And I'm like, I'm not saying the Black slur. I'm saying a variation on my name. It's my name.
And I don't know if that's what you were doing with the guy you were talking about. And I don't know if that's what you were doing with the guy you were talking about.
Yeah, I was saying he was using his job as one would use an indentured servant or slave.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going out there and saying, I'm going to intentionally, sleep with and maybe impregnate, white women just to,
Not impregnate, but use, definitely use for their bodies and or their contacts to benefit him. And then when he turned 30, he was going to go back and marry a Black American or go back to the Black community and marry and have children with them. And that's like, I'm not telling him he can't marry anyone. But what I object to is the objectification, manipulation of women. But then you can make the argument that maybe they'll use him too, and I should let that go.
And yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, if he's acknowledging he can go out and do these, sketchy things with malice, intentional malice, then yeah, fuck it.
All right, Callie, you want to take Edie and tell her we can go back to our social? I got the information that I needed from Othello and Brian, and we can go back to a lighthearted social kind of vibe. Whenever I see people that I want to get their opinion on things, I kind of like stop everything so I can get their opinion on something, and then we can go back to, I don't know where Dippity is. If we don't see her in about 15 minutes, I might just shut the place down. But Kelly, can you tell Edie to go ahead?
Yeah. So basically, people like Craig, the reason why I trolled him, even though this is a serious situation, and we definitely dealt with it in a serious way, in a lighthearted way. People like Craig, who I don't even think is foundationally Black American, right? But they
someone said he was, someone said he was. But what I did observe is he's, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So it's a sad way to lose brain cells. But if you sit in that room, you'll see that they were really just weaponizing Black rage for content. He found a hook and sinker into what you said, and then he ran a room on it for 2 to 3 days. I don't know if they're still doing it. But, these people are like leeches. They're clinging for content. And they want people to...
I mean, civil, but, a little more rational. But good to see you. Almost one.
Othello's been great. Othello was actually in a room free with us called Deconstructing Karen. It was a documentary by some woke social justice warriors about the horrors of white life. And we talked about the health risks for Black women when it comes to pregnancy and delivery. Adela, do you have time to tell Free a little bit about the vitamin deficiency and what you learned and how efficacious it was? Because I really do want to get that information out to as many people as possible.
Yeah, just a quick synopsis. Black people need more of certain minerals, definitely iron, potassium, and other things. And you find that in our day-to-day diets, we don't absorb enough to sustain the body. So a lot of us become anemic. A lot of us have brittle fingernails and a lot of different things just because of the day-to-day diets, fast food, and different things that just eating non-nutrition. So me and my wife, we had a home birth. And it seemed like a couple days before the actual birth, the doulas pulled up on us and said, hey, if your iron isn't at a 14, then you can't have this baby at home. You have to go to the hospital, maybe even have a C-section. And me, I'm an herbalist. Like I've studied at Dr. Sebi's compound down in Honduras. I've also studied with some Native Americans. So I knew the herbs with a lot of iron fluorine. See, what happens is they make us take the iron oxide, right, which is not really bioavailable to the human body. But the herbs that have the iron fluorine, man, the body absorbs that super quick. So I knew the herbs to go get. I did it for my wife and I did it for my sister a few months later because they hit her with the same thing. And when I tell you, when they went to check my wife and my sister's iron after a few days on the herbs, they had to check it twice because the iron levels like flew off the charts. And if anybody wants those herbs, they can message me. But yeah, like we definitely need to add certain herbs, not just tea, pretty tea and things like that. I'm talking about real herbs like sarsaparilla, blue vervain, and other ones, burdock, to our day-to-day regimen so that we can actually get these minerals because we really don't know what it feels like to have healthy iron levels.
Potential to save so many lives. I'm sorry, Callie, go ahead.
I don't think I was going to say anything, but it's good to see y'all.
So anyway, Free, the potential of that life-saving information, that's just so simple that we could, like, it just crushes me that people are not paying attention to that. I'm like, but we could save so many lives.
Yeah, hey everybody, I walked away from my phone, so sorry if anybody said hi to me, but yeah, that's great.
Thank you. Yeah.
Adela, Will you get bored if I ask you to tell that story like every time there are people that I don't think have heard it? Because if you're going to get bored, I'll stop asking you. But like I said, when you say it, it has more impact than when I do.
Yeah, no problem. Because this is what I do. I work with people. I've helped people reverse a lot of illnesses the natural way, with balance and with in alignment to what they were already taking on a pharmaceutical level with their doctors. And man, even something as small as changing my grandpa's iodized salt to sea salt helped his blood pressure go down tremendously. So we don't have to make these grand sweeping changes. We start to see changes immediately.
I posted in the other room of Victor Davis all the hiccups that we're having. And
I'm sorry, give me the question one more time. What the initial question?
yeah, what percentage?
The work that we did to get to this point, to recognize that we're all Americans, and for the divisiveness to be reignited, it's such a dinosaur agenda, man. White versus black is such a dinosaur agenda, and
where do you think it came from?
It makes me nauseous. Where did it come?
We weren't like this in the 90s, right? We weren't like this in the 90s.
Well, we were patching it up, and I think in the early 2000s, I think we were at our best. You know what I mean? As far as race relations, I can't really tell you what happened. I think I'm not saying that Trump caused it or that he's racist, because if you look at his lifetime, like, he's definitely been aligned with black people, but there's this stigma. You know what I mean? That Trump is supposed to be like this white prestige revivalist. Like with him, he's here to only focus on white prestige and bringing white people back to glory. And then I think when you look at Turning Point USA and you hear Erica Kirk say, especially white men, you know what I mean? I think a part of it is that for so long due to social media, and I won't say wokeness, but due to social media, white people have been getting a bad rap, and people have been calling them, the colonizer, and it's hurting them on a social level, and it's gone into the internet to where it's gone all over the world, where people are viewing, all white people as these like treacherous colonizers. When there was white people in the abolition movement, white people marching with Dr. King. There's great white people, my neighbors. But there is a certain group, a certain sect of white people that feel ostracized from where culture is evolving into, and it's like I said, they're trying to fight for that prestige, when I think this is actually the perfect time for us to realize that we're all American. And if we haven't realized that in 2026, it's going to be 2027, then we haven't evolved at all. We're wasting time. Just quick synopsis right now. It may seem like a perfect time where white people feel like they have to reclaim something or like rise again, when really this is actually the time, if we see all white people are not colonizers, all black people are not degenerates. Most of us are middle class. You know, degrees, all kind of shit.
Or above the poverty line. And you can make the argument that the poverty line, being close to the poverty line, is not great, but it's still at 80%.
Yeah, and the graduation rates are rising. Google black graduation rates, how they rose tremendously. 2010 to 2020, things are on the up and up. I think.
Just super quick, and I'm going to go on mute because I'm emptying the dishwasher. I had said that Free was part of my tribe, and I was part of his tribe. And I said that you were part of my tribe, or I was part of your tribe. And you're like, whoa, wait a minute. I have to ask you a couple questions. And then I answered one of them. Am I part of do I have Othello, or there's still work to be done, especially after this week?
Monica, I think you have people that make mistakes. I looked at the intention in a person's heart. I see right through what you may have done or how you may have misstepped. We got to do our own inner work, and it's not going to come from outside validation. When we do our own inner work, then our tribe and the people, the same thing with Pepe. Like, I can hear.
So wait a minute. Let's not talk about Pepe.
What are y'all talking about?
Pepe's blocked. So what I heard was not yet, and that's fine, Othello. I know where we came from. In the end of August last summer.
Race is bad. My country is bad, and I'm gonna cut myself off from you and the rest of the people in the room. But if I show up with love, I can transform any darkness in you, any darkness that may be in the room, any darkness in myself. I can transform that, build a bridge. And that's what I'm.
Since last summer too.
I think I've always been like that. I like to troll it. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
You were trolling so hard that my friend said, "Why are you so mean to Othello?" I'm like, "Oh, because I know Othello from other rooms." And I think we were talking about statistics, crime statistics, black crime statistics, and we're talking about homicide rates. And you wanted to talk about pedophilia rates in white men, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And right, and then you started visiting, and you're listening, and like the data you provided for the Karen, Deconstructing Karen documentary was so valuable, priceless, and like I just appreciate you, man.
I appreciate you guys too. And like I said, you're definitely part of my tribe. You know what I mean?
I made it in maybe the hour. How was your apartment room? How'd it go?
Yeah, everything's good. I feel really fucking sick. Like sick to my
Okay, well take care of yourself. Oh, Edie, are you feeling better too? How's your cough and congestion, Edie?
Better.
And where you are, welcome. And where you are, welcome.
Thanks for that information. Monica, you sent it prior to the room. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Man, Othello, Alessandro has been doing that. And I'm like, wait a minute, you can't just drop that and not investigate it. And I'm not saying there's no racial bias in police stopping more Black Americans during the day than they are at night. But I'm saying we gotta investigate more. Because it's so easy to the type of moving violations, the traffic violations, then you're missing a lot of the information.
And that's why I wanted to hop on is because those other studies is not that, the idea is that when it's dark you can't tell. Well, again, people do drive differently in the dark. There's a lot of things that cops may not see in the dark, which is
E. Beryl, Kristen, Callie, and Morris, and everybody. They were talking, Alessandro is so paints conservatives so one-dimensionally, and he strawmans us effortlessly. There's racial discrimination and biases. We should address that. But when you don't address the other 24 things it could be, you're not seeing the whole picture, and you're not allowing people proper accountability for their behavior.
I think we understand what I was saying about the general norm thing. So, which is literally, so here's the thing, and it's always 8 against 1, which is fine. So, I got a screenshot that shows general does mean norm. It has a lot of definitions and a lot of, synonymous words that, fits general, because it's a very vague word. And then we look up norm, which I read out to them. It's the same, that something's to be expected and a standard or whatnot. And they don't want to hear it. I shouldn't have took AK serious because I know he's a troll. But Alessandra and Nate, I mean, it was pretty much dead on the money. But you understand what I'm saying, right? Like, the word general has several different meanings to it. And I wasn't just saying that, hey, most, because it doesn't have to be mostly general. It could be something to be expected, a normality, so to speak.
Yeah, it's so hard to fight to get stage time because that's what I do. So, yeah. Nathan and Knowledge will try and let me get in, but I'm not fighting those my cogs too much anymore. Especially when Matt and Louie are always digging at.
I've been in this space for so long, there's an extreme bias against you, white people and conservatives in general, but especially you. So
and lied to me, Free. Nathan and Knowledge lied to me. They said it wasn't a black face. They said everybody was welcome. They lied to me.
Well, man, so, and you see it and you feel it, and I noticed it too. So it's one of them things. So, but I appreciate you fighting a good fight, and that's why space like this is needed for you to get your voices out. But again, those people don't come because they don't want to hear it. They like being in a echo chamber. So it is what it is.
Serendipity sent me a copy of the poll, and Callie laughed. I wanted to thank her for sending me her vote. Free, we did a really interesting poll. I told Adello about it. Like, what percentage do you think America is rising? And it was only 15 votes, but I thought it was kind of representative. So the U.S. is rising, not China, and the first choice was 80 to 100% positive. Let's go, America. The second choice was 50 to 79% hopeful, 22% less than 50%, and then no was 22. So pretty even. I need the support of a video and a topic.
Oh no!
So,
I just had it. I texted her early, and I did speak to her. I haven't texted her now. I was just wondering if you did, but I haven't reached out to her. So she knows there's a room, though.
I sent her the link, and I'm like, shall I close it? Because I'm so not used to her not being here. I'm like, this is not my wheelhouse, y'all. Socials are not my strength.
I know. I'm away from my phone. I'm terrible.
I don't know. You've been holding it down for about an hour, girl.
Oh, thanks, Kristen. It's not easy for me, but I really did it. I had like topics that I wanted to take Othello's brain and Free's brain and Brian's brain, and wanted to find out what house, So yeah. Yeah, but you're interesting. Your perspective is interesting. Bena's here though. That's nice.
Perspective is interesting too. I just love it when people you share vulnerably and honestly. Oh my gosh, it's treasure.
Now, Bema, if you're gonna stay in the President Trump house, we're not gonna be able to visit much because I refuse to be in a room that Pepe is a mod.
He wasn't in there for all day yesterday. He gets modded like towards the end of the day.
He was in there modded all day today. Every time I went in, he was
somebody modded him last night.
I can't, Bema. He removed me twice over 3 or 4 days. And
wait, two and three times?
2 times he's removed me from those rooms. And Matt knows, and he doesn't care. That's fine. He doesn't have to. but he was coming after me doing the, hey, Monica, let me tell you all about this topic, and pretending to be me. I'm like, these damn ninjas, and he said the word, but they're all up in our space, they kind of touch all over us, and he just makes me racist when he does imitations of me, and I'm tired of it.
Wait a minute, this is kind of, I heard him say, I don't know as much, but I heard him say, I'm racist against everybody. Black Jews, Mexicans, and he's Mexican.
He's Corsican.
Talking about.
And so, like, and I asked him to leave me alone, and Matt thinks that I'm asking him to pick a side. I'm not asking him to choose me over Pepe. What I'm asking him to do is choose the functionality of the house, honor the topics that we're talking about, and stop making me content. And he thinks that's me asking him to punish Pepe. I'm not asking him to punish Pepe. I'm telling him that his mod is biased. It's unpleasant for me to be in there. And so finally I blocked Pepe. And then he removed me from the room. And I'm like, okay. Well, then I went in and he was blocked, but I was on stage, but he was in there. I wasn't stopping him from doing anything. He removed me from the room. I don't even know if I was on stage. I might have just been in the audience. So, I mean, it is what it is. I'll just keep doing what I do, which is bring content to the app. And I'll miss you, but hopefully you'll come visit me.
Are Matt and Beaver bad faith actors?
What? Sometimes.
I am not gonna, Othello, honestly, in the back channel. But, I can give you a clear answer from Matt. I have not seen bad faith movement from Matt. I will say that. Beaver's questionable. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it just seems like Matt is always a step or two slow to do the right thing. You know, whenever we need some real moderation, some real fairness, he seems to lag behind. And then when it's time to do the right thing, or to even handle situations like this, people being treated unfairly, you just get silenced. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's like, in the back channels, we have like this kind of like a mod like private chat. He struggles a lot with wanting to step in. It's kind of like the same with me. Like I have that same exact issue. I can't answer definitively, but I haven't seen anyway. I have not seen bad faith from him, but ultimately I know exactly what he's struggling with, because sometimes it's like you have to manage the interpersonal relationships, and some of these characters are bigger characters. They bring more people to the room, and so you don't want to interfere with their management of their interpersonal relationships, but you also want to manage your room. So, and what's interesting though is he doesn't get a lot of credit for a lot of the modding because he doesn't say that he does it, but I know that he's the one that's doing it. Like a lot of the time, like muting, it's actually it's usually Beaver or Matt that usually does that. When I mute, I usually talk, so I don't like sit silent. You know what I mean? But he's conflicted of that, and he mentions that he hates managing adults, but you know. I do understand.
So he does have a very definite hands-off approach for the majority of it. he's said before, I don't like to get in between, like Bima said, personal beings. But he'll hear me insult Pepe because I've insulted Pepe. But I don't start it. I'll make a contribution and Pepe can't stay off mute. So he's constantly interrupting me with his, I just win twice, and he's always harassing me. And then I defend myself. And then now it's me against Pepe, and he doesn't want to get involved. Whereas if Pepe had just left me the hell alone, there would have been peace in the room.
You know,
and I get tired. I get exhausted.
What's interesting is yesterday, he was talking about you, and I'm sad that Edie left because she could have maybe elaborated, because I don't remember everything. But basically the sentiment, because he started to talk about you. I'm like, not too much about Monica. I said something like that. And then I was surprised at what he said next. And it was basically like him thinking in his mind that his trolling, he was explaining his troll and his troll of you. Like that he doesn't understand the severity or the effect that it has on you. And he's not processing then everybody else's reaction to you because of his troll. Really, like, I was just like, is he that is he immature? I don't know, but the way that he communicated it to me, I was surprised that he was that, like, unthoughtful about it. Because he was, like, communicating it like it wasn't a big deal. Like, it was, yeah, he trolls, he does this, and he trolls Monica, and he made fun of himself making fun of you. And then he said, like, not bad things about you. I don't know. I think he's just messed up in his head.
And I think you're too charitable. I think he uses me because there's people in there that enjoy me being used as content. They enjoy me being insulted and diminished and demonized. And when a moderator does that, what they're telling everybody is, oh, Monica can be picked on. Monica can be vilified. Monica can be dehumanized and treated like an object. And I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, I don't think that's fair either. And I'm happy that you set your boundaries. I wish that there was something else that I could do. I mean, I would never have him mudded. He and I butt heads, you know. Like, I try to be respectful for Matt, so I don't go too hard on Pepe, but he pisses me off like 95% of the time. Like, it's cringe. Like, I can't. First of all, I hate him. I hope that nobody feels the way about me, how I feel about him. Like, I honestly hate hearing him talk. I hate the way he communicates. I hate his cadence. I hate the way he stutters. The stutter. I just think it. And then he says nothing after like 5 minutes of or he says something racist. And it's like, we sat through that torture for that. And then, I mean, I don't know. I honestly think that he's kind of being used for the clicks. I mean, I don't know. And then I don't want to make fun of people, but also because I think, like, what happens? What if he's just too stupid? What if he's, he didn't have the proper upbringing and he needs to be, but then I don't like making fun of anybody, but also it's difficult to get along with him, Monica. It's difficult to be in a space with him. Yesterday I cursed at him. I was pissed. I couldn't even I don't think that was there, but I was just like, shut the fuck up.
What was that conversation about? That he was disrespectful and you and yours?
Well, we were having a conversation, of course, about racism, and he was saying, using his typical, this percentage commits this percentage of the crime. And then I was just like, there are psychological theories. There are quite a few of them that explain, all the external elements. It's layered effects, external effects. This isn't like inherent to the person. And so he kept interrupting me to tell me that you're going down the wrong path. He always interrupts me to tell me I'm going down the wrong path or I shouldn't question somebody. One time I was going back and forth with Abby, and he's just like, you're too stupid to litigate this. I was like, I'm asking questions, dude. Like, get out of the way, you know? So, I don't know. He doesn't like when I give my say, but I can understand that because I'm just like, you know, you're a fucking racist and you're a horrible person. But then, I don't know how much I believe of that. I don't know how much of I believe that. I believe that he's a racist, but I think at some point it becomes more of his identity, and then he has to continue to live that. I don't know. I feel bad for people like that, but then I can't feel bad. I'm conflicted. I don't know what to do. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm going to give him space to talk because I don't want to. I definitely would never have him modded anywhere. Could I be honest with you? Okay. Listen, if this gets back to Matt, that's fine. I have said to him multiple times, like, you make me sick to my stomach being on a stage with you. And I wonder, and I think to myself, how could I be on a stage with someone who's, have I been desensitized by the cruelty and just the disgusting behavior of people on Clubhouse that I could say? There is never in any other area that I could ever tolerate something like that. And so I don't know, I question.
Dima, I will say that your presence on the stage is needed. You know what I mean? You're really doing the Lord's work. And when you speak out against that stuff, you know, everybody receives it and feels it. So I think it does more good that you're on that stage to be the voice of reason and to really show how idiotic that content is. And if you weren't there, like, the room would just go to shit. You know, it really needs a woman's touch. Not only that, it needs, like, it needs grace, it needs humility, it needs someone that's a realist, someone that's bringing people back to, like, actual reality. And it's like they want to make it this Reddit 4chan reality, you know? And so Pepe says all the time that he comes from that part of the internet, that like right-wing manifesto, kind of like white supremacist Reddit Discord side. And, you know, he's building up his name because in this day and age, you know, being racist gets you some clout. You know, it always has, you know. And so he's really riding off that. So, like I said, people like me, people like you, just reminding him that he's not really accomplishing anything. And he's really just a little man. He needs that, especially coming from a woman, because the men glaze him.
I appreciate that. No, I really appreciate that. I think that too sometimes. But yeah, don't think that I'm ever a day happy that I have to share a stage with Pepe. It disgusts me.
Well, you know, the race troll isn't getting the reaction because people are just so fatigued that it's coming from him. He started a new troll where he's advocating rape. That's fun too.
Yeah, the old stuff wasn't working, right? I know. He needs more shock value. Increase the
from where you come from, like that deep dark webs and, you know, that incellist behavior, like that's what they joke about. You know, it's in line with who he is and where he comes from and what they represent and what a lot of them do. And so I look at this more as like a cry for help. And he's really just like exposing himself, and it's really dangerous to see him play around with that.
Do you know what's most frustrating, I think? The most frustrating thing for me is that you said it, he plays with it, where he pretends to be this racist character, but then he'll go back on his word to mitigate in real life hatred and contempt that can be built to go in to hurt somebody like him. So then he says, oh yeah, it's all a troll. It's all fake. This is what I do. This is what, you know what I mean? And it's like, dude, it's just a mess.
You know, my theory is the people that come from this part of the internet, like they've opened Hell's Gates with the porn to the point where like regular sexual relations don't even stimulate them anymore. So they've gone so deep and deep and deep into the Pornhub and all these different things, 4chan, to Reddit, and all these like debaucherous things that like now they're in this hellish existence where rape is like one of the only things that can get them off. So it's sickening to me.
I don't think he means it. I honestly, I don't think he does. I think he needs attention and he clout chases and he says outrageous things. So he'll get the attention he wants. And I'm just thinking now, between Pepe and Craig, which one does more damage to our society? Because Craig monetizes it. He's a businessman. He's got his Cash App and the Jumbotron. He allows people to pay to get people removed. He allows people to pay to stay and say who tried to remove them. He's made money off the app.
Craig is satisfying a part of humanity that wants to watch Maury, that wants to watch Jerry Springer, that wanted to watch the people die at the Coliseum. You know what I mean? Like that. People understand that. That's why they created shows like Baddies. That's why they have all these people like at these reunion shows fighting each other on stage. And there's a part he's playing into that.
But so does Pepe. He just doesn't do it for money. You're right. You're completely right. It's bread and circuses, isn't it?
Well, and Pepe's pushing white supremacist agendas that he's picked up over time from being on the dark web. And
I don't think he does it. I don't think he's got a following for that. I don't think people look to him to be a leader in the alt-right, far-right, white supremacist, ethno-white nationalist stage. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I don't think so either, but I think maybe yes. I don't know, because everybody knows that Pepe's a racist. Like, everybody knows, like, Pepe the racist. Those two things go hand in hand. But he tries to diversify his racism to make it, like, racist light. I don't know how to explain it. So,
he's found a way.
I mean, like, he's not smart. He's, like, there are, dumber racists that have done it better. I think, I don't know.
He's found a way to like package it and make it digestible, and like go covert with it. But if you really listen to him, it all goes back to like that Hitler-esque kind of eugenics. You know what I mean? Bell curve, IQ, and they'll even get to the where like the sub-Saharan African, quote unquote, have a smaller brain. You know what I mean? Like there's these things that these people push to justify genocide, and so it doesn't. I recognize it for what it is, because if you listen to him go into the peak of his conversation, it always goes back to that. You know what I mean? Like genes and IQ and who got the better genes and things like that. So you really gotta see what's going on here.
Valentine pointed out a hilarious oxymoron. I said diversified racism. That's pretty funny, Valentine. Thanks for catching that. I had to even process that, even though I said it. But another thing, I think this probably can explain away the majority of the Pepe, how can we say, the Pepe effect. And that is, and it's going to be a little harsh, but I think most people, Pepe isn't super intelligent, right? He's borderline. Also, he has speech issues, which make it very difficult to want to sit through listening to him. Like and for anybody that has a stutter, God forgive me, but we're on a social media app, so I'm just being honest. Everybody knows if you talk too long, if you blabber, if you stutter, it's difficult, right? Because we're purely listening. Okay, so the fact that he has like this stutter, and I think most people have pushed him around because nobody wants to listen to a normie comment that is not particularly special or remarkable in any way. And we have to listen through the stutter, and we have to listen through the torture of him getting it out and communicating it. So the fact that maybe he puts in a little bit of spice, aka racist remarks, people are more tolerant to want to sit and, what is he going to say? Pepe's talking. Let's hear the crazy racist shit that's going to come out of his mouth. And we're more shut him up, move him down, kick him out. Maybe we could convince Pepe that his next big.
But I really don't think he's racist as much as, like, I can go for race realist, which is unpopular. People who actively go out of their way to hurt people because they are of the race that they don't like. And if we allow people bigotries, and we have to allow them because we can't stop them. Like, I believe that 60 to 80% of the Black population on Clubhouse are racist. And that might be low.
I can't support that.
You don't have to. We disagree all the time, honey. You can absolutely now believe it. Well, there are some people that believe Black people can't be racist at all because they don't have institutional power either.
So I think when people say, like, Black people can't be racist, it's kind of like if you had, I know this is a dumb example, but I'm a dumb person, so.
No, we wouldn't do that.
If you had, pink shirts and purple shirts at work, and the purple shirts constantly oppressed, violated, just did horrible things to the pink shirts. The purple shirts are always doing something to the pink shirts. There's going to be, obviously, an in-room pink shirt preference against the purple shirts. It's going to be natural. It's a protective mechanism. It is letting everybody know, look, the purple shirts are dangerous. Yeah, we hate the purple shirts. But the difference is the origin of the event. I think that's why people say that Black people can't be racist. I don't think a lot of it is racism. I think a lot of it is a prejudice, a racial prejudice to protect, our in-group.
Valentin, this is a new account, or are you new to us? Because I knew a Valentin.
I don't know. I've been there before. I come back every 6 months or so, and then I leave, and then you never see me again. It's not a good account, but I'm a dilettante. How are you?
So, would you come and visit Godsmash before or no?
I wouldn't remember.
Okay, that's fine. Welcome anyway. This is the social that we do. I just realized I moved into this political playhouse. I did not mean to do that. I meant to do it in the hallway. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, well, anyway, welcome. Glad you could find us. Jen did a really interesting study a couple years ago, Lima. She would ask people the question, did your parents make you racist? Or teach you to be racist? I think that's applicable, right? And I said no. And she said, yeah. But I thought that was a great framing of the question because it removed
by do nothing. So I think the biggest issue is that, yeah, people have grown up in homes where they were not taught how to identify racism, how to not be, or how to be inclusive. I mean, like my mother, my mother and father are different, but my mother she started at a very young age for me, and God bless her. That's the one thing that my mom did right, right? No matter, I don't care who you love or who your friends are, anybody that you love or your friends can come in all shapes and colors. She pushed that over and over and over and over, made me comfortable very young to have a very eclectic group of friends, and that made me so, and that just carried up without question to the point where when I started to learn about the true dynamics where our innocence started to get lost in junior high, and we started to learn a little bit more because we could conceive
uncomfortably in the face of a Native American who's banging this drum in his face so hard that he's blinking repeatedly. And a 13-second video clip airs of that, and people are calling for the death of the teenager because he's a white, a Christian, male, wearing a MAGA. And that all happened on Twitter in 2019. And that was a watershed moment for me because I was like, oh, there are people in our country that want people that look like me dead because they look like me.
I think though, like I said, I think that feedback loop, Monica, is what keeps getting missed, right?
Tell me more.
So it's the purple pink shirt thing. If the purple shirts did all that and continue, it's still. How are we as pink shirts going to know who to trust as that are purple shirts? Oh, but purple shirts, we no longer do all these things. Well, I mean, how can we trust that?
But it wasn't the purple shirts that were calling for his death, not solely. It was pink and purple shirts calling for his death to be put in his school with his classmates and the school set on fire. It was pink and purple shirts that said red hat first into the wood chipper. Abby Griffin was calling for them to be dogs. Another white woman was offering blowjobs for them to find out who the youngsters were.
So
that's a huge problem.
So can you just explain to me the circumstance again? Because I just want to make sure I'm understanding it.
Nick Sandman was with his school group after the pro-life march in Washington, D.C. The group arranged to meet at the Lincoln Memorial for their bus ride home. That day, there were three groups. There was the Hebrew Israelites, Black Hebrew Israelites, and they don't go by Black Hebrew Israelites, they wanted to go by Hebrew Israelites. There was a group of Native Americans, and then there was the Covington High School group. And those three groups interacted for a couple hours. And we know they interacted for a couple hours because the Hebrew Israelites So I smile and seeing the death threats online, wanted to learn more, and I found that the Facebook video. And what I saw was the Hebrew Israelites taunting the high schoolers, calling them incest babies, future school shooters. The one black student that was in the group telling him to get out, they're gonna harvest your organs. And I saw them taunting the Native Americans too, telling them to come to Gad, that they should stop worshiping animals, and they should follow they should follow be a true believer. So
it was the Hebrew Israelites that were creating all the problems.
Yeah. What do you know about that day? It was Martin Luther King weekend. It was after the pro-life march.
I only know what I feel like I vaguely remember it, but I don't want to. I mean, how long ago was it?
7 years ago now, January 2019. Israelites. And then I saw Nathan Phillips. Well, okay, I saw the teenagers collect. One of the teenagers says, "Hey, can we do a school cheer to distract the heckling from the Hebrew Israelites, the guardians, the chaperones at shore?" So guy is doing his with his march. He throws his shirt off in January winter in Washington D.C. Does a cheer, and they're all like all excited and distracted. And then Nathan Phillips comes with this group beating his drum. Well, the kids don't know what's going on. They think he's participating in their cheer. They start doing the tomahawk chop. They start dancing to the drum. This is fun. Let's go. Nathan goes to one boy. He approaches one boy. The boy backs away. He doesn't know what's going on. He approaches the second boy. That boy backs away. Then he approaches Nick, and Nick's standing on the step. But Nathan could have gone around him. He wasn't blocking him. Nathan approached him. And Nick Salmon's friends are arguing with some other Native Americans, and Native Americans are telling them, "Go home. Go home." And the kids are like, "This is our home. No, go back to England. You weren't born here." And Nick gives him the cut off neck symbol to and then he's watching Nathan Phillips. And Nathan's in his face with his down. And then I think the bus gets and so they all time to go. And then the news reporting was talking about the racist white kid who was interfering with the sacred rituals of the noble Native Americans. And Nathan Phillips is on, "I was afraid for my life. I felt like I was basically two groups of cannibals, and I was their prey." And then Samantha Guthrie interviews Nick Sandman, and she's skeptical and rude. And the 15 or 16-year-old boy is telling his story. He's like, "I don't know what happened. All I knew was I did not want to escalate. So I smiled, and I stood still." And because the mainstream media reported him as a devil, evil, monstrous, colonizer, oppressor, white supremacist, murder, harms that people enact upon one another. Don't be a racist. As Paul Harvey says, we don't search for the rest of the story.
So I think the most disappointing thing for me is just the failure of all of those. Again, I know probably we're going to disagree, but I feel like it's failure of all of those. I appreciate and I do love that you're able to do that because a lot of people can't do that. I think, and I looked at the video. Yes, I do remember. As soon as I saw his face, I do remember this situation. So ultimately, how I feel about it goes back to the parents and what we're talking about, right? If you have a history of a group, the purple shirts, we use the purple pink shirts, these purple shirted people doing all these horrible things for such a long time to the pink shirts are going to identify, purple shirt people as harm until they know that they're not. And it's up to, that is the legacy. While unfortunately the pink shirts have the legacy that they've had to endure from slavery, so do the purple shirts. And their legacy is that they have to correct it. It's up to the purple shirts. You don't stand in the face of the pink shirts go, "Come on," I'm looking at the approach. Like, I would have never, even at that age, that's not how I would have so naturally even interacted with a bunch of people feeling that way. You know what I mean? And what happened, I feel, is the politics, the political identity caused more tribalism as a whole other layer on top of our already pink and purple shirt situation. And now everything is getting crossed, and we're sure we went in.
Okay, I think you're asking too much of a 15, 16-year-old. I think of the 3 groups on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, that the Covington High School kids did the best. They were impeccable with their behavior. They took heckling from the Black Hebrew Israelites and made it into a cheer. They accepted the Native Americans with the drum. They were dancing along with it and cheering and doing the chant.
I think their victimhood go on back there. I feel like
what do you mean?
Like they're victims. Like why wouldn't they want to understand first? Like why would they be receptive to understanding when something like that happens to you? I think most people are just like, hold on, what's going on? Versus saying, oh, look, they're saying this. Hold on, no, slow down a second. Try to understand. You know what I mean? I don't know. My kids wouldn't act like that. My kids would turn heckling into a thing.
Why not?
Because
you'd rather they heckle back?
Well,
you'd rather they insult them and call them the black slur?
No,
you'd rather they attack them?
No, I would rather them open up a conversation. Knowing
these are teenagers and the Hebrew Israelites were adults.
You're not. That's fine. That's fine. You're still talking about a dynamic that should have been instilled, and this is what I'm talking about. This is those parents, the kids, these kids that weren't taught inclusiveness. They weren't taught the understanding of the harm and the pain that is still lingering every day. I was babysitting. I was a nanny in high school. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not trying to say my experiences, I'm better than anybody else, but I feel like I was like minimal. I raised myself, I raised my siblings, and I didn't even get much. I mean, the one good thing, like I said, that my mom did was instill just love, just in that small little area, just that little bit of foundation built in my young age.
Let's go back to the scenario. Like, I understand that you said you handle it different, and that you're blaming the Covington High School kids for
their parents.
I'm still, but they were civil. They were following social norms.
That's not civil. That's like
what do you mean? What's civil?
They drew a line and then they held their tribal line versus trying to seek is what they need to understand. Our society has bred to this point. We have people that are in such pain today who are doing this shit. They needed to see that. They needed to witness it, not fight back. They needed to understand
where
and receive it.
Where was the fight back?
For a little bit. Too bad. Cry me a river. Like
where was the fight back? What did the Covington High School kids do to fight back?
Was ceasing to have the conversation and engage in intellectual conversation and
there was no intellectual conversation.
Well,
there was heckling and abuse from adults to teenagers.
That's a moment to understand. There's an opportunity to understand.
I think you're asking too much for people. And I think if the roles were reversed, and I think if there's a group of white men heckling black teenagers, you'd be all over the white men. You'd be all over casting them. Shame on them for attacking innocent black teenagers. Shit, well, you see what Chud? Chud the Builder, harassing other men, daring them to be abusive, and then the men accommodate them, and then he tries to kill them.
Yeah, I don't defend violence. You know that I don't defend
right.
violence at all.
But you still think the Covington High School kids were violent?
I think that their approach, taking off their shirt,
it was just hold on. The high school cheer is what they do, and when they do the high school cheer, it wasn't directed at the Black Hebrew Israelites. It wasn't directed at the Native Americans. It was them channeling the negative energy they received from those adults challenge. It was, okay, you're doing this ugly thing. We're going to come over here and do this positive.
Oh my God. I do sort of understand what you're saying, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like that situation was like a really incredible example, which is why I know Monica, like, it's like her,
watershed moment, like it's like liberty. Yeah.
is what I was going to say. I think about it every day. But I don't blame you, because I think it was like this perfect moment in culture where it was like, it was just like this moment where we really learned. I wish we had learned. Okay, I don't even know what I'm like walking over the gym.
I'm so glad you weighed in though, Liberty. I'm gonna go on mute for a few minutes. I really want to hear what you have.
Man, just all of the conclusions that like I feel like people like made paintings of that moment. Like it was I jumped to a conclusion, made a wrong conclusion, dropped to a conclusion, made a wrong conclusion about what happened. I'm sorry that this what happened. I'm sorry that this boy received so much hate. Things I said or things I spread online. Also, I've never seen that. I'm sure it's happened. I've never seen it. And it's just crazy. It just makes me like quantity of actually going on just blows me away.
I mean, the whole thing was like a storm in a teacup, right? Nothing happened ultimately. It's just a face-off between different groups. And in one way, it's actually a great picture of America, seen from the outside, because ultimately, every person in each of those groups have much more in common with each other than with, say, Elon Musk or Larry Ellison or any of the powerful. Yet, because they have like different skin colors, they like fall back to tribalism. But ultimately, they're all getting fucked by the system, in different ways. But they're the same sort of like downtrodden people. It's just that because you can make a nice picture of it, right? Like the teenage white kid versus the native man, it makes for a nice story, even though it has no meaning, and it didn't really do anything, besides being that iconography of divine America. It's powerful because it stays in the mind, yet it is absolutely void of deeper significance. It's just people facing off in a way that mankind has faced off for like centuries. There hasn't been anyone killed. There hasn't been any big moment out of that. But because it's a nice visual, it's a perfect representation of what's happening in America, which is multiple tribes infighting, and in the meantime, the big guys are making all the money and getting away with it.
Indeed.
And that's what blows my mind about it. It was very well said, by the way, but it's just that, like, what that moment taught us was that the baseline assumption of society that they're going to project on a young white conservative male. I don't even know if he was conservative at the time, actually.
Right.
But the baseline assumption that society is going to project onto a young white male is that he's intolerant.
I don't know much about this situation, but just from looking over it, do you guys feel like the Native Americans came and like smoothed it out?
No, I think what they wanted, I think they wanted a 13-second video. They fundraised off of it. They wanted the narrative that Nathan Phillips was a veteran, Native American, noble Indian, and you can see the interview he did, where he was near tears. But what you don't see is he wasn't upset when he approached the first team, and that team moved away. He wasn't upset when he was banging his drum and he approached the second team. Nick saw him approaching them. He said, "What is this guy doing?" And so when he approached Nick, he's like, "I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to stand here and smile uncomfortably." The smirk that was seen around the world. I've never seen such a punchable face. Red head first into the wood chipper, calling for his parents to be fired. The whole school, all the kids that were at that thing, their scholarships to college revoked, their applications to college canceled, death threats, for an awkward smile.
Yeah, the more I watch the like the Nick Sandman, that's the Native American guy, right?
Nick Sandman is the teenager. Nathan Phillips was the Native American. He said he was a Vietnam vet, but he served as a cook and never went to war, from what I believe. And he's a social justice warrior. Yeah, it really had a huge impact on me. It's probably why I'm here on the app pushing back against the narrative that all white people are racist, that black people can't be racist, that white people have privilege and should be ashamed of themselves because of historical oppression. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't have white guilt. I don't have white rage. I don't have white fragility. And I have tons and tons of privilege, but not because I'm white. I can talk all about my privilege, but then you don't want to hear it because I refuse to accept white privilege. I think it's just a weapon. That's a whole nother thing.
It's more just about decency. I don't, and I hate to, like,
Wait, it's more about what? I missed that. What?
Just more about decency. Just like be decent human beings.
That's
like,
not good enough. That's not good enough, Bima. It's not good enough to be a decent human being.
Decent. I think you're part of the problem. That's my position. If there was an issue in the family, like in your home, right? Imagine you had 10 kids, right? And you were the parents, and there was an issue going on with some kids, bullying the other kids, hurting the other kids, right? Stealing from the other kids constantly, over and over and over, right? You're not going to sit down at the dinner table and not say anything about it. The best.
Let's keep this analogy. Wait, hold on.
The decent thing would be to expose it, as you know.
Okay, so let's keep this analogy, right? We have 10 children. Okay? The child number 5 is stealing candy from child number 4. What I would not do is punish child number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 1, 2, 3, or 4 for the actions of child number 5. And that's what I see is going on in our society. That because the sibling was with red hair, child number 5 has red hair, child number 6 and 7 have red hair, I'm not going to punish child number 6 and 7 for the actions of child number 5. And what I get a lot is guilt by proximity. What I'll do is I'll make sure number 5 understands that taking from number 4 is wrong. It's theft. Lincoln told us about that too. He thought slavery was theft. You're stealing the work and the fruits of a man's labor and not paying him for it.
But
I don't. No, my analogy holds, Bima, and I need you to recognize one of the biggest biases that you have is about all the redheaded kids. All the purple shirts are guilty because of the action of a couple of purple shirts. And because the rest of the purple shirts said, hey, man, Absolutely hold the people accountable for the bad things they're doing. Hold them accountable. But don't tell me I'm guilty, because I'm not.
Well, you have to prove it.
I don't have to prove squat. I'm innocent until proven guilty in the court of law.
Yeah, I think that's just not emotionally mature. I think that's like...
And I think it's incredibly mature.
I think it's a baseline. It's the baseline of what we can expect from just an average thought, right? But that's not a thought that's going to progress and build bridges and heal wounds that are very deep. I mean, that's just not the mentality that's going to do that.
So let me tell you what I don't think is going to work. You don't think that's going to work. I don't think it's going to work that kid number 6 and 7 gets horribly punished for kid number 5's behavior. Not only are they grounded and their Xbox and their phone is taken away because 5 stole from 4, but they're told that they're evil because of what 5 did. And not only they're evil, but they will always be evil, and nothing they can do will ever make them not evil. And because 5 did this shit to 4, that they're going to be punished for the rest of their lives. What's going to happen? Bullshit. That's what some people believe. And what do you think is going to happen to the psyche of 6 and 7? I'm a monster. I'm evil, even though I didn't do anything. Well, hell, if I'm going to get that badge on my jacket...
I think that's partly right, but again, it's not going to be the mentality.
100% right.
It's not going to bridge the problem. And if you're going to receive, if kid 5 is going to steal candy, but then share it with kid 4, then and kid 3 and 2, right? Then all of them, all of those kids are going to have to prove that they're not going to be part. They're not promoting what kid number 5 did. And that's just, okay, do they have to? No, they don't have to. But is that going to lead to a cohesive, peaceful coexistence? No, because now you've proven to the other children that you're a threat. And I mean, like, that's what I think, that's what the entire Hebrew Israelite, religion is about. It's about reclaiming identity, and I don't think it has anything, I think it's total trash. I think the whole religion is trash, but it's something that, I mean, on its face is like a religion, right? But I mean, ultimately, what it's doing psychologically for some people is what society hasn't been able to do for them. So they've created something that allows them to bridge easily, right? These gaps, these feelings of hopelessness, all of this stuff. Look it up. It's very interesting. The psychology behind Hebrew Israelitism or Hebrew Israelites, and I think that's part of the repair that has to happen. My ultimate point is if you're not doing something every single day to dismantle systemic racism, while knowing that it still exists, then you're a part of the problem, even if it's just a conversation like this, right? If you're not doing something every day.
Other than conversations, because we all have conversations, what should people be doing?
Sorry. Let me just, I want to answer that question. I think that I can hear the passion in Monica. You don't want that passion to turn into fear, anger, to create a whole nother movement. What people could be doing is, yes, we want to hold the other side accountable, but we also want to hold our own people accountable. And I think that's the number one thing at the dinner table. Our racist family members, our racist mom and dad. Go watch the film The Landlord, 1970s. We want to hold our own communities accountable. Black people, hold your own communities accountable, because obviously they're using all the statistics against you to justify something later on that my theory will, I think will be genocide. That's just my theory. may sound outlandish. White people, the racist people that you do know, that do hold these sentiments, because it's not all of you. It's actually a very small portion of you. Because I've met a lot of great white people in my life that have shown me kindness. I remember driving through Arkansas, and I thought I was going to get the same treatment as I do in the backwoods of Texas. And man, they were so kind. And they were like, "Where did you come from?" I was like, "Oh, I just drove in from Texas." And they're like, "You poor thing." And so it's just holding just as much that you want to hold other people accountable, other side accountable, hold your own people accountable, and create that bridge that Beamer's talking about. I always go back to when the Romans came to get Jesus, right? And one of his disciples sliced one of the Roman soldiers' ears, and then Jesus went and healed the man's ear, the Roman soldier's ear. That's what we're talking about here. You have to do something outside of human biology, where it's like, oh, now I'm angry and I want to get them back. You have to do something radically beautiful and right when you feel like you have the moment to pounce, to create that bridge and to create a new trajectory. So I agree with you all.
I think that's very well said, and not to react with anger, but to react with something positive, and that's difficult to do. I think for every human, when you feel attacked, the instinct is to attack back. But you're right, that's not the way that's going to solve it. And I think holding other people accountable, say something if you can. I don't always think just because somebody makes a racist comment, you have to stand and say something. Sometimes you know the situation might become more inflamed, but I think there's plenty of opportunity where we probably don't say anything because we figure, well, that's not my problem, it's not my belief, but I think there's probably more that we can do to show people that there's a way we all should be acting as humans, and there's a way that's not okay to act as a human.
Yeah,
my argument, and we can open it up because Sam Puff, Alan, and Florida are on the stage. My theory is I treat people like human beings, and with all the dignity and respect that human beings have. I treat everybody with positive intent until it's proven to me that they don't have any. And then I choose whether to keep working on them seeing me as a human being or move on. And then I have freedom of association, just like I have Pepe blocked for the last week, and it's been incredibly pleasant. I've not had to deal with his squeaky voice insulting me. It's been nice. And that's freedom of association.
I feel like
and there's one last point, like there's a double standard here. We saw it with college campuses. That they have segregated by race dorms, and however, if there was a dorm that only wanted to be white, that would be discriminatory. That would be racist and bigoted and wrong. But if it's Black Americans who want to have a Black only dorm, then that's acceptable because they get to historical marginalization and oppression. That's a double standard. We don't fix racism with more racism. We don't fix discrimination with more discrimination. We call out the discrimination. If the civil right has been
respectfully, I think that that's just a bare minimum. And I don't think that it's psychologically like I said, that's just basic. You should be like that. That should be the norm for everybody.
It makes you think it isn't. For the majority.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Like that should be the basis. That should be the basis for everybody. That's I would expect that just from the average human being, right? But for the people that actually want to solve problems and find the solutions, right? You're going to have to do more than that. There has to be more done. And you have to understand that when other people that have been harmed are going to do things to try to heal themselves because they're not feeling that they're being heard or acknowledged, or that they're still feeling like an outsider, they're going to do things like have a Black-only dorm and Black-only schools and support Black-only businesses to raise up the spirit, the intentionality, the everything. Like, it's just a factor of encouragement and a healing. I mean, that I remember, I hate to use anecdotes, but I remember when one of my friends, she was graduating from Harvard, and she's Black, and she told me that they were having a Black-only ceremony, and so I couldn't go. And my first visceral reaction was I was pissed, and I was angry, and I was sad, right? And I had to sit with it. But knowing that she's much smarter than me, and that she supported it, I said, okay, I need to think about this before I have any type of reaction. And then I thought about it, and I put enough thought into it to understand, like, yeah, I don't have to feel. This is part of her journey. This is part of what she's doing. I'm fucking. Who the fuck am I? Yeah, I gotta be sad a little bit because I don't get to do a ceremony. But if this is what she wants, then I should support it. Oh, I get excluded because I'm white? Oh, cry me a fucking river. It's just like, I understand. Like, why aren't we understanding first? Like, okay, I fucking get it. There's a lot of shit that goes on still today that happened historically, and we can give them that grace. We can give our family that grace to say, okay, yeah, I understand that there's going to have to be a little bit of therapy, right? And that therapy comes in the form of Hebrew Israelites, comes in the form of Black-only ceremonies, and Black supporting Black business. Like this is part of the healing. So what do we get to do now as white people? We get to acknowledge it, and we get to respect it, hold a space for it, be a part of it when they want us to be a part of it. Ask what can I do, instead of, oh, well, if you're, just nothing, just baseline. Baseline is boring. Baseline is old school, 21st century. We're trying to repair here.
I don't think it's working.
Allowing the Blacks to have a Black-only graduation ceremony repair anything. All it does is allow them to choose their own reality, which they segregate themselves, rather than acknowledging that they too have to be forced to live in the entirety of this diverse ecosystem that the rest
Marshall,
of us
hold on. I know you wanted to reply, but wait, hold on. Okay. Oh, he didn't know he was off mute. Go ahead, Florida. Sorry.
Yes, if Group A is expected to acknowledge that they live in this diverse community and ecosystem with people that don't look like them or come from the same background as them, just because they're the minority, just because Group A is the minority group, why are they the only ones that are required to acknowledge that? Why is Group B, the minority group, allowed to pretend that they're allowed a safe space that's non-diverse? Like, if you're expecting Group A to acknowledge and live with the reality of the multiracial ecosystem, Group B should have to acknowledge and exist within that same scope of reality. Otherwise, you don't actually have that reality, and instead you have two conflicting realities or two non-equal realities, where Group A is forced to live a particular way, but Group B, just because they're the minority and have some sort of a historical issue in place, therefore they're allowed to pretend or choose their own version of the reality that they live in. That to me is illogical, irrational, and not the essence of what the fuck is supposed to be going on around here.
I would expect.
Hold on, just a second. A point of research. Stephanie says Black-only dorms do not exist. They would violate federal civil law rights. You'd think, but you'd be wrong. Link in the chat. Go ahead.
I understand your ultimate reaction. I think that was my reaction, Florida, but that's before you actually really try to understand what what this type of thing does for people psychologically that have gone through these types of things. It offers, well, have you heard of like an affinity space? It's their help. It's psychologically, right? They're able to be recognized. They're able to have an in-group pride, belonging, understanding, knowing that they're going through the same thing, that they've gotten here together, that they've succeeded beyond, all of the and it's hold on. Oh, geez.
Well, why? No, because it's not equal. You're saying that because the blacks all have this, I hate to say it like that, but that's what we're talking about here. Because the black graduates got to deal with all of this oppression and struggle and difficulty, they all have to overcome these obstacles because they are a part of the minority. They get to celebrate that on their own, despite the fact that they didn't do it on their own. They overcame those obstacles, whether they want to acknowledge it or not, with and partly as a result of other people that didn't have to go through the same quote-unquote struggle. Why do they get to center themselves off and say, oh, we fucking did it, but the whites don't? It's illogical.
Answer? Go ahead, Dolphins. I'll go after you. Oh, no. Thank you. I appreciate it. No, you're okay. You're fine. Thank you.
No, I want to get up on him a little bit because I'm going to tell you why it's so different nowadays. And that's on me. I got to work on that. But the vibe is a lot of these people get these things. And it's a fucking accident. It was an accident. And we don't really know how we got to this point where, yeah, as a Black American, I have to be on one side and be like, no, I don't fuck with this type of fucked up shit. At the same time, y'all voted for this shit for some devilish reasons, so y'all got to deal with that type of shit. When you say people sequester themselves off, I feel like sometimes y'all think that when we just answer or do things because we have such a high visibility that we're doing something against you. When we're not. And I've never dealt with that in real life where I've actually talked to one of my little white homegirls. She was upset. This man was mad at her and she was just like, you think he's doing that? What about me and the Mexicans? I'm like, girl, no, it has nothing to do with that. But I feel like because of your emotions, how you feel things, you feel that things are attacked upon you when in reality it's just things that are happening. No one's censoring Black. Other people are putting in their 2 cents in, and it goes back to Black roots.
Black American response to what I said.
Yeah, make it more specific. I
would like to clarify because I'm not coming from a position of emotion whatsoever, and my position isn't even like how you're trying to steelman it. Like you're saying that I'm coming from a position of emotion, and my position is that
I say it
blacks shouldn't.
Because to be fair, and this is something that that is Black Americans are less than 10% of the population. So if you feel like Black Americans are doing something to you and controlling you in a certain type of way, it has to be.
No, I'm not saying that.
So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that it's illogical to acknowledge that we live in a diverse ecosystem of Black people, white people, yellow people, red people, brown people, whatever. And then also lay these foundational ground rules such that Group A, the majority party, must acknowledge the diversity of the ecosystem and is unallowed, not permitted to create their own singularity group, their own Americans for 400 years.
I'm not saying that black people shouldn't be allowed to have their own blacks only graduation, so long as whites are also allowed to have their own whites only graduation.
Who has a blacks only graduation?
They were the institutional default Florida for what?
It's a white concert, like his, I think it was whatever, the Bad Bunny concert that was big versus like Black History Month came very close to each other. And she's on these things that black people do versus what everyone else does. You know what I'm saying? For example, even something I explained to her, like Christmas. Christmas is a white holiday, right? It's based around...
No, Christmas is a Christian.
No, it is not.
No.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Explain this one to us, please.
Christmas is a Christian. What is the purpose of Christmas? What is Christmas celebrating, Dollface?
It's a white holiday made by white people. Like,
Jesus was from the Middle East.
Can we cut the shit?
No, yeah, you cut the shit.
Cut the shit. Like, honestly, truly, we know that these are different holidays based on a certain history, and that's what to them. I feel like your whole basis is coming off of being like, hey, we're not having to change anything or do anything, where our whole basis is made off of how you feel. So when people do things that are changing, of course it's not going to be all about you because you're the basis. And that's what I'm saying. Something as big as Christmas, Thanksgiving is also a white holiday. White people made Thanksgiving about Native Americans.
Thanksgiving is an American holiday.
And when y'all think about Americans, you think about white first.
I'm more European.
No, I don't. No, I don't at all. I live in a place where Americans are brown, 90% of them. I don't think of white people when I think of America, and I damn sure don't think of the history of our country. Hold on. I damn sure don't think of the history of our country only being white. The integration of different territories with different peoples are integral parts of the American story. You can't tell the whole story without them.
Correct.
So who is American?
You and me and Jews and Asians and other people who don't look like me.
American?
I don't feel like that conflicts with American at all. If what you would like to argue is that at the founding of the country, in particular in the South, nobody else but white people were meant as Americans, totally, I'll agree with you. But we were talking about American history, not just the beginning of colonial and Southern plantation history, right? Which is a region of the United States, which again, I agree with you. In the Deep South, with the slave owners, they didn't want anybody that wasn't white.
Well,
that's exactly why it was chattel slavery.
No, I got you. But here's the thing, Marshall. When the American Muppet Speaker of the House says American people, he's not referring to me. He's not referring to Dollface. We know who the fuck he's talking about.
When who?
MAGA
When Mike Johnson.
Man, they talk about whoever's going to spend money.
When Mike Johnson says anything, you have to recognize that he's shitting out of his mouth. He is literally diarrheaing from his mouth whenever he says anything. That's why he needs his own son to make sure that he doesn't look at gay tranny porn.
This motherfucker said, the Democrats are voting against the women's museum. Like we don't already have a women's rights museum. This is the thing for
Mike Johnson.
Total religious indoctrination. It's like, you couldn't say to stop being gay, they told you to stop fucking little boys.
This is the thing, Florida. I just don't understand the pushback. They want to have all black ceremonies. Hold on. Yeah, it's a free country, right? And why give any pushback? I don't push back on the RTTL group in Arkansas.
What is that?
Return to the Land. Have you ever heard of them?
Oh, no, but here's my point.
Hold on. Let me go. Hold on. RTTL is a whites-only community in Arkansas.
Yeah, I've heard of this.
Yes, you've heard of this, and I'm fine with it. Have fun. Go grow your potatoes, buy your lonely. You don't want Jews in there. You don't want black people. You don't want white people. ecosystem and economy that we live in, where like most
You gotta actually explain what you mean by that, because I don't know anything about it except for graduate.
No, Florida. I'm gonna tell you why. Florida, I'm gonna tell you why I feel a thing about what you're saying, right? Because I can get what you're saying, where you're like, we shouldn't make these things about race. But what I've learned is that when you don't make these things about race and you really do like open it up, it's nothing better. For example, like when we look at the last time that it was like a situation where it was just like, oh, it was a black valedictorian and a white valedictorian, and then they chose the white valedictorian over the black one because
It's
and we were all
hashtag smirking. When will we be post-racial? USA, hashtag God bless.
And now we have all of these cases
in the political
where it's coming
playoffs.
out where all these teachers are fucking
This is
with
Dollface
boys
speaking.
and doing their homework for them and things like that. So I feel like sometimes when you guys have these conversations, you don't want to have a deeper conversation. You just want to be like, oh yeah, it's not black. But I feel like sometimes we can be like, hey, yeah, you're right. It wasn't a black situation. In fact, it was pedophilia.
What?
But then you don't want to
Shit, what the fuck?
I don't understand.
The fuck? What the fuck? Oh, the fuck? Hold on. Close the front door. Close the front door. What happened? What happened? Monica. My nigga show. My nigga show. The Monica show.
We're not all having
The fake Erica Kirk show. The Monica complains about everything show.
This and why that, and we don't have answers. We do have answers. That's why I feel like it's very confusing to me for Florida to be like, oh, well, I don't understand why you have to bring race into things or this or that when it helps get the answer. Sometimes the answer is
Or we should all say if they're doing good things, what they're doing is good, regardless of what they look like, right? And so this goes back to like the idea of graduation ceremony. Nobody should be looking at a group of black students graduating as those black students. And like if you are a part of the group that says fuck those black students, then don't go to the graduation. But that, because there's a small subset of people who say fuck those black students, to me, that doesn't give black students the right or the authority to be able to position their own blacks only graduation ceremony.
No, basically what you're saying, you know what? You're a man. It gets very much man. So basically what you're saying is, here's my thing, I hear it feels differently from men versus women, okay? What you're saying to me is, they have been treated badly at this ceremony. You should deal with that instead of doing your own thing. Which for me as a person doesn't make sense.
Nope.
If they don't like you, shouldn't you just go off and do your own thing and be happy?
I would not selfish at all. I think if there are people there who plan on doing that or treating the black students accordingly, if those people want to attend the ceremony, there won't be proper security protocols and rules in place such that those people aren't allowed to treat the black students accordingly.
Your name is Florida. You know, even in the state of Florida, you know that wouldn't be accepted. That honestly, you can't go into a space and make your own. You have to make your own space. And you live in Florida. If you live in the South, then you know that. So that's my thing. Why would you be so upset about people making their own space to be happy when the only other option is being unhappy in another space?
Diversity is our strength.
That means that one group has to be unhappy and deal with another group. And why not let them be happy? They don't want no black people at their graduation. Cool.
We have our own flag graduation. Nobody has an issue. Why is it a problem?
In practicality, it's not because I'm not going to any graduation ceremony anyways. So I don't have the same contention with it can be, but where my feelings are because I'm not invited. Guess what? The reality is I was going to go anyways.
Before you were being okay with being like, this is how it should go, this is how it should go. I feel like people have to understand that you have to put yourself in a position where you're actually going to do. Don't say something and tell somebody else they should do something and be above and beyond. You know, if you actually got that position, you wouldn't do it. If it was you and your family, and they got to the point that somebody's harassing them, you would probably be like, you know what, let's have our own little dinner. Okay, at the Cracker Barrel, Waffle House. I don't know what you up to. I'm country. But, you know, well, country girl.
I'm a country girl. I'm a country girl.
I only want to know thank you.
Hold on 1 second. Bibi, hold on. Bibi, Marshall, we have people here who are IRGC.
So we've had a bunch of bases damaged. They destroyed over 125 structures, combined with pieces of equipment. So
were we able to
hold on. Yes, they've shot some U.S. bases. Yes, they've caused some problems. But the idea that all of the American bases are somehow destroyed, I don't find it to be accurate at all.
Radars also.
Question for you, Marshall. Go ahead.
Have the bases been repaired for the next operations to start again?
I didn't look at a report from the Army Corps of Engineers, but I know people in the military, and kind of the first thing you do when that happens is call the Army Corps and get it fucking dealt with, right? If you go launch planes and you got holes in your runway, the first thing you're going to do is repair the runway. So,
but for the past, in your opinion, as a person that knows this and kind of like looks into it, in your opinion, if America is operating in the right way, there's been a ceasefire for the past, 3 weeks?
Marshall, no, just intermediate. I can't say intermediate range ballistic missiles.
Yes. I understand efficiency, but hinge text marriages rarely work out.
Especially to the American bases and whatever was went through. Do you think that those bases have been repaired for the past month after the things?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. If you want to compare IRGC,
my question is, Marshall. Hold on. My question is, Marshall. Do you think Iran?
Thank you.
Has been repaired. Let's say it this way. Not from this even project.
No, I think they've been fine, but not repaired.
Imagine from now the question is, I'm not even talking about this operation. I'm not talking about the 12-day war from like last year. Do you think Iran has rebuilt themselves completely?
No, I don't.
Why don't you ask Sam?
Okay, I have a Marshall. I have a question. Yes, if you would compare IRGC to USA military, all of it combined, everything. If you would compare, how long would it take to fix a runway for Americans versus IRGCians?
Imagine for an American, it might take a week, maybe 2 weeks. I bet for the Iranians, given the level of destruction, it would probably take on the order of a month. But all of this is guessing from an impression I have. Like I'm not repeating military intelligence. Like I don't.
Okay, good. So we're talking about 3 weeks. That's a long time. That's a fucking ceasefire. That shows a lot of things.
Let me ask my question. So if you want it to be fair, just let me ask my question. So Marshall, I have to replace a radar or multiple radars in the region.
But hold on. Radar, okay. And then technology-wise, how much more advanced is US?
Ali, hold on.
Go ahead.
Now you're going very technical. You're asking how long will it take to replace a radar? Are you talking about radars that are fucking tracking the weather? What radars are we talking about?
Radars tracking weather, radars tracking any object flies in the sky. It can
Okay, but those are different radars. You understand?
What do you mean that those are not radars? What are those?
No, they're different radars, meaning each service has a separate component of radars.
Yeah, so the military has a lot of radars. So which radars are you talking about? The Iranians destroyed. The Iranians destroyed American radars. Which I'm talking. What do they specialize in? How many of them? And in which bases? Because I'm going to be looking it up if you're speaking the truth or not, because I'm gonna actually take a look.
Yeah, just take a look, whatever. But
Ali, sure, whatever.
Ali, listen to this. Ali, listen to this.
Biking and mountain cafe.
Welcome. Okay, Ali, let me give you a little history lesson, which is not too far out. Venezuela, they went in. Listen, hold on.
I need to ask the Viking, you want to have fun?
Sure, I'm always about
Let's hear Sam speak. I want to hear.
Okay, can I just land here? I'll make it real quick, okay? Listen, all your radars and everything is as in Russia's. U.S. already practiced on how to destroy those ahead of time in Venezuela, okay? Listen, you have nothing to show for. U.S.'s intelligence, U.S.'s technology in military and everything else is 10 to 20 years, maybe more to IRGC, 30 years ahead of you. So whatever you repair and you come back, you're still way...
Wait a minute, did this idiot say that Iran is 30 years ahead of the U.S.?
Yeah. Could you believe this junk?
I thought he was saying they were behind.
Yeah, I thought he was saying behind.
I didn't know that the goats were ahead of U.S. intelligence.
He's reading the IRGC.
Your military. Is Sam IRGC or he's from...
Bro, what are you talking about? Are you okay?
This is Jahab Abdul Abdullah Sam. He is the next leader of the ICA. Yeah, he's reading the talking points.
I'm only Rockets fan. That's all.
So he's Iranian and basically living in Canadian, right?
Yeah, they email him the talking points.
So I was reading Strike Eagles, and I believe those were shot down by, I forget, I think it might have been...
I think it was
another friendly.
It was from Kuwait.
I don't get them. Can somebody explain?
They were in the air. They were both in the air. They're doing their operations, and I don't know how. Either there's heat seeking missiles that were fired and they went towards the plane. I don't know how it was friendly fire, but it was friendly fire with Kuwait and Iran. But probably Iran national TV said that they took down the planes because they had to kind of load on that.
But the only planes they had a couple early warning, like the Sentry. There was another one. Which are really big airplanes, like 747s that were.
We're talking about the KC-47 stranded tankers.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch of
gas
tankers,
stations.
and there was a whole bunch of. Well, no, I'm talking about the Sentry. It's an early warning.
Yeah, Marshall.
The one with the dome on top. Gotcha.
Yes, and there was almost all of the others were what the fuck? Yeah, the tankers, and you had a few high-flying drones that were taken down. But other than that, what I find really interesting is Iran cannot fly. And they don't even have. What do they have? Third or second generation fighters at this point? I think they have some.
They have second.
F-14s. Yeah, and some Tomcats.
They have the second.
We're talking about 50 years ago.
They have propeller jets.
And what's really funny is that Israel and the U.S. can fly over, and Iran knows this, but they can fly over at will the actual fighter jets that do the bombing. And of course, we have our stealth bombers. We can drop munitions in Iran, and they cannot do a fucking thing about it. And they sure as fuck cannot fly.
You mean Israel, right? Israel? Mossad?
Well, no, Israel and the U.S. can drop bombs in Iran, and Iran cannot stop it. But however, Iran cannot go in. They can't fly over Israel, because they'll end up getting shot down.
there's a very great bump your claims, okay? Then we have ceasefire. And there's another thing.
Hold on. What about the ceasefire? Tell them who asked for the ceasefire.
35.
Ali, tell them who asked for the ceasefire, Ali. Oh, no, Ali. Why not talk? Who asked for a ceasefire?
Who asked? Ali asked. Come on.
Who asked for the ceasefire? Come on, Ali. Say it, boy.
It's a really short answer. 1, 2, 3.
It's America, Israel, or Iran. Who asked for it? Come on. You get 3 options. Which door are you going behind?
1, 2, or 3.
Which door do you choose, Ali? Which door do you choose? Who asked for the ceasefire?
Your country asked for ceasefire.
Israel asked for the ceasefire.
Israel's the last country out of the 3 that will ask for ceasefire. But didn't the Gulf Arab states all pressure or urge Trump to drop it?
Pakistan. No, Iran asked Pakistan, and Pakistan asked on behalf of Iran. So he can't admit that. That is the problem. Is what Ali is saying, that America is losing. That is the problem. Number 1 problem that Ali is speaking on. But again, we can debunk that. Who did the fucking question here? So the first thing we asked him, he told us Iran is losing. He told us that, what's it called? America asked for a ceasefire because they're losing. So as Americans in the news that you guys know, who asked for the ceasefire?
Who asked for the ceasefire? Yeah. It's a very great question. Let's go.
I mean, Ali, look, I'm not even a fan that this war started. I'm on that side of the camp, but there's no denying that. I mean, your fucking leaders were killed off. I mean, look at what they did to your country. And what did they do in return? Fire some fucking half-assed rockets, drones. Basically be a nuisance. But they really weren't able to do much. The reality is the level of asymmetry you are going to have when it comes to the country like the United States. There's no way your country can withstand it. If we had ever done an actual full-scale invasion, that's that. There's nothing you could do to stop it.
So, Pepe, first answer for you. Why you are opposing this war, and for sure you have your own reasons, right? That you are opposing this war because
my own reasons,
because it's.
Listen. You know how much intel U.S. and Israel combined they have together? Listen, asshole. They came and killed specific targets, and they went back to their business. Listen, you have nothing on them. Nothing. 0. Listen, all you gotta do is surrender right now. You're at the point of saying, I'm sorry, and you need to go about your life. Maybe somewhere else, I'm hoping. We may put you in Mashhad for a couple of years, but then eventually you gotta go to Russia or something.
The Prime Minister of Germany.
That's it.
The Prime Minister of Germany came up and said.
Ali is a juju.
There's those of us that believe that this was a disaster for a different reason. Not.
How was it a disaster?
Sure, because the IRGC is still in power, and either you have the political will to absolutely stomp them out, or you don't fuck with them. Reason being is because then they can just pull off stunts like this, where they end up closing off the Strait of Hormuz, make gas go way up, cause even more instability, and they still are in control of the country. They can still kill the people.
Listen. Starting from George Bush all the way to now, they should have done something. No president in America did anything except Trump the first term.
Do you know why we didn't do it?
They should have done something. Listen. Don't we know why RGC is the biggest supporter of the terrorist group?
Do you know why we didn't do anything? Because the Americans have had an invasion plan for Iran on the shelf
20 years.
More than 21
B2s,
yes. More than 20 years. And every time we run a war game and we conduct a full-scale incursion, the time the war game was successful, we had to stipulate, 3/4 of the Iranian military equipment was just non-functional. So yes, Trump had some guts, and he took out the targets, and he took out the bad Ayatollah. I agree with you, that was a good thing. But this idea that somehow just like bombing
help us, or are you going to stay with the government? Guess what? He's in the palace of cash. A full 747 plane full of cash to IRGC. Guess what they did with the money? Listen to me. There's a difference between these motherfuckers keep on opening their mics, guys. Come on.
Yeah, but I think everybody, even if we thought this was a stupid move of Trump, none of us like the IRGC. The IRGC are fucking just rabid. They're a bunch of evil fucking entities. Yeah, like the world would be better off without them.
Absolutely.
You know,
Guess
shitty
what?
people.
In the past 47 years, it started from when you all motherfuckers came to power. Held Americans hostage for 400 fucking days. Listen. America might have some bad experience back then because of the sand fucking shit incident. But guess what? They destroy you right now. You got nothing. The 12-day war, B2's flow from America, it's straight from the land of America. All the way to Iran, they fucked you up and they came back home. That is power. That displays power. You got nothing on that.
The reprisals are nice. They work. Hold on. The reprisals are nice and they work. But just dropping bombs and destroying military targets while a tactical victory is in no means a strategic victory. Not at all. That precisely is my problem. And here's why I don't like what happened. I know that a lot of people have gotten the Persian people's hopes up, and that is like really shameful that they were even encouraged to stand up when they did, when nobody was going to be able to come there and actually arm them or fight on their behalf at that time in January.
Rain because of our country.
But the problem is, though, is that but when it comes to having the political will, in other words, the people, it would be an incredibly unpopular war. It already is in the United States. Trump knows he cannot send any large number of troops to that country because that would just he would probably get impeached. They would definitely get fucking smashed in the midterm elections. I mean, he is a politician overall, and this is what they think about. Back in 2003, when we invaded Iraq, we were still like riding that patriotic wave after 9/11.
Okay, chill out. Let me ask you a question. If somebody pays a sniper to fucking end your life, right? Assassinate you. What would you do? Would you just be like a piece of pussy and just go walk around, or you'll do something about it?
Well,
answer my question. Okay.
Well,
answer my question.
We killed him.
Yeah, that's it. Done. No question asked. They try to kill. Listen. Not that they just try to kill Trump. They fucking train Iraqis, Afghanis to kill American soldiers. So if you care about America, you should have get rid of these motherfuckers a long time ago. And you shouldn't be worried about, we went with the B2 and I don't know what happened. Yes, these motherfuckers are willing to kill Iranians. You fucking tried everything for 47 years. Give me a solution.
What did you try?
Ollie, what's up?
Ollie,
fuck these Americans, bro. Fuck these Americans.
What do you mean, fuck us?
That's right now. You guys are getting fucking anal right now.
How are we getting? Who's doing what to us? We're not we killed their fucking leaders. What are you talking about?
Bro, the U.S. is fucking broke. Your economy is deteriorating. Like inflation is fucking crazy. And your stock market is all.
Your economy is even worse than Iran.
We said our stock market's at an all-time high, which in America it's a very good thing because people are making.
Yeah, but
hold on, Sam. I understand the IRGC taught you math backwards, but we're gonna now about. This is welcome to the room first of all, and the room is right now. Sam, interesting topic with you. So he said we're getting fucked as Americans. You know that we don't talk to these evil Americans. Haram. It's all haram. But let's talk to you, Sam. I don't want to talk to Ali. I feel like Ali's bored. Ali already talked nonsense. I think what he said is true. I want to say you're a truthful person. Hold on, Ali.
No, bro, you can't. I used to live in the U.S., alright? It's fucked way more than ever before.
Okay,
It's a shit fucking country. I swear to God. It's a shit fucking country.
Okay, it's a shit country. May I ask where you moved to a better life?
Where? To GCC.
To what?
To the GCC. Obviously, you wouldn't fucking know where that is.
You went to the Emirates? You went to Dubai? GCC, I know where the GCC. Trust me, I'm a little bit smarter than you.
Well, you're not the average American. You're not the average American.
Yeah, because I told you, at least I'm talking to the average stupid American, so we're actually very...
Well, yeah, 40% of you guys go to college. 40% of you guys.
Okay, Sam, you know what? There's one question you can ask them.
Hold on, the best part, Sam? You called me, I'm not... you just said a little bit more intelligent than the other ones. And you know what the funny part is? I'm not even that 40%. I didn't even finish high school. And I knew what the fuck this shit is.
Wait, is this the idiot that lives abroad?
Burgers right now. That's what.
Wait, is this the guy that lives abroad as like some sort of fucking camel comer or whatever it is?
Bro, I swear to God.
I remember this idiot. He comes up with a whole bunch of weird stats and tries to throw it out.
Listen.
But Sam,
no, we don't need to listen.
Sam, here's the question I want to ask you, and you know you will not be able to answer it. Okay, the question is, okay, how is Iran going to possibly come out on top of this better off than the United States? It's not a possibility.
No, it's not about one coming out.
The IRG is just trying to stay in power, so they don't. Because what else are they going to do? They're going to be fucking cooked or killed as soon as they step down.
Wait, 1 second.
Don't worry about it.
Let's go step by step with this. We have an interview here. Everybody that comes from
America.
they gotta go through an interview. Hold on, BB, please give me a second. And anybody else if you want to interject at any point. But Sam, how it works here, you come on stage, you give us 3 points how Iran is winning. How the Iranian people inside Iran are winning. Having this regime right now in power. And after the strikes that America and Israel have conducted on Iran. So please, the mic is yours. Make 3 quick.
And I love that.
Okay.
Like, your economy is terrible. You guys, in a household, you need 2 incomes to make a household work. Still, you guys live off loans. Like, your economy is fucked. Like, wallahi, I would never live in the U.S. Like, I grew up there, but it was a mistake on my dad's part.
Like a dirt poor fucking outer age person trying to live in Egypt or something.
Like, you guys can't even afford to pay for your kids' education. That's
we're the most educated in the world. Our colleges are the highest. We have the most secondary. So you guys don't even come in the top 25, literally. So
bro, I think
of college educated people, like you don't have the best colleges in the world. You're not even there.
No, I agree.
If you're saying like maybe like suicide vest, then yeah, you got it. But I mean, you're not even up there. Like you're.
I'm not gonna deny that. I'm not. I mean,
You, sir.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for your service. Can you talk to our military? Just tell them like where they at and where we are.
Where their military?
Yeah, just give them a wake up call.
I mean,
I don't know if he knows.
What was it? The last peace round that we were entering this phase. Fucking with the Iranians sent back their whole demands. They changed their demands. You know what we did? We blew up a bridge with a bunch of people on it, and they came back and said, "Hey, we'll take peace." Like you guys don't give me this Iranian strong.
No, I don't know about the bridge with people on it. Come on, they have launchers on it. Don't just.
They had their like quote IRGC fucking fan club. Yeah. We just blew it up. And again, if they were so strong,
is the fucking supreme leader.
Yeah, like I mean, we knocked Ayatollahs down like they were fucking branches. It didn't matter. We sent planes around in fucking time.
But Sam, listen. You couldn't defend your fucking the leader of Shiite Muslims. Listen.
I'm not Shia.
You couldn't defend his ass. You couldn't defend his ass. You're saying you're defending Iran? Fuck you, bro. Fuck you, bitch ass motherfucker. I'm not gonna call you bro. Fuck you. You can't defend Iran.
It's been 2 fucking months. You guys couldn't win this war. It's been 2 months.
It's been 2 months. You haven't been able to bury that motherfucker.
You can't win a war in 2 months. It just isn't worth fighting, right?
Yeah. You guys can't afford it. That's a simple thing.
And also, like said, if I'm not mistaken, maybe you know legalities a little bit better because again, you're a lawyer. America's not really in a war because they never declared a war. They're having fun. This is an operation, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
yes, legally, this is not yet considered a war.
He sounds like a fucking divorce lawyer.
That's weird.
That's sad.
Well, half your people are gay, so I guess you guys don't need divorce lawyers anymore.
Let me ask you, what does a divorce lawyer sound like? Do you have a lot of experience talking to lawyers?
I feel like no, I mean half the guys.
How many have you divorced?
But doesn't matter what kind of lawyer it is. We know legalities. Where's the legalities?
You took whole the aircraft
And one thing about the Persians, we forgot how much we need and love the Jews.
Yo, guys, by the way, listen, seriously. Israel. First of all, I don't live in Egypt. It is a shithole, bro. Wallahi, it's a shithole. I've lived out there for 12 years.
Wallahi in your ass. Wallahi in your ass, Bachichuya.
Wallahi, you're lying.
Dude,
Logic.
you guys fucking live off loan. You guys can't even afford buying a car in cash.
Sam, I buy your mom and sell her back.
And the Iranians
Sam, how much is your mom?
buy fucking food without a fucking grocery
No,
cart?
it's not about Iranians. It's about fucking.
Sam, right now, let's make it deal. How much is your mom?
Okay, stop.
No, I just wanted to ask. I
Yo, I can assure you guys.
Hold on, stop asking the question. Shut up, Sam.
In the country where you're living just now, do you have civil liberties? Can you express your ideas freely
Of
without
course we
being
can.
harmed?
Of course we can.
Really?
Yeah. Well, we can even talk about gay people.
I have
Talk about
lived
gay
in
people without.
Dubai, and you cannot. And I can tell you, you cannot.
Yeah, but you can talk about gay people without getting fired from work.
Sam, which country do you live in? Which country do you live in?
Yeah.
Sam.
In America, you can't even talk about gay people.
Sam, what country do you live in?
Bro, I'm not gonna tell you exactly. I live in UC.
See, that's because you were scared. You just fucking lied to her. You say you don't give a shit. You say whatever you want to say, but you're afraid to say where you live.
No, bro,
you're a fucking moron.
Wait, hold on. Even in the U.S.,
you hold on, motherfucker.
You cannot speak about Israel, otherwise ICE will fuck you in the ass.
What the fuck are you talking? Listen, bro. Listen, motherfucker.
ICE will fuck you guys in the ass.
Listen, bitch ass motherfucker. ICE is for immigration. ICE for immigration, and it's been around since Obama's time, motherfucker. Number one.
No, it's not, bro.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. If I say anything about Israel,
you guys are so brainwashed.
Listen. You motherfucking brainwashed. Nobody has been stopped by ICE here in America. Ask anybody on this stage. Have you all been stopped by ICE randomly to ask for their citizenship status?
Never.
Has anybody who lives in America been stopped by ICE and been asked for their citizenship status?
They're not going to be honest, brother.
I have never been.
They will not be honest. They will not.
I haven't even seen a fucking ICE agent in my life. Bitch,
yeah, because
I haven't even seen ICE.
Fucking Cowtown. You live in
I
Kansas.
was driving through Manhattan earlier, and I saw an NYPD van, and they had a sign covering up some of the word police, and I saw ICE. And I thought for a second it might have been ICE, but it wasn't.
They were just selling ICE?
Well,
You're even POL was covered up.
How can we fucking trust you guys?
I feel bad. The only country
in the world where you guys, the only fucking country in the world where a president is a child molester is the U.S.
Because Epstein used to fly little black boys from Nigeria in for you, like little Saudi fuckers to go find them. So, I mean, you forgot about that shit, right? That's listed in the Epstein files. So, I mean, it sounds like all of you little, like, Durka Sherpas, a la Akbars, seem to, like, want to fucking take little African boys and figure out what kind of material it is.
Wait, but do you know any country in the world where a child molester doesn't get addressed by the law? Do you know any country like that?
Yeah, Saudi Arabia, Dubai, Jordan.
I met this white dude. He loved the can't afford made.
Sam, I've been really busy at work lately. I'll actually pay you $5.
Bro, all Americans will not.
Sam, I would take it if I was you.
Come on, man.
$5.
you guys feel about making your women work? You guys are so pathetic. You guys make your women work because
That's terrible.
It's $5.
God, at least we're not taking child brides. At least we're not taking 9-year-olds and trying to make them
Why do you guys letting him distract you from the
you
topic?
guys fucking make your women work for you.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
So Sam, you are correct. Our women do work because it's hard to employ a 9-year-old wife.
Yeah, because you guys are broke as fuck. If you guys went to college in America, your wife wouldn't have to fucking work.
Those are all children, not wives. Understand the difference, motherfucker. Like, you guys are fucking just like, you can't make them walk down the wedding aisle when they come out of the womb in the same fucking day.
Yeah, well,
You're retarded.
40% of your people go to fucking college. 30% of those are
What is your point? I mean, what are you trying to say?
Yeah, because
He's from a shit.
Sam, I'm sorry.
You don't even sound like a fucking American. Are you illegal in the U.S. or what?
That's not your business, but what's your point, Bunty? It doesn't make any sense.
You sound like a refugee person. Are you like a...
I am refugee, okay? Whatever you say.
You're a shitty part of the world, you moron. Sam, I'm sorry that your women don't care about the economy, and then also.
Oh yeah, because we work.
Elon, please go ahead.
We don't need our women.
Thank you. Elon,
most women this over here.
No, I'm just like, I'm in the awe. I just entered this room.
In our country.
Like, I don't understand this man. Mercy, I'm sorry, I just came to your room like to kind of learn from you, and I'm hearing this guy talking about nonsense. Like, what's your point? Are you trying to say you appreciate women more than, West? Like, you don't make any sense. Shut up. Mic down. Shut the mic, please. Okay. So in West, I mean, at least we can see, like, to the respectful, extent, there is an equal right or equal opportunities. Yeah, okay. I mean, like the, glass ceiling and all that stuff that I'm not against for, I'm actually for it. But so much, shared between men and women, equal rights. What the heck are you? What is it? Like, let's come to this world to think like a complete moron. I don't get it. I swear to God, I'm sorry. I just came here to hear you talking and feel joy that some good people are out there. You're this idiot. Made my blood pressure go high. So I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me vent. I appreciate it.
Because same states for suffering their meat.
I mean, come on, let's be real.
And they
Germany, I found out.
total hoes, even in the country. I mean, they are these temporary marriage hoes. It's basically legal prostitution, Islamic prostitution. We call it sira. They're just all a bunch of hookers, hoes.
We don't call it anything in Persian because it doesn't even exist in our culture.
It's not
It's an Islamic. Isn't it?
I mean, you do have to give the goats at
But
least some break.
don't even fucking give a fuck about being married before they have sex.
They're a bunch of sluts.
So fly, so good. Tell me what a man wanna talk to.
Get it out just to the.
Doctor, ما ده چیز داره. بذار بده. What's up, Charles?
گیره تو همه چی میذاری تو.
آخه نداره هست مثل خورما دیگه.
یه چیزی هست دیگه ازش استفاده میکنه.
اینا دیگه خودشون
من گیره تو
مامانش هم چاقالی دیگه چاقالی چونی. Sorry guys for speaking Farsi, we're just basically cussing him out. That's all. Shah, what's up?
By the way, I look at him the way he put his, what's that thing called on his head? Kalat. What are they called? The Jewish thing. And he puts it, what's it called?
Oh, the kippah or yarmulke or in English it's called a skull.
But by the way, he also looks very similar. He must be like Sephardi Jew because.
Who are you talking about, Bibi?
Well, the guy in the picture, Ben-Gvir, the future Nazi of Israel. But the thing is,
guys, what is she saying? Can somebody try? What the fuck are you saying?
which picture? Like what guy? No, I like the way he puts his kaka or kuka, whatever, like sideways, like he looks a little bit like gangster because he puts his
We have
sideways.
Genghis
But
already in
the
the house.
thing is, no, but so at the same time, I'm thinking, as Iranians, we got a fucking war with what we've got because we've got like Benjamin Netanyahu and also the world, but also it's not like okay, this tiny little strip. Like, what is he gonna do? But the thing is, they have proven that they can do a fucking a lot. So we don't want to push that. And this guy is something else.
Baby, what the
And
fuck are you
I
talking
don't
about?
feel as a person in my heart
Maybe I'm
that
so
he
lost,
has
bro.
the interest for the
I feel like I was just going to another room and
in
came back.
his heart. So I don't want this.
Shaw, can you translate please, Shaw?
I'm perfectly happy with someone like Bibi Netanyahu because truly the reason why the Persian people trust Bibi, we're not stupid. We
Agree to disagree.
Bibi's great, but Ben's a bit better. Okay, I'm just completely lost today. Like, who are we talking about? It's just me. Sorry, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go down.
No, hang on. What do you think is gonna? Are you worried? What do you think is gonna happen?
Well, how can you not be worried? This is a situation that, it's a tough situation. It's a painful situation. It is a needed situation. We must not leave it in the middle. And, and I think operation, that's what I call. But, okay, whatever else anybody else wants to call. But that's what I think is going to happen. You cannot negotiate with Islamic Republic. See, we don't have, discussions about politics. This revolution is not about oh my God, you know what, I don't want to wear a scarf, it's kind of too hot, I should take my scarf off. No, this is not just about, it's about, it's the totality of Islamic Republic. We don't have, differences in politics, that's why we want to, revolute the whole system. No, we don't want this system because there's not, this system can bear as far as the, decent life, as freedom, as far as for Iranians, it's just not going to happen. All the system has to go. I mean, it's beyond just the differences in politics. Do you get what I'm saying? In U.S., Republicans and Democrats, they have different political views, but you don't go for revolutions. Islamic Republic has a structure that the structure must go.
I've been criticized here by some of the people in this room.
Okay.
One of the monitors. They're saying that Persian people are not doing enough. Do you think we need weapons?
See that.
Hold on. Do you think we need weapons in our hands to have a fair battle? Because right now, the battle is not fair. Listen. And that's what we've asked America and Israel to come and help us, and we're thankful for it. Even if they leave right now, they have done enough. In my opinion, they've done more than any other American president has done in the past 47 years.
However, there's a reason why the U.S. doesn't want to give you weapons, and why many Americans kind of jump this little thing. We've tried that before.
Historical reasons.
Listen.
Afghanistan, other places.
You can't compare Afghanistan, Iraq to Iran.
We've done this. We've done Iran Contra.
That's fair enough. You know what the thing is? Your experience.
Wait. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
So, giving it to you, it's not the fact that maybe I believe if you were over there, I'd hand you a weapon and be like, hey, let's go nuts. I'd stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Problem is, I can't guarantee that you won't hand it in to the IRGC. Almost make fun about that.
I have a question. Did Iraq or Afghanistan did they kill 40,000 of their civilians?
Right.
Yes.
No.
Sure, I have to check, but probably.
Yes.
No, not 6,000.
No. How many wars? Do you know how these people actually fought?
Extended wars. We're talking about
You guys are acting like they didn't kill each other.
Okay, we're talking about industrial level.
As Marco Rubio and everybody has said, Iran is the only country that's way different between the civilians and the government. You can't even compare the two. Don't even compare it to Iraq and Afghanistan.
But hold on one second.
You gotta be honest.
But hold on one second.
What I'm saying. Okay, go ahead. But you know what? I'm just saying, like, comparing. It's not a very abnormal thing to do. We do that. Is it right thing to do? I don't agree. I don't think it is the right thing.
But Iranians are not involved in the religion as much as those countries are. Most Iranians don't even believe in God.
Why can't compare this? Because you have never seen the Afghanis stand against their government.
Yes.
Time after time. That's also correct. Yes. Still going out every few years or so, getting massacred by 40 plus, fighting for freedom, wanting democracy, and dying.
Bro, I'm sorry you have that experience, but the Middle East is not just Afghanistan and Iraq.
Exactly. So no, that's what I'm trying to say is though, it's normal, it's a natural thing to compare. It's a natural thing.
She's from Tel Aviv. What's your problem?
Sorry, yeah. Like, what is it now?
No, I don't know.
If I'm an Egyptian, it's better to do, or whatever.
Sam, you have been captured by Mossad.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, they were. Before you came in, hitting on Egyptians.
No, I mean, like, they're just goofballs sometimes. That's all right.
No, I'm being for real. They were hitting on them.
Okay, whatever. We were talking about serious topic. I mean, I know, I don't really get it.
You know what I'm really concerned about?
You help me out, please.
Yeah, you know what's really good? Dude, here, let me help you for a second. You can do this. So, I'm really confused why the Egyptian government allows Sam in there. I thought they spent 75 years killing the Muslim Brotherhood and all their cheer boys. Getting rid of them. Like, what the hell's going on in Egypt these days? Did they let these cockroaches back in?
No, the border's closed.
They like mistake one cockroach is just hiding out in his parents' basement down there somewhere. Like,
You guys are so brutal. Anyways, let's just go back to this one, please. I wanted to tell Sam one thing. Look, so yes, Shamal. Sorry, okay. Look, so I actually do believe, like, I agree with you. The balance of the power is equal between the people and the IRGC, the weapon from standpoint. So I do think that the people should be. Okay, so now comparing that right away out of gate with Afghanistan or Iraq, I find that really trying hard to convince yourself it doesn't work. It's not a similar case, You're talking to a situation in a country that the people in that country are taken hostage. It is also okay for you to think that, oh, you know what, I might be telling you not truth, or the TV, etc.
Okay, can I tell you something?
Yeah.
EIA recruits people from different countries.
Recruit me.
No, listen. On regular basis. With Iranians, they don't have to do that. You know why? Because most Iranians are westernized. They've been there. They've done that. They don't need for anybody to come and tell them, hey, come give us information, data, blah, blah, blah. Because they're not invested in the religion, in the roots of the religion and the families and the, generations and generations before them. You know how Iranians are. They want to have a good life. They want to have a good quality life. They're way different than other Middle Eastern countries. And guess what? Before the revolution, they were allies with Israel. They were allies with America. Yes, there were some disagreements on oil and shit like that, but in reality, they were in Iran per capita, by the way it is in the Middle East, it's a strategic place on earth. And guess what? Iranian people are different. So, you can't compare the two.
This is how he started. We just had a 40 days of the highest, technologically, incomparable to anything else ever seen before in the fight with the Islamic Republic. We are having an advantage in that area as far as the technology goes, comparable to anything else ever seen before in the fight with the Islamic Republic. We are having an advantage in that area as far as the technology goes. And this was the first technology war of America, actually in action. And from that perspective, listen to this. We've got the higher, upper hand right now. And this upper hand does not last forever. And if we don't change and remove the Islamic Republic, at this where we have the upper hand in the war, technology war, at this point, this is something that will come back and hit the whole world. I mean, this is like almost the unforgivable miss of a target. That's what I want to say. So look at it from that perspective.
United States of Israel.
No, I'm speaking to everybody, Iranians or non-Iranians. We have the upper hand. The upper hand does not stay on forever. It's we who lives in Western world, right?
So the Western world, you expect them to change the IRGC.
I expect them to unite to understand at this point that we've got the upper hand, we should unite to strategize together to remove Islamic Republic, including the Lion and Sun revolution, folks. You know what I'm saying? Not without that, of course. Not without the people. Right, exactly. No, of course, but this is not. It's a multi-dimensional. No, I agree with you. I agree. I don't disagree. Well, that's what that was happening, Rafi. That was happening.
Work together. I didn't hear this was happening. All I heard is that Iranians tried to change the regime through peaceful protest. They tried, it didn't work. I understand people try this in America too. People try peaceful protest, at least to survive, to push a narrative, destroy things. So now it goes back. Should the Iranians be fucking burning instead of giving the Americans to take down buildings and infrastructure? Shouldn't the Iranians be doing that themselves?
And actually, they're gonna do that. The crown prince, their crown prince Reza Pahlavi said this. Next time to call out for people to come out, it's when I'm actually inside the country. So right now, we gotta wait for USA, Israel to finish the job. Whatever they have to finish. Sorry, and then at that point.
So, Rafi, I would like to take a minute.
Hold on. Let's not think this. Come on. That's what he said. And so far, whatever. Yeah.
Well, the IRGC still has power. Because if the IRGC still has power and doesn't follow the hits the ground, I don't know which international airport he's going to land or which land crossing border he's going to take. The IRGC is going to be there.
He said one town has to free up. He said only one town we start from. That's what he said, right?
Wait,
come on.
Let me finish, guys.
I mean, if we start from one city, that's what I meant.
Marshall, let me tell you something. He didn't say anything for 47 years. Back in January, he didn't call people to come out. Millions of people showed up finally. This is the same guy that IRGC's propaganda was saying he's weak, can't even take care of his own wife. I'm just repeating those motherfuckers. They don't call me. All people out. Millions of people came out. To the point that the government killed 40,000 people in 2 days. That's how many hours?
6 hours, actually.
But and he hasn't said anything since then. Yeah. Go ahead, please. No, I know you're playing the devil's advocate, bro. Come on. Now I know. This is different. Now I know. Go for it.
Can you realistically read rest of quality for the deaths of the 40? I understand he's not the one that pulled the trigger, but he knew that the people are gonna kill the one back regimes. And he still told people to go out.
No, how was he know?
No, hold on. No. Sure. Go ahead. Yeah, of course, bro. Go ahead.
The fact is what you think you might not know. I can't rest of quality has been in talks with the American people, with the American government, with this whole game plan that they're planning to do. They knew exactly what the IRGC is and how evil they are. If IRGC would have sponsored October 7th, they want IRGC to house around the world. And you guys know what the IRGC is. Thank you, take you back page. Hold on. Thank you, take you back. They killed a random girl, not random, to butcher underneath was Masa. They killed her for not wearing a hijab. So they knew exactly who the fuck they were killing. They knew exactly how the rules are. The race of people to be killed. They knew exactly who they're killing. But they still told the people, so let me finish it, to go out, protest, and those numbers to get killed. So now the Americans can now videotape and show it to the people.
Rafi.
Which is why we're going into the
Rafi, I got your point, brother. I really got you.
Do you understand where I'm going?
I know exactly where you're going. I'm going to answer your question. You're basically saying if these guys have the knowledge of who these motherfucking RFGCs are, they're willing to kill people, all that blah, blah, blah. Okay. Come out. They're not going to bring their snipers. They're not going to bring their tanks. They're fucking all their weapons. They shoot people. But guess what? So, listen. Bro, listen. From 2,000 on average to 40,000 people in 8 hours. That's a fucking, nobody can guess that. I don't care how of a poker face you are. I don't care how much of a political genius you are.
I believe one protester to get killed is you come from a civilized place, correct? When one protester gets killed, it's a fucking uproar where you are. In the US, one fucking innocent or non-innocent black person gets killed. Fucking streets are on fire, fucking streets are locked down, they can start trying.
But guess what? Islam. It's Islam. The answer is Islam.
I understand it's Islam, but hold on. Is there some belief on rest of quality? They know that there's going to be at least 2,000 people. Forget about the 40. I think one is too many. 2,000 is a really a fucked up number, in my opinion. To even tell people just for to videotape 2,000 people to get killed, so they have an excuse to go to Iran. Don't you think rest of quality is kind enough to be blamed for this shit? Every somewhere down there, it's kind enough.
Okay.
dumpster has served. Let them talk. Let dumpster talk.
Not because of anything else. They came out because they want to take back the
I understand, but how many times did they come out? No, he understands. Hold on. Let dumpster talk and then I'll.
Yeah, dumpster go. And I'm just gonna be really quick. I just jumped back in. There's a lot of people here. Unfortunately, I feel like a lot of people are not understanding what the moderators are. So I just want people to understand that we have moderators. They get higher privilege than the regular speakers do. Moderator, the house owner, Rafi. Then you got myself. You got Will. You got Sam. And you got Mike. I understand that and Jay. Sorry, I didn't update. But the thing is, the people here that come up to speak, I understand you're trying to get your point across, but understand this: when a moderator can interject, they can question or even make a statement. So if you don't want to be interrupted, just listen real quick to the interjection or hold yourself accountable. This is a privilege to be up here, and in some cases, a dictatorship.
Usually how my rooms are run, I kind of I do it from a moment to do it instead of giving it to the man. I give the first mic to the moment just to make Muhammad, kind of yeah happy.
Rather man than the privilege to use the mic for a minute.
No. It's about someone else. No, some.
You're good. No. Go ahead.
No.
I want to speak, but when you drop the guys in the army, very good guys stuff, and you got people who do that, when citizens factors to represent some Afghanistan, you might be in some case of Iraq. In the case of Afghanistan, there was an activity in Pakistan in particular, and there was training camps for these freedom fighters that were properly trained by professional military. Once they were trained, they were armed with stinger missiles, high accuracy weapons, and then they would go and actively participate in war against the Soviet. Unfortunately, in the case of Iraq, I don't think so. There's any possibility of properly trains people that they would be training them because you're not just armed with three, you have to
I can touch base a little bit on this because I know Mike got the Afghanistan base to help the Afghani guard to basically give them PFP, CFP, and basic firearm understanding, basic SOI as well. The problem that I can foresee with Iran, if we're going to be on that topic, with getting weapons to the Iranian people, the reality is vetting them and understanding the direction. So with that being said, the vetting process, there are flaws in it. Like we saw in Iraq, we saw in Afghanistan.
What the Stampede is saying is this. He's saying there was Air Force in Afghanistan, but the Afghani soldiers didn't know how to use it. Even though they tried to train them for so many years. They still give up to fucking Taliban. Taliban took over, even though they didn't have any Air Force.
Didn't take a lot.
Listen.
That's not why we gave in.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's a difference. Listen to me. Afghanistan had all the Air Force you ever needed. Can Estepi and freaking Marshall answer my question? Is that a yes or no? And
Afghanistan areas, I don't think you had an Air Force in that.
Bro,
they may have the fucking American planes. They may have the
In Afghanistan, we had air superiority. We controlled the skies. Yes.
Thank you. You're done. Okay, how the fuck did Taliban take over?
No, you can control over the borders. You guys
that's not what you're doing, bro. Okay, listen. What?
That would be a problem in comparison to like Iran.
Listen, this is what I'm saying. Okay, you went to Afghanistan for 20 years. You freaking trained them to do everything they can possibly do to defend themselves. But
it came to the time, they fucked up. People were hanging from the planes. Yeah, just like Rock, the Republic of Korea, right? Okay, I can't come to people. Listen, bro, we have good areas where we can win, and we have weaknesses, right? We have victorious. Go ahead, Marshall. All I was gonna say was, number one, the American public got tired. Number two, sources dumped on WikiLeaks show that U.S. strategic planners not making an impact, and we didn't withdraw sooner. It would have taken more troops, more time, and it would have taken us not Klan, and we would have appointed less corrupt people. Like, they appointed Rashid Dustin, who was part nominally of the alliance of Panjshir with Ahmed Shah Massoud, who was overtaking U.S. funded and liked the U.S. and never. I have an answer for it, but I'm not going to give my answer right this second. What is, aside from reprisals for 40 plus years of killing our civilians and soldiers, what is the articulable national security interest and grand strategy interest, meaning we pursue a strategic victory over tactical victory? Like, what are those things? Because I think if we start there, then everything else kind of follows. Right? If you can sketch out the grand strategy, business-wise or political-wise? Grand strategy takes into account military considerations, economic considerations. Okay, military Viking, please go ahead.
Is that the question?
I don't know what you're asking.
What are you asking? What am I asking? What's the articulation? So Marshall's asking, guys. I'm not asking Marshall. So I have an opinion on this, and I think I can stretch it out, but I want to know what other people think before I give my opinion. So what I want to know is, what is the articulable national security interest to fully invade and cleanse Iran of the regime? If there is one, noting where we sit with debt, noting where we sit with our expenditures, noting where we sit with paying interest on that debt, like, what are the articulable national security reasons for doing this that are both tactical and strategic? Brett, go ahead.
Chief, can you please take this for me? The tactical reasons for taking out the IRGC right now?
Tactical and strategic. Like, yes, the
strategic one would be for the global oil supply and to actually allow the trade and commerce to exist through those straits and to basically control our future spending on anti-terrorist units around the world. The massive amounts of funding that we actually give underneath to kind of combat these proxies. Multiple nations do this, so that would be more of the tactical one. People often overlook that simple fact. The other one would be to kind of help control the way China and other entities that are antithetical to our existence or B, at least the Western dominance portion, like China, Russia, to kind of curtail their endeavors, although Russia really doesn't need Iranian oil, I would believe, but China most assuredly does. And it would allow our allies, like such as Japan, Australia, most of the Pacific theater, to have a better source and supply the run of that oil to go to their countries to be able to power them. And China would have to at least acquiesce their kind of quasi support in trying to break from the fold. But I mean, those are long-term objectives. I'm not sure exactly like our immediate, even with our debt. Yeah, the debt is something to be aware of, but long-term, imagine having the ability to decrease that funding for anti-terrorist regimes. Those components that we have to put into the air over, like, to be able to call those back.
So that's economically my rationale right there. It's a little bit more specific. We spend anywhere between $25 and $50 billion on the Gulf cooperation countries and other things every single year. Not to mention what we give in terms of like what it costs in terms of basing in places. And so a friendly Iran is better for the region, more aligned with the United States, less interested in China. We then get to the really sticky part, which is we have to invade with millions of American troops. And not clients, but an independent state that tends to ally with the West because of their own particular interests. Bro, these are all work. Can we do this with IRGC right now or what?
No, wasn't my point. I just wanted to see what other people said. No, not reason. No, I just want to see what other people said. That's my reason.
I have an ask, right?
Yeah, please.
Give you. Okay, you guys, I want you to allow me to play this. The 2 minutes. It's a very nice English, simple to the point, and you can hear it. And I play for you right now. Talk.
Limited window of time that we have an opportunity to displace a mafia state like the Islamic regime. What I've been saying is this is the first full American AI war. And if you look at this, 40 plus day war, we had devastating accuracy and lethality, precision lethality that was powered by AI. If you look at Palantir and Maven and what it enabled the U.S. military to do in collaboration with the IDF, it was an incredible showcase of the advances of AI and automation. And the future of warfare is AI. And we have a massive advantage over any other country in the world right now. That advantage is not going to hold forever. They're going to catch up, whether it's China powered or Russian powered or Iranian powered by this Islamic regime. They will catch up. So this is a limited window of time that we have an opportunity to displace a mafia state like the Islamic regime. You saw what happened with Venezuela, but Iran is not Venezuela or Cuba. And the reality that we face now is that mafia states like Iran, powered by AI and AGI, what we have to worry about is not nuclear bombs anymore. We have to worry about 30,000 drones arriving in New York all at once versus 2 planes. We have to worry about not just kinetic lethality, we have to worry about genetic lethality. Using AI and CRISPR, you can tailor a vaccine to assassinate one person and give the cold to everybody else in the room. You could assassinate a whole Congress and the Senate and the White House. It's extremely dangerous to live in a world with an evil regime like the Islamic regime that has shown everyone what it's capable of. If they had a nuclear bomb, they would have used it in this war. They attacked every single one of their neighbors, left them all in shock. None of them imagined that they would have missiles raining down on them in the region. So we are waking up to a new Middle East life at the hands of evil regimes like Iran, the Islamic regime, using these capabilities untethered from any morality that we believe in.
I just shared this because I did as a human being to share this.
All our brothers and sisters in Iran, people in Iran, but also for us here in the West. But I think things are slowly and surely waking up to that.
Imagining it is scary. I swear to God, guys, you might think like, oh, lucky environmentalist guys, global warming. Oh, come on, it's just exaggeration. This is not. And I'm not trying to threaten you or frighten you or whatever that you want to classify this. I am, as a human being, not even Iranian, I like to share information that folks can decide on their own. This is just one point of data. And I put the link in the chat, but this is a one point of data from a very experienced person who is knowledgeable in what he says, and he does not run with propaganda. There's a history of that. Anyways, I'm just sharing this, and you can hear it at least for the sake of just listening to it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
And hope they don't give a shit about listening to what's reality. They just want to be sensitive.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't understand. What is this thing? Maybe my IQ is low. What are you talking about? This is
What else on you hate Jews? Yeah, that's a good. Bro, can we have a UFC in a clubhouse?
So do you respect the IRGC? Like, or do you say that like they're no good?
I don't respect the IRGC nor respect your policies.
Well, you don't even know my policy.
Why did you attack his policy before you know what the fuck? What? That was a good question. Bibi, you asked a good question. Bibi! No, the boy Bibi. The guy Bibi. You asked a good question, please. Please talk to Ali. Maybe Ali, Mike.
I've spoken to Ali before, but I think he just likes to go against the grain because he feels like if he joins everybody and seeing all the problems, he feels like he loses, so he wants to be a separatist. It doesn't matter. If everybody says there's a train coming, Ali will stand on the track and say, no, there's no train coming, and you'll get run over by the train. He just to prove everybody. Yeah, just to prove everybody wrong. But it's
we'll call it post-mortem.
Yeah, absolutely. For all of you that are in the room, I see a lot of big tickets in the bottom of the audience and also on stage. If you can please join the room, and it's easy, I'll show you how to do it. At the top of the room, this is the war room. There's an arrow to the right. Click on that, it'll say join here. There, you're going to hand in your little orange ticket. Behind there, there'll be a little Iranian midget. He will hand you a yellow ticket where you can cash it in for kubide, yogurt, salad, whatever you want. Some drinks are free tonight. There's alcoholic drinks, non-alcoholic drinks.
Excuse me, how good is kubide? Is it good kubide or bad kubide?
Very good. That's very good. But you can cash in your red ticket. That way you can join the house. So whenever we do open up rooms, you can see it in the hallway. Please enjoy the stage. Respect the women that are on stage first and foremost. Respect the speakers. If you want to speak, wait your turn. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. You don't have to be upset and interrupt people because you don't agree with their opinion. Allow everybody to have a minute to a minute and a half. Not everybody's going to have the same opinion. We don't want to be in rooms where everybody's agreeing on the same thing. That's a boring room. We like controversy. We like to have good debates. At the same time, you are not going to always agree with the other person. So please enjoy it, respect it. If you don't, you get tossed in the audience. There's a free sex swing that you can use where you can get fucked. Other than that, respect the space. Right there, another little Persian Mexican. He's half and half. Enjoy yourself in this room. Enjoy the audience. If you want to speak, raise your hand. Come up, speak. Like I said, you get an uninterrupted minute to a minute and a half of uninterrupted speech. I can't stand it when people are dogpiling people just because you don't have their opinion. Make it where it's a loaded fucking comeback. Like, just wait and then smack them with a question and pay attention to what they're really saying. Because if you really pay attention to what Ali's saying, I think he hates himself. And that's what's concerning me.
And guess what? You can join us. We'll pay you join the city shackle.
Yes. I have something to urge you after.
Okay.
General problem of this room. If somebody comes from the opposing idea or from the legally an idea, okay, if somebody comes that says that I'm not from IRGC, but I don't support this war, I'm against this war, these people never let you talk. So this is a very biased society. America is only so Iran is only we just allowed you to criticize the rule like very fucking democracy instead of like you come on to complain that we sound like we did it was sort of completely criticized and everything you've been saying today has been debunked and you tried to make this into the Ali show, which is like not having an echo chamber here. Yeah, we want to hear a difference of opinion. We want to hear a difference of opinion. We will listen to your opinion for a short period of time, but once it becomes repetitive, we will stop you and we will debunk you if you're saying lies on the.
I want to speak now. I want to speak.
The next moderator.
So, yeah, so I
I kind of agree with Ellie. Because if it was Canada, I don't like the government in Canada, but the last thing I want to do is have a foreign country come in and start bombing Canada. I think Canadians need to take back Canada, like the Iranians need to take back Iran. However, and people are like, but how? But the Iranians are some of the smartest people I know. Every Iranian that comes to Canada is either a fucking engineer or a pharmacist. They're very educated people. They'll figure out a way. I understand what he's saying. He doesn't like the IRGC, but he doesn't agree with the war. He doesn't. No, but hold on. That's an okay opinion in my eyes because when I look at, like, I don't know what country you're in, Sam, or anybody else, but the country I'm in Canada. I would be upset if Russia came in to fight the liberal government here for me. I would be upset. I'd be like, what the fuck?
Are you trying to play the devil's advocate?
No, I'm being honest.
Because we know these guys.
Think about how many people's lives are going to be lost.
We know these guys for more than a month.
But think about how many people's lives are going to be lost on both.
No, why do you act like this guy and you don't know anything about him? Why do you act like you don't know this guy? We know him.
I do know him. I do know him.
We have talked to him more than 100 times. He's a fucking IRGC supporter.
Bro, you can talk as loud as you fucking want. You're not going to.
Oh, I'm not even talking loud. I got an iPhone 17 Pro. That's why it's loud. I don't know.
But think about it rationally, guys. Hold on. I don't need to be challenged on this.
I'm not challenged.
But hold on. But listen to what you say. Hold on. For fuck's sake. Listen to exactly what he's saying. He hates the same people you hate, guys. He hates the IRGC.
You believe that?
Yeah.
Challenge him right now. Ask him.
I'm going to leave the room.
No, what do you
You guys are being annoying now. Because you guys already have it fixed in your fucking head.
Bro, let's ask him. I believe you, but let's ask him.
I thought I was arguing with a person in good faith. I thought, yes, he wants this country to be liberated by his people. But when you start questioning them, and you question them in more like precise questions, like how do you want the Iranians to live? That's what happens with protests. If you see, Smom just told me every time they go protest, at least 2,000 Iranians die.
They get shot in the head because they don't own weapons.
Jacob, quiet for 1 second.
Guys, there's different ways of protesting. There's silent protesting. Like if every Iranian went to the middle of the street.
Shut up, bro. Let me. Also, later on, I asked another joke. Who do you think is winning this war? Iran and Israel? Sorry, Israel and America, or Iran? And then
They are winning. How do you not see that? They are winning, though, guys. Are you guys all blind that Iran's not winning?
They're not the Irish.
Guys, how are you actually not believing the IRGC is winning? You've killed every fucking leader, and they're still fucking throwing missiles into Israel. What? How are they losing? Come on.
Hold on.
What's wrong with you guys?
Just a roll.
No, that's not a rogue guy, guys. Wake up, man. They created a system. It doesn't matter how many of you kill. A next one will fall in place. They created a genius system. Come on. You guys are underestimating how intelligent they are. That's the problem.
Yeah, they're unbeatable. They are the king of the war. You're right.
Hold on. They're not unbeatable.
Guys, everybody be quiet.
They're not unbeatable, but you're not seeing.
Your mind,
You're not
come to an end because they're not sovereign. Listen to that. It's all about the people, right? The people don't believe them no matter what they do.
The problem is everybody has a closed mind and they're not allowing themselves to think like broadly.
You sound like yourself, and I don't think you would be
So Jacob, shut the fuck up. You sound like a fucking goof, bro.
Maybe can I say something to you? The picture of winning for you. Maybe it looks like a switch. The light is on and off. Maybe the winning, the picture that you have, the image you have, needs to be be addressed a little bit. Because it's no more. Hold on. Hold on. I want to tell you something. You're talking about it wrong.
We're in the fifth fucking month. All you
I understand. I know. I get it. I get it.
5 months later, you're still fighting.
Right. No. I want to tell you something. Hold on one second. This is why I played that audio for you. Because the war that we're in, it's a massive war. You know, when Iran, as a very large country, huge country, you see the rocket factories all across the freaking country.
Extreme threat to the world. But they're not losing.
Not at all. Iran is not a threat anymore.
And they're not even walking in the war, bro.
I'm sorry. Hold on one second. I have a question for Bibi. Bibi, if they have at the beginning of this war, I'm just asking you a question. Okay, 100% capacity for rockets. Okay, and 5 months after, out of 100%, maybe they have diminished like about 80% of it. Hold on. Would you say? Would you?
I'm sorry for cutting you off. I just want to bring up some focus points. You guys are quick to dogpile on Bibi for making his opinion and his point. And, everybody's chiming in to dogpile on him because it's not it doesn't sit well with you. It's not how you see it. I've seen Bibi on here going on 7 months. And I remember when the first operation took form. Bibi, he even came out. He goes, I don't think it's going to be a 2-week, 30-day and done situation. Bibi is a proud supporter of Israel. He's a proud Canadian. He has much better American values than most Americans do. And he's not coming on here.
I'm not on this possible.
Wait, hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Hold on, hey, Ali.
Ali, shut the fuck up, Ali.
Hold on, sir. Hey, hold some decorum, my guy. But I just want people to be aware. You guys heard the words he said when he reset the room. You're going to hear stuff you're not going to like to hear. But at least show some decorum and let him speak it before you don't pile on him.
No, I just asked him a question.
All right, hello.
I just hold on, Sam. Hold on one second. I want to answer from Bibi. Bibi, 100% to 20% down the capacity of the rockets. What do you call that? Like Iranian government, Islamic Republic, has lost the capacity of 80% of the rockets. There are 20% left. There's 20% left. What do you call that? Do you call that the win for Islamic Republic?
It is because I was going to contemplate loss. Well, I understand where he's coming with this. And it's not about the loss of the 20% of the rockets. If they lost 20% of the rockets, the IRGC themselves fall by 20%. All the ideology still stays alive there. The ideology, so if they can create the rocket or they can recreate the ideology later on, and then they try to overthrow the government.
So this is exactly why you need to get rid of the eye of the octopus.
But again, so rockets mean nothing of a win right now.
I understand what you're saying.
If they can launch out 20% that's left, they'll launch 20%. If they have the full on that, they'll launch the whole 100%. The ideology.
Guys, what's 20% diminished of how many rockets, guys?
No, let's say 150,000. Look.
Rockets are what's winning. The ideology is what's winning.
It made a lot of sense, and the problem is you're trying to insult her because you can't come back with a good rebuttal.
This is what's
hold on.
I can see both sides of the story, actually. I do think that, 80% of the areas now, and the other percent now. The IRGC, I'm not saying you're wrong intentionally, I'm talking about the IRGC. The IRGC is still, although fractured, very much fractured,
telling me this. You're telling me because they're shooting one rocket a day, they are winning. This is so fucking stupid. No, you said they are winning, America and Israel are losing. This is what you said.
You know what I want to hear? I want to hear from the shapeshifter. I want to hear from the shapeshifter. Hold on. So we're gonna go. We're gonna hold on. We're gonna go to. Here we go. I wanted to say something real quick. Yes, yours. But you need to kill. But you need to kill. And sure, I'm gonna let you talk. I promise you. I'm just letting people know. But you need to kill, and we'll go in order. People like this one right there. The shapeshifters understand. Go ahead, sir.
Fucking, I forgot what I was gonna say, but to both Glow and Hope, you think IRGC is winning? My question.
I did not say they are winning. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Okay, sorry. IRGC has been able to take care of themselves, right? Whatever you call them. What is it? What group they call them? It's a name, guys. Come on. For Hamas, Husis, everybody uses that. What is that word? Resistance, right? Show me
bigger than what you guys all think. The United States and Israel don't want a strong Iran. They want this to be drawn out because they want there to be a civil war because they want a weak and balkanized Iran. Believe me.
No, that's bullshit.
Can I ask you a question? Maybe put yourself in Bibi's shoes and Trump's shoes.
Yeah, they don't want it.
Would you rather deal with one centralized, one guy, or 10 different guys?
Because then you're gonna have a Syria, you're gonna have an Iraq, you're gonna have a Shaul. I can't do nothing.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Joaquin. Joaquin, as somebody who's been in the military, Brad, would you rather deal with one guy or 10 different guys?
One guy.
Thank you. Done.
That's going to be radio. Why you ask why?
Jeff, go ahead. Jeff.
Don't drop me. I am Iranian and I live here. I know everything about that. You receive every single month's money about the budget of Iranian government or something like that. And now you want to come in here and say something like a bullshit. Obviously, start stating 100% right and don't speak more about the something or like that. Because maybe American people don't know your attitude or your idea, but I am Iranian and I know everything belongs to you. I literally understand you and I understand what you're gonna say, something or like that. Because everybody, be careful, listen to me. I can everything.
Monster, I listened to you. I'm in the queue, but there's you.
But I am Rafi. I have never spoken. How is the queue working?
Pass the mic to shapeshifter, please.
Thanks for having me, and I appreciate you guys for how you run it. So I am completely against the IRGC. I completely agree with DB that they're winning, and I'd like to make the case. I define winning as gaining leverage and losing as losing. The way I see it is the following. First, the IRGC second. And now they're more relevant role in the world's kind of on the stage they can play. And roll great deals on behalf of Fred. Fifth, it's unclear to me at this moment in time whether there remains a viable resistance for the Fred. Nobody's on the streets protesting right now. So, I think that. Of course not. I think they will come out. I think that unfortunately the only people that are being mentally honest, and the first step to resolving the problem is admitting one, are folks like you and Glow and others that are like calling it like they see it. Just because you say they're winning doesn't mean you're with them.
I did not say they are winning. Listen, comprehension is very hard for you folks, I guess. I said that as fractured as they are, as much as they're fighting each other, and they make it very hard, alright? That doesn't mean that the IRGC has fallen the way Israel America maybe would have accepted. I did not say they are winning at all. I did not even say the word winning. Comprehension.
Hope said they were winning. Nobody was talking about you, Joe.
Hope wasn't agree with the statement he was making, and she added a few more things to it where she broke it down. But okay, let's go to the next person. We got Ashkan. No check it.
Yes, no, Ashton is great.
Ashkan, it's all you.
Yeah, it's
It's all me, not me. I want to be there.
We hard will get to you too, but you've been here from day one. You know that.
So none of the arguments that people that are claiming that the RGC has control and they are an advantage make any sense to me because none of the points are valid. First of all, the is not dead in Iran. Our leader, the leader of the revolution, Prince Reza Pahlavi, has told us to stand down for now because the regime has collected all of the proxy terrorists from all around the world, from Afghanistan, from Pakistan, from Yemen, and also from this Hamas or Hezbollah, this and Palestine and Lebanon, and they were all inside of Iran, and also from Iraq, and also from Turkey. Okay, so they have more manpower than before, than January, to kill the people. But the thing that you have forgotten is that they are only strong against the women and children, empty-handed. So and take that. Let me finish first, so they can ask me 100 questions. So to just say because they have taken control of the streets, so they have won and they're in advantage, that's so shallow thinking. That means you don't know. And also to say that they have taken control of the war and they're in advantage, American Israel didn't achieve their goals, that's everything. They said we want to disable their nuclear capabilities. Done. Okay, they have no nuclear capabilities anymore. We want to disable their.
They have 60% plus.
No, I'm talking. No, Israel bomb all these nuclear facilities, and these 60% enriched uranium is like 300 meters under the ground. We're gonna bomb your ass. So it's done. Okay, they cannot touch it. Although it's in Iran, they cannot touch it. Okay, and also they destroyed and demolished the fuel for these bombs.
Shut the fuck up, fucking cunt.
And every time that they shoot a missile, they find the launchers and they destroy them. And over 90% or 85% of the capability of the missile power is also gone. Okay? And the second achievement. The third achievement that they wanted to reach is to destroy the proxies. Okay? Now, tell me, Hamas and Hezbollah, they're already in lockdown. Hamas is as good as dead. There are a few
shot to give you the mic graphic because you know better what's going on with the Hezbollah in Lebanon. And also, let me finish. Yes, yes. Yes, I will just give. I will just. Taken them, the rest of them, which were alive, they have brought them inside of Iran. So they're not proxy because they are inside of Iran, and the only reason they brought them is because they were afraid of the people and a revolution. Okay, so they have no proxies anymore around the world. Okay, I'm just gonna land here and give it to Rafi.
Nothing was done in Israel with Lebanon. They're still fighting on the borders of Syria, between Syria and Lebanon, and they're fighting the proxies of Iran. They're still like Hamas was crippled out, trucked over 7 after Israel did its military operations there because there was no aid, no more money, no more nothing coming in there because Israel was strictly controlling, but they're not going to get any more rockets. Nothing was coming in Egypt, nothing was coming in from any other fucking rat hole tunnel that they had. Israel eliminated that before they even went into Iran. So the proxies are still alive inside the state.
May I say something here, Rafi?
But how many percent of them are like 10%, 5%? It doesn't count.
5%. 5%. Bibi Netanyahu said that. No, Bibi Netanyahu said that. 150,000 rockets from Lebanon. Go.
The war started with Iran. I'm getting notifications. There's something called red alerts. You can download it in your app store. Just put in the words Israel, and every single night you're gonna wake up to a bunch of notifications of rockets are flying into Israel or
Rafi, what do you think? How many percent of these proxies are still alive? How many percent are active? How many percentage?
Bro,
5%.
hold on, man. Listen to what you're saying, dude.
No, they need 20 years to be able to be active. Don't mess with it, bro. You say they die and they get reborn. Is it a computer game? I don't know. Yeah, the ideology needs fucking and get pregnant and 20 years of training. How do they come back to the active service again after they die?
Ideology is the life of the problem is with the ideology like Iran. You take out 20% of their wrongs, you take out 80% of their wrongs. Doesn't matter what you're gonna take out. If the idea is still there,
Yeah, the Nazi ideology is still alive, but they cannot do anything because you disable them. You have to do the same thing also to these Muslims. The Arabs and Muslims are today's Nazis, not the Germans anymore. No, that's a lie. I don't see them anywhere. No, you are joking. Show me one Nazi group that is active in Europe and in America.
No, but they are not in power. They are not in power. That's the difference.
Yeah. Yeah, they are all fucking leftists. They are no Nazis. They're leftists. Leftist liberals. No. You're trying to run away from. You
not active, not yeah, there is no Nazi in the political system. That is the correct. I agree with you. Okay, I agree with you. That's exactly right, Rafi. I agree with you.
Then why should you argue with him?
Then
why don't they have the Nazis again? Okay, so they are walking with what kind of uniform?
Hold on, Ashkan, hold on. You're barking the wrong tree. You're fighting with the wrong person. You gotta be fighting with Melodine. What's her name? Melodine? Yeah. And you gotta be fucking with these motherfuckers. What are you doing, bro? Melodine, what do you gotta say? What do you have to say?
Brother, this guy says he's an Israeli and he's telling me Hamas and Hezbollah are winning. And Israel couldn't destroy them, and they're going on. They're strong. Fuck the ideology. I don't care about the ideology. I care about actions and the ground, the battleground. You can never destroy ideology. Don't you understand?
We're in a wartime. We're in a wartime. Ideology is not gonna cut it though. I'm sorry. When we're in a wartime, you can't suddenly switch the subject and say it's the ideology. It is the ideology. But at the wartime, we're talking about the rockets, the amounts that it's been destroyed, and things like that. You know, in a hardcore war, you can't just switch and shift like that. I don't know. I mean, that's my opinion. I understand what you're saying, Rafi, and I agree with you. And I think that is why we have to kill the eye of the octopus. But you know what I'm saying? Which is the ideology. It's not how it works. No, I'm not talking. I mean Islamic Republic. That's what I meant.
Then bring in the fucking army and kill the octopus. You have to bring in the army, just like Iraq and Afghanistan.
Say something really big right now. And the fact that Sam told Ashkan that you are not proposing the right person in this room, it
coming back to this point of view is this whole thing, like this Rafi is full of that idealism. He somehow thinks that Iran is this ideological place, which is basically fueling this whole war against Israel. No, it is really about the Arabs. It's about Arabs and Israelis. When Iran is plural, when different Iran, same Iran, the Arabs and Israelis are going to fight forever. Their problem is not being like ideology of Iran. It's a hostility between Israel and its neighbors. And that has nothing to do with Iran. Iran didn't create that hostility. Iran is not going to be the responsible for that. They're always going to be hostile. Israel and Arabs going to resolve the issue. The ideology is coming from Iran. Coming back to the word of place that we were reading, the Iranian government is starts fighting game. Iran is crippled. Literally, you have the organism. All avenues for Iran is crippled. Literally, you have the organism. All avenues for well, you have the organism of our crippled economy, which is just they break up law. They cannot even export anything. So this whole thing is not a winning side, but it's a side this doesn't lose. And unfortunately, side, but it's a side this doesn't lose. And unfortunately,
of the uranium is gone. 100% is gone.
Again, what is up in that region to either control this worship or balance? Because the ideology is so deep, you kill one, there's always going to be two, there are going to be more. Because for everyone,
Remember Qasem Soleimani? They tried to put somebody else, but look, nobody could substitute him. Just like Khamenei, there is nobody.
every father you're going to kill that is higher to see. There's a son or daughter.
No,
Yeah, but
not
they
the.
could not substitute Qasem Soleimani, and you saw what happened in Syria and Lebanon and everything after Qasem Soleimani.
Here's the thing. First of all, Rafi is not wrong. This is the ideology. Muslims hate the Jews. They hate them. 1920, fucking 1, 2, 1929, 36, 47, 48, 72, 73. There was no IRGC. And he will do it. You have to get rid of them. What you're going to do is you have to kill them. By motherfucking what?
What are you talking about?
You want to kill all the Muslims?
No. The ones who do it.
How can you get rid of people?
Oh, what do you mean? It's super easy. What do you mean how?
You want to kill 18 million Iranians?
No, they're not 18 million, by the way. They're not.
Yeah. 20% of Iranians support the IRGC.
No, you can't hear each other when 5 people at the same time.
Right.
Like, woman,
The only way to get rid of anti-Semitism is
this
by
is not about anti-Semitic.
making Iran.
This is about some bunch of lunatic Muslims. Yeah, I'm Afghan, but I know more than you. I'm Afghan.
Well, I believe you, Austin. For some reason, some people don't want to let me speak. What is nonsense about what I say?
Okay, we're gonna give the mic to Hadley, and whoever in Trump Hadley, you're gonna shoot him down. So please stay, focused and stay patient. Will be your turn.
Yes, I do a few. I think in the discussion that is happening on the stage, there are a couple of things that facts that are quite straight and is causing a lot of disagreement. First of all, the ideology, the entire ideology of Islam is hate Jews or whatever you're saying. There are come to realize that Israel is here to stay, and we have to let our people live and become more moderate. Like Saudi Arabia, 10 years ago, women would get fucking stoned if they rode on motorcycles or they didn't wear a hijab. But now they are allowing a lot of basic human rights for their people, and normalizing the relationship with Israel to make it safe for their people and reduce all the immigration that's happening. Why do you think there is so much immigration going around the world? Half of it is the ideological wars that these extremist groups have been doing in that region. And like the key to all of that is to eliminate the Islamic Republic. Of course, in the war, the people are getting killed. Of course, it's terrible. But if you leave the wounded regime, that's where when you should fear what's gonna come after it, and it's gonna be very dark after it, I would say. But if you eliminate the regime, then if you eliminate the regime, then you don't have that threat. That ideology is not going to be reborn because the power right now is in hands of that small population. So I just wanted to bring that perspective.
Absolutely true. Absolute truth.
All right, thank you.
I think that is a very small percentage that is in control right now of this crazy ideology. The majority of Iranians, in comparison to Iraq, Afghanistan, when they do not agree, they went out to the streets and they fought for the freedom. They gave their lives for it. More than 40,000 people went on the streets and gave their lives for this freedom.
All right, thank you. Who's next? Mr.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yes, of course.
So when maybe Netanyahu was talking about on that program 60 Minutes, this is what he said. 1 out of 100. 1 out of 100 are with the IRGC. So now wait, let me finish. I know. It sounds like they're not that many.
You know what it sounds to me?
No, hold on, baby. Let me please. Can I change this, please? What I'm trying to say is that we who have a political system in our countries where we live, we better learn a great lesson from this. You see, when a minority, 1 out of 100, is in charge of a country like Iran, and people are resilient and are against this ideology, and they want the secularism and democracy, but when the power is in the hand of 1 out of 100, that's just insane.
Was not one.
You can be murdered. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can be so devastated like this, how we are. I mean, like, we should really appreciate our political systems where we live, and we should really, support it the way to remain like this. We should never allow the minority, crazy, manic come in power.
So, you want to hear from Mr. Ernest?
Everybody, thanks for having me. Can you hear me? Great space. I'm hearing all the back and forth. A couple points. So, despite what all of us want, I mean, everybody who lives in a democratic system has values individual liberty. Obviously, we want to see that for not only for Iran but for many places. But the reality is this: America went on a full-on air assault, wiped out multiple layers and destroyed a lot of their assets. And they are still in full control. So essentially asking to overthrow Iran from the air, it's similar to being like, hey, go overthrow Vietnam from the air, go to overthrow like another authoritative country, right, that has actually a system. They have a sophisticated system in place, and they're in full control, and they're willing to kill their own people to maintain power. And so that's the reality we're dealing with. The only option is to send 600,000 to 1 million American troops in there. It will cause the 100,000 American dead and probably 1 million Iranian civilians dead. In the Iraq War alone, 800,000 civilians died. Iran's a much bigger country, much bigger population. So for those who say they love the Iranian people, if option B, or if you're willing to get rid of the Islamic regime at any cost, the outcome will be a failed state that is devastating. I mean, just look at Syria, look at Libya, look at Iraq. Iraq still hasn't recovered. So these are any endeavors. And the U.S. doesn't seem like they have the appetite. They don't seem like they have a. And they don't. Yeah, I'll end my thought. I'll end my thought. So I'll explain. So even if you give, let's say, 2 million Iranians guns, right? One, guns aren't enough. You need training, and the most America can get in Iran's hands, if they can get those guns in people's hands, right, would be small arms, machine guns, at most RPGs, stuff like that. They don't have armor. They don't have tanks. Iran would fight back and kill more people. They will turn into Syria. They will do it in the name of Islam. They will bomb the hell out of that country, right? So that's the reality. The evidence is there, right? And so short of the United States going in with heavy armor, with air superiority, you can't even have a normal conversation. Why are you so rude? Why can't you learn some? Why don't you learn some manners?
Because you'll be the drunk fuck. I'm sorry for her behavior, but she's drunk.
We're having a civil conversation. She's jumping off. Yeah, so the issue is that if we have a track record of these type of conflicts, it's not a surprise. From Vietnam to the modern wars in Iraq and Syria, we've seen how this stuff rolls out, right? So the only
but the Vietnamese government didn't stay on power, and this is very mistaken.
What do you mean?
America came
It's
out of war.
It's a communist country.
No, it's also Islamic communist country.
Yeah, but see,
Islamic Marxist country.
But is it different? They have. See, this is the thing, and I want to jump in and shout out to Ocean. He said some real crazy shit that got the stage going earlier. But we're gonna go into that. A lot of people might think it's crazy, but everyone's talking. What Shinvat said, nothing you said was wrong, though. Technically, what we're talking about is dealing with the Persians. Here's the difference. See, he brought up Vietnam. The Persians have this type of bloodline, type of like allegiance, type of martyrdom ideology that goes hand in hand with being a Persian, much like the Jewish people. The Jews have hand in hand their ideology with being chosen, being the seed of Jacob, right? You can't face the tank with that. Iranian government would jump out. Don't jump out like the old chick who just got sent to the bottom. Hold on, let me finish, brother. And I'm gonna give it right to you because nothing you said was wrong. The Persians, like you said, was correct. The Persians will kill and fight without the training, whatever, as soon as America trying to penetrate. That's the reason why America was bluffing the whole time, talking about invading and taking Card Island, which is a very small island, but they can't do it. We've seen before right now, like America is taking on and using the Lucas drone, which is just nothing but a Shahed clone. They're copying now the Persians' weaponry and their indigenous technology. Something about the Persians is that why they have the martyr ideology, which is the reason why, even if you're trying to the Islamic Republic, and you're trying to get rid of all that structure, the reason why it will never totally become a corrupted, devalued state like a fucking, Libya or wherever the case might be, or Syria or whatever, is because they have that Persian identity, which to them, at the deep root level, they believe that they are called by the God of the book of Esther. She goes on to be the queen of Persia, called out in the prophet, the book of Daniel. Excuse me for getting into the Torah, the Tanakh, and the Navaim, and the Rasuls, and all that type of stuff. But these people are actually called out in a lot of these holy books by names, the Persians, by name. So that's why the top level, no matter what you do to the IRGC, the ABCDEFG, whatever it may be, the Persian identity, the martyr ideology, and them being called out in the holy books, in the Torah, in the Tanakh, in the Quran, by being called out by nation, is going to make sure that they never become obliterated. So I'm from I'm gonna land right now. They're gonna fold, and since said earlier, we gotta just kill every one of them, right? It sounded real radical, but that would be the only solution. But here's the thing: they don't fear their martyrs. So even telling them that you'll kill each one of them is still not incentive enough to stop a person.
Yeah, you make one of the key points that there is a rally around the flag effect too. There's people that are for negative regime. There was a segment of the population that was anti-regime, and after this war, they're like, "Oh my God, we're being attacked." There's a rally around the flag effect. There's a nationalism underlying the Islam.
Where do you get your resources from?
It happens in every war.
What does Persian have to do with all what you said?
Iranians are Persians, so they're
not all Iranians. Yeah,
no, I know you do, but at the core of it.
This wasn't this conversation. I was speaking with Ralphie, and it just jumped in.
I know, Sean. Let me please. Thank you for your, you gave a little background about our subscriptions, which I'm really enjoying. To be clear, Iran, our majority. Stop drinking, bro. We Iranians, we have. Can someone let push me?
Hey, so here's the deal, BB. You're about 2 seconds from me booting you from the room permanently. So either shut up and wait your turn. Okay, listen, I get you. Go hide back in England. Bye. Have a good night. Don't drive. I'm not the car star. Now we solved that problem. Please go on.
Actually, they liberated them from Babylon and
exactly.
Babylonians, and they allowed them to return back and to Jerusalem.
Exactly,
our king lesson. And so what I want to say is, we never had this ideology of hating the
Jews ever.
Christians or the Jews.
Never.
And it does not belong to us at all.
I know.
And the Iranians, the Persians right now are saying his ideology does not belong to us. We are not the same as our regime. We want them gone, and we will fight and give our lives for this cause. To take and
Guys, hold on.
Take back our country.
Guys, I turned off hand raising because maybe some of you guys are shy to come up on stage and raise your hand. You can just pop up now. Just letting everybody know in the audience. There's no hand raising.
Rocky, I don't know if you know it. Anybody else gets blamed? I booted people.
What did you?
I thought I did.
I thought you guys put her into the audience.
I did do that before. She keeps coming up and keeps doing the same thing. So.
Okay, whatever.
That's completely fine. Honestly, she was too drunk.
Yeah, she won't.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie though. She funny though. She funny. I just wanted to comment on a couple things that. I just wanted to comment on your guys' discussion. I've been listening for a while, and so far I've heard everything from one end to kill all Muslims, all those. It's an interesting take. Yeah, it definitely would solve the problem. You're gonna have a hard time selling someone like me, like a warrior, to go in and just genocide a whole group of people for just being one kind of characteristic, just being Muslim. Like you're gonna have that hard. Like I'm not going to really buy into it. I'll fight against an enemy that's horrific. I have no care. I'll eliminate the enemy. But to eliminate a whole group of people, like that one's kind of crossing the line for me. So that one's going to be a hard pass on me at this time. Really not going to wipe out the entire like what is it, 2.8 billion Muslims around the world. Just not really going to do that. Although I'm sure the climate change people will fucking cheer on and be like, finally we eliminated other end is you're talking about an IRGC. Regime changes work and they don't work. There's a 50-50 shot with them. It depends, and it takes a long time to do a regime change. They're not always successful at first. Someone brought up Vietnam. You're right. The America pulled out and became communist. However, they've changed their stances. They are more capitalist. They have more outreach to the U.S., and they really hate fucking China. So, by proxy, they have kind of swung back to the U.S. side. Vietnam's really beautiful. I recommend people go there on vacation.
The U.S. brought it back into fold to counter China, so that was the U.S. extending the all of it.
Correct.
If the U.S. did that to the Iranian government, they would accept it, right? So
not necessarily, because it has been extended multiple times.
The JCPOA was an example of that. They agreed to the JCPOA. They wanted to make a deal.
However, they were still attacking allies. So that's the part with it. Like people highlight the joy as this blanket cover, and it really wasn't. It was more of a we would like it. It was like an ask without any teeth behind it. And Iran was still fucking around. Yes, they stopped attacking U.S. ships per se, but they were still attacking other ships by allied nations. So at the end of the day, we can't sit there and just say, hey, Iran, yeah, you're not attacking Americans, but go ahead and take on the Italian, the Japanese. These are people that we've aligned with that we actually still need on our side. Territorial-wise, we need to have those, those trade agreements, and it is fractured in the Iran. However, there's not a unifying voice in Iran right now. There's not someone to compel a direction. So right now you have multi-factional fighting internally as well as like whatever they're wanting to do externally. So if we can figure out who is the central boots on the ground, just targeting high-level people until he finds one guy that says, please don't put a warhead on my forehead. I'm willing to, work with you a little bit. You have to give me face. I'll allow you to have your declared victory, and we'll open up trade, and we'll stop all this bullshit in the Middle East. And honestly, that's what I think Trump's going forward.
Brad,
I agree.
When that person shows up to be able to speak to Trump and come to the conclusion that this is not going anywhere, then that would be a key moment for them to decide that if they go on like this, they have to get some help to rebuild the country. And who else is going to be able to? Who else has those connections with top leaders? And then good both these top leaders to be able to rebuild the country back as fast, as great as possible again, as it were before. And that person would be Shahrazad Khan, in my opinion. And then
Alamein is not going to be able to.
Yeah, he's not going to, because he's basically going to be an outsider. He hasn't been in the country in 100 years. Like since he was a baby, right? Right. Okay. So. I mean, excuse me. I'm saying this with all due respect and sincerity, right?
Opposition would not be alive.
But listen what I'm saying though.
Opposition gets killed.
But listen, but understand what I'm saying though. What are we really saying, right? Pahlavi ain't been there in a million hundred years, right? Now, Khamenei was killed the first day of the strike when they bombed the Nav Girls' School. Isn't Mushtaba supposed to be the son that steps up? So if Mushtaba is supposed to be the son in Khamenei's stead, then we do have some to talk to. It's Mushtaba, right? But this is what's bothering me because that's too simple for me. Maybe I'm just a black American guy in LA. That's just too simple for me. You should be talking to Mushtaba. Isn't supposed to be standing up at the Khamenei. But I remember that the same day when they killed Khamenei, when they bombed the girls' schools in Manab. I remember that Khamenei was also killed and martyred with his daughter and his family. I remember that was the first incident. So I'm saying my gut feeling was going to be wrong, just a black guy in LA. But I think they killed Khamenei, the daughter, and I believe that Mushtaba, God forbid, was also killed too. But if that's the case, because everybody keeps talking about until we have somebody else to talk to, until we have somebody to talk to, Pahlavi or Mushtaba, but Mushtaba's supposed to be the immediate heir. Pahlavi would be an outside person coming in being installed, but he still isn't there. Who are y'all waiting on to talk to? Like the Mahdi or some shit? Because ain't nobody there. You get what I'm saying? So I'm trying to talk to the Mahdi. Who else is going to be the one who's going to be able to talk to all these people who you done bombed and killed the leader, destroyed shit? They don't want to hear none of that shit y'all talking about. They don't want to hear nothing. Pahlavi, they don't want to hear nothing. They don't. I'm American. I'm
I don't think Mascala is alive.
He's smoking on that ice on the back.
To be able to
Definitely that happened.
rebuild the country, to be able to rebuild the country, we need a leader that expertise in it. And Kamala has spent 47 years, has spent his whole life studying and
You don't need a leader. Wait. You don't need an engineer for a leader.
Listen, respectfully, Flo, I respect you, Flo, because he wasn't wrong. Like everything we was talking about that. I also wanted to throw in there King Sirius, right? Cyrus. He was even called Mashiach outside of the children of Israel. He was the only person, not a Jew, that was called the Messiah of Persia, right? So I know the history. I know exactly what you're saying. But at this time, I hate to say it, like that's who Trump asked to talk to. Like Trump, like, where is the Mahdi? Like, we need some stuff because they know they killed everybody. That's why they have to like have alternative people to talk to. If we follow the normal order of success, it's supposed to be my scholar. That's what they showed, but we still never see them in the public. They don't even know. They said that we don't have nobody to talk to. That's what they said. They keep saying we don't have nobody to talk to.
And this whole idea about like no religious faith being the carryover, it'll hold on. So this idea it'll sustain for a little bit, but without a unifying, rallying leader, you can't go. You don't need an engineer. You don't need an architect. You don't need a nuclear scientist to lead a nation. What you need is somebody who can galvanize the population base behind a centralized idea. That's how you build a nation. You can't do it. Like Ayatollah did. He took 12 hardcore motherfuckers and brought them here. Let me help you. Like my kid. Yeah, I know. I can help you. I can show you how to blow it up. But the Ayatollah, I can't drop them. I can only remove people from the room.
I just did, bro. Just calm the fuck down.
Thanks, bud. So, like, if you can get that centralized leader to actually build and actually galvanize people to bring in investment, bring in trades, bring in other people, that's who's going to follow because somebody will follow them. Look at how the Ayatollah took over the first fucking place. He didn't have a huge crew. It wasn't a massive wave. It was 12 hardcore motherfuckers that were able to fucking conquer a nation. If you look at his core group, if you look at the military strategy, that's what you need. You need someone who can do that with, a handful of dedicated people that are willing to go to the end and say, we're going this, it's bust or die. And so you gotta have that. And you don't have that in Iran. You have to be infighting. And Adley, he's Taco Bell, man. Like, how are you going to give a guy that's been raised on Starbucks? He left two fucking Iranians. Yeah.
I haven't talked that much. Okay, go ahead, Rafi, Snippy, if we're going to take that chime in, go ahead. Can I chime in? Go ahead. The way I'm observing is, I agree. I think Trump's just waiting to find that if there's engaging targets. And then as we progress forward into the operation, you start to see sporadic action. You start seeing outlandish reactions on how they target. They start focusing more on civilians, and then they started focusing elsewhere. And you can see the chain of command actually crumble because they're constantly having to push officers up into a higher chain of command without the experience or without the logistical understanding. And so I think continually taking out, and this is my dumb opinion, continually taking out the next chain of command. I mean, we saw this recently over the weekend where we actually we introduced strikes in Nigeria. We targeted high-ranking ISIS officials. So, I mean, you can see how they're really piecing apart the chain of command. And sooner or later, because personally I think they're
China. That's all China, bro. That's China doing that for them. Like, well, it's an indirect ally. Let's just put it that way, because China allegedly claims they're not being involved, but indirect ally. But but the PR is pretty much getting the win on it. Now, when I say logistical, the RGC. I mean, we're seeing a lot of failure in the resupply and in the logistical realm across Iran. I mean, we're targeting key industrial sites, we're targeting warehouse locations, we're focusing on main routes. I mean, you really focus on you build many different types of platforms, and I think there's one. I'll find it for you guys and put it in chat, but it can show you alleged locations that have been targeted. Right? I mean, it's just a little red dot, but you can see that they're targeting roadways, they're targeting industrial. So they're really targeting the logistics and on the PR. Because it's really putting this confusion in America's media, in American mindset, and also around the world. I mean, I would say it's really transitioned in the last, my opinion, 4 months, the massive amount of Jew hatred. They really transitioned, the PR transitioned into Israel's intentions to get America involved. So, unfortunately, people are foolish enough to feed into it. So, the demise instance of the left that leaked with the propaganda coming from Qatar and even with China's engine of media control. You know what I mean?
No way you'll believe this shit. Well, I'm just say dumb. So I get what you're saying, but I think the PR goes different because they are winning PR. Like, I'm an American black guy, right? And they've reached a lot of what people would call propagandas even coming into my community. Like, Iran has actively targeted a lot of, like, all of their diss songs and all that stuff. They're all hip hop tracks, they're all rap tracks.
Yeah, they're trying to idolize Nipsey Hussle now.
Right, exactly. So, but hold on. Here's the thing, though. See, I've been paying attention, Flo, as you can tell, I've been paying attention to Iran I'm 40, right? I've been paying attention to Iran for a long time, right? You can even go back to Mini Jab. 15, 20 years ago, Mini Jab was up in the UN doing Tupac lyrics. They were celebrating Black Panther Party, the Huey P. Newton Day, Black Panther Party, 20 years ago. Iran, like I'm the black. So yeah, hold on. Let's just my brother. Went to the city. Right. Let me just but they're shit, so that don't have no opinion. That don't even. No, what I'm saying is like Malcolm X came to and Muhammad Ali came to find their fate in Islam. They went to the Sunni country. Right, but they're Shia, so that don't make that consequence. Iran is Shia, yes, Iran is Shia. Right, so you're right. I know, but you're saying something that's a non-sequitur. So for them to have, brother, if you let me finish, they are still idolizing black figures who are Sunni, even as a Shia nation. My point is, they've always been, like, for example, we know that they had Malcolm X idolized him in the 70s, way before America did, like, put on stamp. Like, this is not new stuff to people, you feel me? Like when they held the United States Embassy, they let the women go, Khomeini in the 70s, 79, they let the women go and only the American blacks, right? Except for women who work in the military. This is technically not something new. It's just new to people who are actually coming to it. So when it comes to PR, they're winning on that. But the other side of it is the PR. Howard, like, I personally, from what I've been keeping up with this, no, the Persians. My name is Power for everybody. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Power, y'all. I love this room. Shout out to everybody, right? See, all of this, we're weakening their logistics. We're stopping their ammunitions and all that. No, this is what the youngsters call projecting. We're the ones that are low on interceptors. We're the ones low on batteries. Well, what I'm saying is, now that we're having a direct conflict with Iran as a married country, right? Listen, brother. It's an acronym, right? An acronym for multiple. It's an acronym, right? An acronym for multiple countries. Brazil, right? So those, right. So what I'm saying is, So what I'm saying is, right. Those countries who we call great nations, the opposition, these people have a vested interest in seeing what Iran could do with the vested, with America, who is the world reserve. So China being the proxy now, Russia being a proxy, who is our proxy? We having a hard time getting the UK and everybody else aligned with us. The blockade that we're holding up, the reverse blockade that we're doing, we're the ones fronting that. It ain't Germany, France, and everybody else out there. It's us. It ain't Spain, Spain, Iran, and them. All the homies is flipping. All the homies is flipping tongues on us. I'm from the streets, bro. So I know when somebody's flipping and talking to somebody else. Spain already talking. The niggas in France said we cannot use their airspace to bomb, and several other Europeans. That's the reason why Trump went and attacked the NATO nations. They're not complacent. All the way, man, listen. Well, guess what? It's all Santa Claus, bro.
I'll give you that one. But at the end of the day, you're wrong.
I mean, just saying you're wrong. Just saying you're wrong don't make you wrong, though.
Yeah, it is. Because because we just said Iran in this war strategic night right now with their alliance with Russia.
I'm American. I'm used to busting in the doors, putting boots on the ground. We ain't even attempted, so I know what's up.
No, but you don't know what's up.
We just went into Venezuela, smacked that nigga up, put Maduro on the plane, said what's up. So how come we ain't got that yet in Iran?
And so listen,
how come we get that in Afghanistan? We get that in Iraq. We get that in Libya. We get that in Syria. Shut up, man. Y'all don't know what you're talking about. I'm black, but you can't play. Just because you white or light skin don't mean you right because I'm saying I'm wrong. I'm right. I'm right. You are wrong. I'm right.
We have control of all of that nation. China has no access to control for shipping to our allies. We have full control of what gets our in the region.
This is called
the UAE.
This is called fostering.
The UAE constantly don't pay.
It's all
the UAE just
it's all smoke and mirrors.
We have no mirrors. We got Venezuela.
But guess what? Iran is not going to swing. Hey, let us get free though. Let us have free though. Let us get this is getting the blood voice.
No, let's not.
Hold on. I'll allow you guys to fight back and forth, but you gotta tone it down because all I hear is a reverb and everybody else is pulled down.
This dude has no etiquette when he speaks. That's the problem.
Dude, you know what I'm hearing? You gotta talk about we get this.
You're wrong because you're already wrong. And he shows on paper with math if you don't understand that. You're swearing out, bro. Stop getting wrong.
I know when the jig is up, homie. Our homie is talking. Listen, let me. They said 3-4 days. They said no. At the very beginning, the projection was this gonna be like 4 or 5 days. Going to go in there.
Iran's Baker. Okay, I'm gonna tell you something. China. No, they don't. Not their customers. Not their customers.
We know.
Not their customers. No. Listen, not their customers.
Iran let them know.
Honey, that's not true.
No, it is.
Iran is letting them go free.
Who buys everything from China?
Iran is letting them go free.
Listen. Stop being a Neanderthal. Who buys everything from China? No, seriously. No, I'm serious. Who buys everything from China?
That was kind of fun.
China trade. Okay? The European Asian countries, everybody. China is the manufacturer of the
Japan
world.
also.
Oh, yes, sir. So when you block their way
India, too.
Okay, yes, sir. So when you block their way of importing oil and natural gas from the GCC overnight, their main supplier, those economies experience overnight inflation, which then means all of this assembly line manufacturing that's on the books for the government to buy from China has to slow down. So now all of this backlog in assembly is sitting in Chinese factories. At the whole time still dealing with tariffs, and not dealing also, whenever they go and China. But Iran's like, no, 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 no. You're a French ship. You're not coming. No, 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 no. You're a British ship. You're not coming. Oh, you're a Finnish ship. You're not coming. Oh, you're a Japanese ship. You're not coming. But every one of those ships are contracted logistically with China to get trade going. So when you block China's customers from getting to, when gas goes up, everything goes up, sir. I'm sure you can agree to that.
No, yeah, no, I'm in LA. I'm in LA where we're sacrificing.
I'm from the San Fernando Valley, bro.
Okay,
and
yeah,
I've been from anywhere from Ventura Boulevard all the way to Rosecrans. You know what I'm saying?
So look, bro. Yeah, I'm from Inglewood. So look, watch this.
Okay, west side, north side, from the bottom.
I'm from the west. I'm from the west.
Okay. Yeah, I grew my partner, Inglewood, you know, Christian Mafia, Baby Hawk,
Baby Hawk, yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, I was a one side. I'm from Yukon.
Okay, so you're, okay.
I'm an Inglewood nigga, bro, for real.
Okay, I'm out the Inglewood nigga, bro. I'm out the DNA gangsters, bro. But you know what I'm saying? I'm
better watch everything on my block, bro. No. It's all love. Yeah.
No, I know the neighborhood very well.
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to you, though. But look, I'm gonna say this is the reason why this shit gets sticky, though, because
yes, sir.
What happens is what you're speaking logistically is correct, even because it affects India, it affects a lot of people.
Everybody.
Yes, but here's the thing, though. They're allowing the person who are getting, who needs these contractors, they're allowing them to have to wait. They let China go through, so China can directly supply that to them themselves.
No, that's not enough. You take a gas off Venezuela.
Family, listen to me.
Gas off Venezuela.
Family, listen to me. Go ahead. Venezuela's on this side of the world. The Strait of Hormuz is on the other side of the world. So when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, right, they put the blockade and said, can't nobody go through the Strait of Hormuz, right? It's actually Oman, because Oman and Iran is on the same oil field, and they actually have the same exact rights to the Persian Gulf. So that's the reason. Yeah, but what I'm saying is strategic and logistics, right? They haven't been striking Oman, which is the same people, the Arab neighbors who hold that key too. They've allowed all of our enemies access in and out the Strait of Hormuz. And if you remember, this was like a couple weeks ago. They said we have a path that is not riddled with mines, and we will give you safe passage if you pay the toll to us. They taxing them. You feel me? They taxing. But you can get through. They've been letting China go through, Russia, any of them. They good. They straight. It's only us and our allies that's having a problem. While we out here,
they attacked Oman too.
Yeah, they on at the very beginning, but they haven't attacked Oman nowhere near as fucking all other places.
It's not their priority. The priority.
No.
Priority is the effort.
No,
priority is the effort.
The whole priority. That's all the same. That's all the same.
No,
that's all the same. So I'm saying
it's from Oman. Efforts are from the
Oman is all the same. It's all the same. The Persians and those Arabs, they own some whole. You across the line. Yes, no, it's not. No, it's not. And family, respect. And family, I'm gonna respectfully decline.
Okay, yes, sir. I disagree. Go ahead, sir.
That's all I'm really trying to speak of in LA.
Thank you, sir.
Give me a second. This is what we just heard on the stage is why the U.S. would never, no one can actually invade this, because gangbangers, Bloods, Crips, whatever fucking fairy kings to fairy queens, they would all set aside their beefs, unite, and fucking start taking pot shots. Literally fucking armed Roombas down the street playing go-karts and Pokemon. They could catch everybody that was invading. They would team up with fucking KKK members and say, stop your white bed sheet sales at fucking Target and march down the street, and we're going to start doing this. They'd have to put bag limits on shooting motherfuckers out of the air. This is why you can never win against Americans, because even though we're divided, all of a sudden one little thing pops up, and you'll see a whole different bear that rises up, and that's not going to be a fun thing for all of you. Secondly, you are kind of wrong about Cargo Island and the Chinese, because although we allow some of the exports out there, the U.S. has kind of blocked them off, and it's
it's allowing it to be a trickle because we still have like 24 ships in there carrying approximately 250 to 500,000 gallons. Park Island is filled, and we're not allowing them to ship from it. We're letting it be a slow trickle. So Iran can't pump oil. So I agree, right? But we all American, right? Right? You American, right? Damn right I am. So watch this. We all American, right? Let's keep it real, bro. All I know for America, even though we know you can't win and sustain military campaigns, like Park Island should be fucking card memory. But there's the no, we gonna see. Hey, I love y'all. Peace out, man. I'm gonna go to the dark side. This was enlightening. I'm gonna come through here. I like this room. Shout out to all the mods. All the mods, yo. Yes.
They already have. Yeah, they're still doing it. They're still doing it.
I can see Greta fucking going up to her. She's like, I'm so sorry.
I'll just say Greta supports terrorists and hates dolphins.
Hey, hold on. I wanted to tell Brad something. If I can.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add on to your statement. I wanted to let you know, I think we'll just let the Aryan Brotherhood just like rape the invaders, so that they can feel useful, while everybody else unites. I mean, we gotta let those fucking pigs fucking get a little ass, you know what I mean?
Man, I'd use the Aryans like the Russians use the Chechens. I just like let them die on the front lines. I'd be like, here, you go out and have the first fucking wave. You little fucking cocksuckers. Here's your white sheet so you make better targets.
They really ruled that name, Aryan. Did you guys know what Aryan actually means?
It's the people from Asia.
Noble. And Iran actually means land of Aryan. And they ruled this fucking mountain.
They also ruined mustache, the easiest mustache to care for, Charlie Chaplin's. They fucking ruined. So no guy can walk around with that anymore.
To be fair, what they also ruined is like if you look at all of the. So you had a bunch of Nordic like ruined their symbols, and then now it's like you're not if you ever use it. Native American, like in Arizona, all of our highway signs are state highways.
Yeah, I got an article on it. What the fuck? I wanna go to we have darkness.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Good guy. I would like to hear more from Pepe.
I was gonna say I did read earlier. So
I want to actually hear you yelling at someone.
Oh yeah, totally. But I
want to see this.
Bring them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's not easy just to find them, bro.
Bring Ali back up. I mean, I only moved him down because he said I didn't know I ran, but that guy, he constantly fucking tells me about how Americans are. And say fucking guys like, you know nothing about our country, but you guys are all this and this and this. It's like, dude, if I don't know your country, you sure as hell don't know mine. And I guarantee you probably couldn't survive here. That's why you're sitting there building soccer stadiums in Saudi Arabia for like $1 a day.
That's not fair. The Arabs are monkeys. The Arabs should be working for this person.
Hey, I got a question for you and Ocean. Depends on what Arabs you're talking about. Hold on, man. Ocean Pepe. If I had a time machine and I sent you two both, what would you guys do?
That's my question for Rich, bro. I can ask it from Pepe. Pepe, you want to answer? What would you do if you had a time machine?
I don't think that they should.
And no filter, Pepe. Go ahead. Be comfortable.
I would have to think about it, and then you would, whatever you
It's going to interrupt you. No one is going to fucking give you shit for it. Go ahead.
yeah, whatever would give me like the most hours money, I would make sure that it was secured.
I told you.
So I could be a I could be like, just like that guy with all the money, do whatever the fuck I want.
That made a lot of sense.
Very selfish person.
I know. He was only for a completely different outcome.
I wanted to actually know what Pepe had in mind if he had a time machine. Because he's so racist, I want to. Pepe, would you like go back in time and destroy every other race of white people?
I would tell, well, this is going to sound racist. Perhaps I would tell the slave ships. I would have never allowed slavery. I'll just say that. Well, no slavery, and you won't have any blacks here.
Oh, you wouldn't.
What if you had blacks here already for some reason? That's not historically accounted for.
Yeah, it's I can't believe it.
Arab monkeys. Would you replace blacks with Arab monkeys as the slaves?
No, the Arab monkeys would just enslave the blacks and just treat them try and have to get them home. I mean, they castrated them. Like they were like the Arabs were like African Americans like to talk about how horrible chattel slavery is, but they like literally like can you imagine you get kidnapped, you're scared, and then it's like all of a sudden they chop off your nuts. They force you to be a fucking slave. Like that's just fucked.
I mean, it depends what you're talking about, man. Like, so like in Kuwait, right, when they had a lot of Sudanese and Saudi as well, like they had a lot of Sudanese slaves from back in the day. At one point, I want to say, what we're talking probably like around the 40s and 50s or 30s and 50s. Like they integrated a lot of people into their population, man. Like even dark, Sudanese blood. You know what I mean? Living in Saudi Arabia, and they even kind of got into the royal family. Like there's an old sheikh from Kuwait, very dark man, and he was African. Back in the 70s. So I mean, they treated. What I'm saying is they treated a lot of descendants of slaves very well. Once the oil money came, once the British came, the American came, and they came and they invested in infrastructure. They all started getting.
That's my biggest. This is my number one.
They rectified a lot of wrong. Is what I'm saying.
Sure, I get it. They really did. But I would say my biggest criticism, and even Arab leaders were saying this, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Okay, they have oil wealth, but there are a group of people that innovate absolutely nothing. They can't. And to be fair, they exist in countries where I don't think Saudi Arabia is that way, but you can look at like the but they don't. They realize that that is going to be cut off eventually.
But that has changed. That has changed because you can't say that they. Wait, what are they inventing now? Like, what are they?
Nothing.
Commerce, global commerce. They're not inventing. They're not inventing. Okay, so now we are looking at like the UAE. Right? No. Looking at the UAE, right? Look at the UAE just alone. UAE now is out of OPEC. They're having the Israelis build their missile defense technology like an Iron Dome right now in the UAE as we publicly speak. And there's eventually going to be an oil deal after that from the Emirates to Israel. So Turkey doesn't have the leverage to shut the pipeline. All the oil Israel depends on from Azerbaijan and everything else that goes with that. So once they get that oil, because now they're not an OPEC, they don't have to follow their limits. Now once that starts going, that creates a business commerce relationship between what was always perceived as people on two different sides of the fence. They made it an entertainment capital before the war broke out. Look at how many boxing matches, look how many events, concerts. It modernizes the country in a way of finance and economics. Yeah, bro, understand you invested some money in UAE and all that. You always talk.
But I mean, I would say there's something different.
But yeah, hold on. He's bringing up UAE. UAE, it's not an Arab motherfucking nation.
How's it not?
So what are they?
They're obviously Arab.
Pepe. UAE has about 10 or 11 million population, and only like 10 or 15% of them are.
Well, yes, but that's one of the critiques is that they rely on. They only give citizenship. Yeah, but you say only 10 to 15%, which is actually false, because nearly 100% of the people that have citizenship and have rights there
What the fuck?
are actual. They're actually citizens.
You should want to promote that ocean. I mean, shit, cheaper gas prices in Israel, bro. That's all that matters. Pepe, I didn't talk about citizenship.
No, I'm not saying that, but the people there, like so the people who own and control the company in our country and our citizens, they are all Arab. They have a population that dwarfs them, that are people that are either permanent or temporary residents or workers, but they're not.
Okay, fine. That's fine. I give you that. But let's go back to your question. What are they inventing?
Oh, they're inventing nothing. But here's the thing: we can look at like Turkey.
People say, oh, they're not.
Yeah, but Turkey, for example, and Turkey and Iran, they're like much more educated.
Their money is all over the global economy, bro. What the fuck are we talking about?
They don't invest. They invest. So they
there you go.
Capital to invest every
Bro, oh my God.
And
they do. What was the question? God damn it. Okay, what do they do good? What do they invent? What do they invent? What do they invent, correct?
Yeah,
I have to get literally. I have to get back to you on that. But what they do is all their money is in the global economy, all throughout Europe, all throughout Asia, all throughout America.
They have a lot of money because of natural resources.
It's not everyone's money. It's their money that they make off oil sales. And they put it in the economy. Yeah, but who else put their money in the economy or in the markets? One doesn't. That's not a talent. That is not a talent. I'm not saying it's a talent. Oh, I'm not. Okay, I'm saying is that what do they? Because it's very important. Because I'm a United States citizen, sir. So I want my country to be super fucking power of the world. So these people have to thrive. Their oil economies have to thrive. UAE has to thrive. Saudi has to thrive. Israel and Saudi and UAE have to come together in peace and start global trade. Let Israel build military infrastructure and defense structure.
Not they're good for the United States. I'm making an argument about like what do these people actually innovate, and that
actually a very innovative country for this small population. What you've got next is a lot of the Gulf Arab states. There's a huge asymmetry there between how innovative that country is, the hard sand and everything, all the water and everything from the oil when you extract it, right? Just like the Israelis were very good with petrochemicals and understanding how to desalinization, you know what I mean? Kuwaitis and Saudis figure out a way to use sulfate granules to do this process a hell of a lot more efficient, right? They created the way of drilling the oil more efficiently, right? And as soon as they patented everything, everything was to the U.S. government, and we literally use this kind of technology even if we were drilling up for shale up in North America, right? So it's like, okay, I know it's not an impact of like the fucking iPhone or Apple or healthcare advances and stuff like that, but it's something. You know what I mean? And they put this, and all of this money that's being spent in U.S. dollars, you know, it protects the United States, it protects the assets of Israel, it protects the assets of the United States West and all its allies. It's a bond that has to cross. Yeah, they went back to the same thing. Yeah, and I don't think if anything, I know, Ocean. If anything, we're the ones protecting them, and they don't really fight in any wars. But they pay to sit down. What else do I have? What else do they have to do that? I mean, if they don't pay, then what else? They live under this soft, easy life. But it helps. What are you talking about? I mean, it helps. I mean, no one denies what you say. Look, I'm not denying your pay. It's not denying it. We're talking about a different thing. And you can't bring it up. Okay. Well, I told you they invented a way to drill for oil with coagulants, but that wasn't important. They invented that process. A Saudi and a Kuwaiti college graduate, one from LMU, one from. I'm glad you guys have one. I'm glad you guys found one thing that they did. That's good. That's one. Yeah, you know, hey, it's not the biggest thing, but I got to give credit. It helped the world. Helped my job easier because I was able to source the raw materials and make emissions. So I love it. Well, not also love it. Hey, I'm gonna pivot real quick because I'm going to have that conversation. I'm very pro GCC Ocean, so you know, like extremely. I love the GCC. No, I already know. I love them. I swear to God, I do. Like I have a soft spot for Israelis. I have the same soft spot for them. The same. I don't look at it like when people want to criticize and say, oh, they're not from there. Like when I see an Israeli in the way he moves every day, it's everybody has to get along. Is what I'm saying, bro. Like, that's all.
They give opportunity to start up companies that affect the world by giving them financial support and believing in them. And how they
directly to, you know, if you look at them, something called the Kuwait Fund, right? It's the biggest charity in the world. And they literally donate billions of dollars. Like, I do understand. But it's a whole different topic. The Israelis invent a lot. How about that, Ocean? We all know they have. And I'm not going to deny that they have. I will talk shit about. So why can't those inventions go to the Arab world for a cost of oil and I never said Israel. Nobody said so. But we talk about innovations. Generally, they're for the greater good, not always. We talk about nukes. No, I would even say, like, look at North Korea. I don't know how they got. It could be that China or somebody helped them do it. I don't know. I don't know the origin story about how North Korea got their nukes, but it's a rather horrid place. I mean, I think if there's one country, the last country I'd want to live in the world, I would take, you know, Angola disease and famine over fucking North Korea. You know, North Korea just seems like the worst place. But these fuckers have nukes, and there is some level of
sanctions that helped the North Koreans. Yeah, they did it on a small scale and said, oh, but if you actually increase this, then you've got the ability. It took them a long time, but Russia was the opening door for them, not China. China wouldn't give them that. They don't like North Korea that way. In fact, when North Koreans try to flee North Korea, they throw them back over the fence. So,
That's how Pakistan. Those Pakistani scientists did, but
the Pakistan stole it from England and France. That's off that fucking top-notch security there. But Russia actually actively helped North Korea.
Israel stole it from us too. It's just it's a gift that keeps on going.
Stole what? Stole what?
Oh, nuclear secrets.
They stole.
They stole. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. This is actually why. This is why it's not a conspiracy. This is why they know they stole.
The mines to create the bomb came from Eastern Europe. It was a Manhattan Project.
No. I'm talking about after America.
Three places. Before the end of World War II. Okay, the technology went three places. The United States, what's going to be Israel, and the rest of Russia. That's where it split. That's where that technology split.
Sure. So, but it came to
what I'm saying is there were Jews everywhere scattered around.
No, I get that. We can thank Jews for helping us, come up with the nuclear bomb. But that's not my point.
For sure.
But when it came to, in terms of the United States, decades after, hold on. Decades after, they ended up basically, there were nuclear secrets that were stolen, and then there was actual nuclear material that ended up being sent to Israel that helped them build, or make their first atomic bomb. This is not.
Well, let's just say you're right. They thought it happened. They fucking thought it happened. I want to give the guy, if that happened, just like find that guy, I want to say, hey, I got a small black trip to London. Welcome to 2 weeks on.
First off, why you want to punch somebody with going to fucking London?
London's nice.
London's not nice anymore.
It is if you stay in central and not some parts. Yes, the food's way better.
English and good food do not go hand in hand.
No, other cuisine.
Rappy's trying to speak. He's quiet.
Apologize, Mr. Rappy.
Might sound like a really stupid question to ask. Could have just Googled it and sounded smart.
You had Einstein, you had the Russian guy, you had
but in America, was it a Jewish person?
Oppenheimer, you're trying to refer to?
Yeah, so Oppenheimer was a Jew.
The Manhattan Project.
Yeah. I thought it was a Jew that was primarily responsible.
Yeah, he was responsible for the development of it. He was the overall project lead, or so to speak. But there was German scientists, there was Russian scientists. It was a whole.
The rock. Yeah. So my understanding is also after the defeat of Nazi Germany, the rocket scientists that we got from them were invaluable. They were.
Oh yeah, that's how we ended up on the moon. Yeah.
But they created the jets. Yeah, which are obviously important for delivering vehicles.
Too bad they really we'd all be speaking German if they had invented them and created them a little bit faster earlier in the war. We probably would have lost the air war and probably would have lost England had they had the jets and the range.
I forget the name of that. There's this little jet that it could barely land, and it had a few minutes of flight time. But it was ferocious. It was so fast. It was a little fighter jet the Germans had in the neighborhood. It's interesting to watch. You could outmaneuver and fly a lot faster. Anything to get the special fuel, which means that like once it got hit, it must be slowed a lot easier. The fuel was very reactive. But yeah, I mean, so it was. But I don't know, it was just neat. They were coming up with this shit.
I was on a call and I came back and I heard the rap he says you want to.
If you really, if you really want to trigger people and your goal is to trigger people, you would just put like
That's okay.
like Americans are jealous, or like it'd be something like Israel haters are mad that Israel looks like what they want America to look like.
Hey, I told Sword.
No, Sword's not Ayatollah. He's guys, leave him alone.
I just greeted him.
Yeah, he's an Ayatollah now.
No, he's a very loving Muslim man that wants peace. How dare you guys slander him? Stop.
I greeted him.
Shit, he's Ayatollah. That's saying
I disavow.
I do not.
Okay, sorry. Well, you want us to call him Soren Waffen?
Soren, can you tell these evil Jews and these polytheist worshippers why they're wrong? Because you're a man of peace and principle. This is bullshit.
Palavin might have partied a little bit too much, but at least he didn't create terror.
Everyone should party.
I wish I could have gone. I wish I could have gone to the old school 70s parties.
Hell yeah.
I wish I was there. Yeah, we are invited.
It's gotta go back to that, Robbie.
I know. I want to go. I want the rice with the saffron and the pomegranate.
It's all that's us.
Soren, what do you have to say to these evil monsters that trivialize the butchering and the slaughter of terrorist kids in Gaza?
Why would you bring up another subject? Something around.
No, come on.
You're talking about the same Gazans that the Ayatollah uses as martyrs and slaves for war.
I disavow.
Oh, Pepe. Come on. A Palestinian's only good enough to go kill the little Israeli kid. He's not good enough to be an engineer.
These are people of privilege. Watch your mouth. They've been colonized by these white predators. Like, this is so fucking horrible.
Who have been colonized, by the way?
The Palestinians.
The Palestinians have received fucking billions of dollars. They just decided their leaders.
Colonizers' money? Oh, amazing.
Colonizers' money is humanitarian money that Singapore got.
It's Hospira. That's right. Amen, brother.
Yeah, but you're not benefiting your civilization with anything you're doing. You're just like selling your asses to China and forever in debt. I have told Soren it must be nice in Canada, buddy, but
You guys are just a bunch of Hospira speaking Israeli bootlickers. It's so gross.
It's not Israeli bootlicker, Pepe Waffen. It's because we want to have peace. We want peace in the region. You guys want more blood, and you guys want more death. We want peace. So if you're gonna have peace, you gotta understand there's gonna be Jews there, Soren. The Israelis are going nowhere.
changed the room title to trigger people.
We took out the Ayatollahs, figured it. Look at the internet, took out Blockbuster, buddy. Figured it out.
You're fucking wild.
But if you want to trigger people, you gotta trigger people.
Let me put this down a little pictures. So another thing, so when you say that Jews aren't going anywhere, I've been hearing from a lot of Muslims that to come up on stage and when they say, watch, what's gonna happen soon.
Because why? That's all.
I can tell you why. Alhamdulillah. I hear you, brother.
Okay. So I'm gonna get back to you.
Nice to hear from you, Ayatollah. Sorry.
Muhammad, welcome to the stage.
Shut your ass up, bro.
Amen.
Oh, I did not expect that one. To be honest, Muhammad, I did not expect that.
Filthy fucking American turds. They're so decadent and just angry and bitter and like to bitch about everything. That's why they're mad.
I have one more rule for you. Shahid, welcome to the stage.
Oh, shoot.
How are you, Shahid? What do you think on the title, Shahid?
Good try, nice try.
Salman Khan's brother.
Why? I'm curious. Why do you think jihadis like the Americans are jealous of Israel? Why is there this hate that just comes out of nowhere and they just want to destroy them and they're so mean and jealous? It comes out of jealousy. Realistically, I admit as an American,
It's so funny. Trump can't so we get angry. I think he might be going somewhere with something. Go ahead, man.
well, you know, like I am angry. I'm angry at Israel for a number of reasons. The number one reason is because they are. I see them. They're rather homogenous
I
countries.
wish you were here sipping a tea, baby.
Patriotic, they're national, and they have a community. Here in America, we want to kill each other. And
Yeah, they do have views.
yeah, and so why is it?
You don't like peace? I got it.
But yeah, and,
Oh, yeah, he likes the war. That man likes the war.
but you understand that they have unrest going on in these countries of Israel. They have what?
A little bit. Just with the lefty orthodox little idiots, like they get beat up by the IDF.
You guys have lefty Orthodox?
There's religious extremists everywhere.
I mean, I know there's righty Orthodox.
Yeah, with the lefty orthodox, they have both. Dictatorship, buddy. No free enterprise in the country.
They made a big mistake being democratic there. That they allowed terrorists, that they allowed them to vote, that they allowed them to have a voice.
No, I disagree, Rafi. I know it fucking love you temporarily, but at least it showed to the world that they're hoping to assimilate. They showed to the world that they wanted to assimilate with the people in the region. That's what they showed. I'm not saying that's not the truth, but that's not the noble thing they did.
I'm sure her sipping a tea.
Yeah, well, here's the amazing thing is you saw okay, there are a bunch of Westerners. Now, obviously, they're getting criticism. Is that this is not flying in Western countries?
A lot of majority of Israelis are not Westerners.
I know. Hold on. Well,
They're in the West now, but they're like.
I get it.
defend him here. But he's gonna get pushed back, and yeah, you can't really do that with Western citizens. However, I did think it was funny that you had these lefty faggy people, and they're like, free Palestine, and then this bitch gets like grabbed by the back of her head. It's not my fucking problem. And see, I wish we could do that here. Okay, to our radical lefties. Well, I'm not there.
Well, even the police here in the West, have you ever been arrested? You think they're nice? You think they're very physical?
Well, I did when I was a juvenile, but I'm in middle age.
Doesn't matter. Whenever they put you in handcuffs, and if the cops are running up power,
That happened.
Why the American ambassador in Israel criticized this action?
Because we would never. This is where I said it was a mistake on their behalf.
What action exactly?
Okay, the parading of.
What action exactly? Sorry. Well, I don't know. I mean, the ambassador you went back. So you just read one headline and you don't read the state. No, I read it because he said you just made a headline without giving me the state. No, I been telling you. What he's not serving the Israeli image in the world. That's in one way. Ambassador in one way. Because the way the shit in the way the sounds. I don't know the way like I said, we always bullshit. We don't want to be. We know that the Jews are crazy, but the image of the Americans and American Europeans, they think that Israel is almost safe. But actually, what they say, come on, they're real. I mean, it's two different stories. You're talking about the country. This is your people are talking about what? I mean, that's cool. I'm just curious. It's about Israel.
Israel is a recognized nation.
Not
What are
like
you fucking talking
not like Indonesia.
So guess what? We don't have to recognize Iran. We don't recognize Palestine. So there you go. Hold on, Rafi. So wait, just hold on a minute. So by Soren's logic, Palestine never exists because it's not a recognized nation.
It is.
So, it's not.
Hold on. What he did was sneaky though. He tried to say because it's not a recognized state. Now we can look at some shit. It's like free Palestine. Some cop like put her hand on the back of her head. It's like, well, they were walking them. Basically, their heads had to face, or their waist and their head had to face the ground. And okay, but like if we're gonna compare them to the IRGC, where they're literally just shooting women in the head, for not wearing a burqa, and then people protest it naturally, and they're just like, you shot her in the head, and then it's like, okay, fine. 3,000 fucking people, and yeah, I'm an American. We don't have blackouts here. Yes. You know what's really funny is that there's not a goddamn. You guys are the level 4 country. We are a level 4 country. We are. It is as strong. The most advised against us traveling there, especially if you're somebody of Persian descent. Hold on, but just like no. Nicolas Maduro would do this. When it comes to different countries that are not friendly with the U.S., they'll let people that they believe will be friendly in regime's image come there. These are not honest fucking reporters. Or unbiased. Oh my God, that's propaganda.
Dude,
they don't let normal people do that.
VPNs didn't work. So what ended up happening, the nodes that ended up connecting you to the internet, whether or not you're trying to attach it or connect through a VPN, did not matter. You were not going to be able to get a connection. Even our link was not able to work during that blackout. They literally just said any connection you can get to the fucking internet. But no, and I saw the fucking videos. Like there was a morgue. Hold on. I saw this. Like there were people walking the street, and it was a walking down the street. It's just like, oh wow, this is like a quarter of a mile of dead people just laying along the sidewalk, and they have like half of the bags are unzipped. These are body bags, and it's for people to identify. Basically they want people to identify their loved ones. And then you have you take another turn. It's just like holy shit, a whole bunch more bodies. I'm like wow. And then they turn again and again and again and again and again. Then they go into the fucking the medical examiner's office. You see a bunch of fucking dead people. Then they leave and then they go down, winding down the fucking bunch of fucking streets. And you're just like holy shit. And of course, the videos were clear enough where you could see like these were people that were almost all middle age or lower, but mostly like young adults. And they all had not all, but a good chunk of them had what you could see were traumatic injuries. They were like they fucking shot.
Shut up, Soren.
But what I don't get is like you have the nerve to talk about the fucking
You said they shoot people.
Yes, absolutely. But no. I'm talking about this latest protest. No, in January it was not about a burqa. But even if we look at the last, hold on, sorry. If we look at the last, revolt, it was not because of the burqas. But even then, you saw after October 7th, you see a country. Hold on. You see, the level of barbarity that you saw on October 7th was so extreme, so off the walls, so bizarre that there's not a Western country or fucking there's not a country in the fucking world that would not basically have a military response to that. That's a fact. Now you can sit here and say like, oh my God, these poor fucking Gazans. But however, if we look at, you're trying to juxtapose this to what the IRGC is people who are demanding, more fucking freedom. All they're doing is protesting. These are not people celebrating the killing of innocent people. They're not people killing innocent people. But they were fucking butchered, unarmed, by a fucking radical, disgusting regime. And you're somehow simping for this, which is fucking weird.
Yeah, the Hamas also beats Palestinians in Gaza. They beat them. They don't listen. They beat them.
For sure.
They kill them. Shoot them dead.
Because it's the same school of thought. It's exactly the same shit.
Yeah.
So just something to say. Listen, I'm Iranian. I'm born there. I came to Canada when I was 27. I lived there. I know everything. So when this Soren motherfucker, when he's trying to, just whitewash the shit and sugarcoat things, it just boils my blood. Shame on you, Soren. Shame on you.
Shame on you. I saw it.
They're very against IRGC. And then there's that one person that comes in that is pro.
But all I said, which was okay. You said that people shoot because of vulgarity. All I said was watch the YouTube.
Okay, but you're talking about YouTube streamers, which have to get approval. fucking country unless they approve it.
Yes, we do. It's let me tell you, please, give me a second. Give me a second, please let me tell you that. If you see women, if you see teenagers not wearing a hijab, it's because of the balls that they have. Okay, they don't give a shit if they're gonna get shoot, if they're gonna get jailed. So it's not because it's free to do that. They have the balls to do that. So sorry, again, shut up, motherfucker. Shut up, you son of a bitch. So it is true that people are free to wear whatever they want.
That is not true. You know what's really funny is this is my introduction to Middle Eastern culture. Was my freshman year when I took a Middle Eastern studies class. Two of the TAs were literally jailed in Iran, and in mid-semester were able to come back to the United States. And like this is literally like you're trying to pretend like this is not long-standing.
There is a dress code law, yes.
Correct. So when there's a dress code law,
Okay, but the morality police. The morality police. Do they not have? Is there not a lot of subjectivity when it comes to their value judgments?
Answer their question, Soren. Answer. There's no morality police. You keep talking about it, but it doesn't make it real. There's no morality police. No morality police for the mullahs, Soren.
I didn't agree with that, but I'm just telling you it's wrong. It's ridiculous.
He's the son of an Ayatollah. Trust me.
So like here's how we can do this. So almost every person that has fled Iran has basically had the same comments of how an oppression regime is. They have morality police. If you're doing something they don't like, they beat you, rape you, kill you, torture, etc. Literally thousands of people coming out of the States. Soren, cold ass is actually hiding out in Egypt. It really doesn't. I don't have to talk nicely to you. I don't. I'll tell you what. I'll meet you on the battlefield. You know, we can meet on the battlefield.
Don't genocide him on the stage. Don't genocide him on the stage, Viking. Don't do that.
So I mean, we can play this game, and we can show up. I'll come to your sandbox, and I'll tell you what. We can meet out there on the battlefield. Winner takes all. I can do that. But I bet you wouldn't have the balls to actually meet somebody like me. But at the end of the day, we have had thousands of people who have lived as late as 6 months ago in fucking Iran who managed to smuggle themselves out and talk shit. Shut the fuck up or I'll just move you down. So if you want to stay on the stage, you're going to be a good little bitch. So if we've had thousands upon thousands, and I've been in these rooms and I listen a lot more, you should probably try. How are you still so dumb, bro? Dude, okay, here, let me help you. Yeah, I got you. You're gonna go make me a sandwich in the kitchen. Yeah, make sure you do it in that pink apron I like too. And then when I get done, I'm gonna make sure that you like wipe my ball sack off. So, Soren, thousands of fucking Iranian refugees all over the world have come in and talked about this. Only a couple of you fuckers like you have sat there and said the complete opposite. So you mean to tell me 3 or 4 out of literally thousands, women, men from all over Europe, living in the Pacific Theater, Africa, fucking very
place, Western, South America, Central America, Canada, they're all fucking lying. And you somehow are the one pervy who's hiding in a cardboard box in fucking Egypt right now. So please tell me how they're all wrong and you're right.
You're not the game genie, so. Okay, look, White, I have to agree with you. One is that you hold the refugees as refugees that you fucking want. You're not just taking fucking welfare.
No, it's okay.
Stop for a second. Stop. I'm gonna stop for a second. So first off, Oren, here's where you're wrong. Okay, Soren, here's the whole point. The ones that have escaped to like Chile, they're not receiving fucking subsidies. They're not receiving aid.
Not all of them. Majority of Iranian refugees, sadly, tragically, are here to take advantage of your system. They think they want to talk to you.
No, Iranians are one of the most educated. Iranians are one of the most educated groups in the United States. Iranians are one of the most educated groups in the United States. They literally are not sucking off the dole of America. If anything, they're contributing a net. Oh my God, you're so stupid.
Sorry, you need to be a good bitch.
To be honest, okay, not disputing. Afghan refugees, but not Iranians. 90% of them are there because they want to take the permanent residence. I'm sorry, and once they get their citizenship, you know what? The first country to travel to is the Islamic Republic of Iran. They want to like come here, get it. Because you're fucking naive. It's not a religious inquisition here, but go on. I'm not here to talk about the well, I heard you say that Islam is answer your question. I'm not here to talk about any religious or morality. If you want to hear me talk about politics,
from a country that is not really Islamic, maybe converted to Islam in the past recent years, but do you speak Arabic? Do you speak Arabic? Do you speak Arabic? I don't speak Arabic too, but I'm asking, do you speak Arabic? Oh, shut up. You shut up, motherfucker. So let me ask you this question. So you were talking like really peaceful, it's minding your own business and all of that. So I want to ask your opinion about this fact. Look, in Iran there is a law in the system of the legislation which is based on Islamic ideologies and moralities. Right? So they have something called fatwa. So that means that the supreme Ayatollah can really declare a specific order. So, and everybody should follow that. So there's one order given by the basically the creator of the Islamic Republic in Iran, the Khomeini motherfucker. So he said when a woman is persecuted and it's jailed and it's sentenced to death, she must be that's her to go to heaven. Just think about that for a second, please. Okay, just think about that. So that's how fucked up. That's how fucked up this religion is. Now I just want to know what you think. I just want to hear you back up. Is that like actually true? That is actually fucking true.
Yeah, that part is true. Even my dad.
Yeah, Soren, unmute yourself and speak. Okay, motherfucker, I'm gonna find the reference. I'm gonna find the fucking reference right now. I'm gonna paste it in the chat. No. I'm not gonna use any K, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up. Look, put it dick in your mouth and shut up, please. Okay, why are you saying that? Yeah, put a dick in your mouth, please, and shut the fuck up. I'm gonna find that reference. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Shut the fuck up, motherfucker.
So we can already settle this. 4 people say it exists. So now it's there. Wait, I can put a poll. Wait, hold on. Stop. I can put a poll at the top, and I pronounce your name, whatever. I can ask if he's correct and have a poll. I can just ask for a simple hand raising or put a 1 in the fucking chat if what he's saying is true, sort of. And you know what? If a mass majority of these people say, hey, I'm from there, been there, done that, yes, this is 100% true, then you are a fucking liar.
browser to do that motherfucker. Shut up. All they need during your COVID time, the truck movement, they came after you bashing that body.
Yeah, but I didn't get hit. How about not getting hanged for having?
Please take his mic. Please take his mic. Not at all. I don't. Not at all. There's always something coming up. I'm telling you, what happens when they come to that big?
Sword, you know what? You should be ashamed of yourself.
You know what happened?
Soren, please listen. Soren, please listen. You should be ashamed of yourself for everything that it means. You should be ashamed of yourself for everything that it means for being presented to you. There's you that they will rape a woman and they find is a virgin to prevent her from going to heaven. Then they are prosecuting and sentencing an individual for having a set of internet. And you're over here trying to say, well, if it's illegal, it's illegal. You're so blind, but so quick to direct it to Israel. You're so blind that you're so quick to direct to Canada. But yet you can't even acknowledge what is happening in Iraq. You refuse to take the data and everything that is given to you and understand why everybody is criticizing the IRGC and what the actions that they're doing. A week ago, Soren, we had a conversation, me and you both. But can you say the name of the young man who went to wrestle in the Olympics and came back and was paid immediately? And you refuse to address it. You refuse to acknowledge what they're doing is so wrong. People are Americans. It's no morals. And they come on here and say, well, Israel needs to have morals. America needs to have morals. But yet you won't even physically or verbally identify.
You're trying to hit him on that one point. Everything I said.
Hi everybody, my English not very good. But
If you could translate faster, just do it.
I see very victim crime in street in
Well, if you can translate faster, just do it.
January. Very که شما کسی ببخشید
آره اگه بگید که خیلی قبلتر از من که طرفدار شاهزاده‌ام چون تنها قائل اون بودمه. من یک بازاری هستم توی بازار ایران مشغول هستم. ما قبل از فراخوان شاهزاده به خاطر گرونی، به خاطر اقتصاد داغون، ما بازاری ها که موضوع هستیم خیلی تظاهرات کردیم خودمون مثلا شبا که چیزی گفته بود و این شخصی از اون شخصی فراخوان دادیم ششم دیگاه تظاهرات تو درازا درست crowded pride daughters.
Yeah, so the people that would work in the bazaar, like in the markets, they started closing up the shops and protesting silently, peacefully. And then the massacre started days after in the last protest.
In January?
Yeah, on the 8th and 9th. That's when the massacre started.
January نه شیشه دی قبل از January.
Can you ask him what the current economic state is?
Before that,
Can you ask him what the current economic state is right now?
Brad, tell her to ask her that. I want to hear how it started from his point of view.
چی گفتم؟
شروع شد
January آره شیشه دی 5 days before that January 26. Because dollar's price is up. بابا شما بگید که دلار
the dollar price went skyrocketed high and the economic situation was already really bad. At that point, people got in the streets
آخرین ماه سال یادش میشه December.
What's the current situation like?
بدتر worse than the dollar price بگید شما من
the dollar right now is really high and the economic situation is really bad.
معادل 1,360,000 ریال بودش.
What is this feeling like with the current people? Like, this is where I felt really bad. If you can tell him, like, in Farsi, like, I actually feel really bad. What happened in January, they had a revolt. And first, we came a couple months too late. What? But they obviously had a lot of their young that were brutally killed. What does he think that? What is them around now? You know, with the people in Iran.
What was the last thing you asked about? What is them around now?
Yeah, what is them around now? Especially after, like, you know, what they've been.
What they feel now?
Yeah.
Ask him, no, this is the better question. Ask them if they really have the morale to go back to the streets and fight again. That is the question. That's what you're asking to ask Becky, right?
No, it's not. It's not. I think that they.
بعد از این مسئله که شده تو ایمان و کشته شده هنوز حاضر هستن که همدست دوباره وقتی که فرخان نهایی بیاد دوباره برگردن به کوچه یا احساس میکنی چیزی هنوز نیازی واسه
به خاطر اینکه اقتصاد is worse
if there's something about the
The
economy.
economy is so bad, the situation is so bad for years now, and now it's at the breaking point. It says 100% global surge in the streets. As we told you, I told you, this is the thing in Iran going on. The young people.
I got one question for him.
So why do you think they turned off the internet?
Okay, hold on. I want to ask.
After you fight, can I ask you a question?
Sure. You currently, what is the strategic? Well, here, let's put it this way. What is the initiative on the ground? What leaders do they have, or what factions do they have in terms of uprising?
اولا نیز نسل و در ایران محیط زیست
But I think it's pretty clear since he answered the first thing he said. I step behind Mirza Pahlavi. I step behind you. He
به خاطر همین موضوع مردم از اقشار و لول‌های مختلف جامعه ناراضی هستند.
Yeah, he says the different factions within Iran all do not agree and are not happy with the current situation. They're all ready to unite to fight against it.
حجاب قواعد و قوانین ضد زن ضد همه چیز زندگی
because of these extremist religious things in Iran, because of the freedom of women, human rights, because economic reasons, because all these reasons combined together, that the Iranian people will not let this go. They will fight.
و اینا با هم یکی شدن.
And they're all united in factions.
نداشته باشن به دوست این خیلی مهمه چه دوست داشته باشن چه دوست نداشته باشن یکی مثل خود من هیچ آلترناتیو و هیچ میگن لیدری برای روی گذار جز پهلوی نمیبینیم و نداریم.
He says whether we like it or not, there is no other better democratic alternative for us which we are sure of, not linked to the regime, other than Pahlavi for the transitional, as in the transitional government leading up to a democratic Iran. So we're all united.
Can you ask one question for me? Let's go up. Can you ask one question for me?
این جمله هم خیلی مهمه اینو براش ترجمه کنید بگید که ما دچار حکومت توتالیتر هستیم ایدئولوژی بدترین
authoritarian, which is in the worst thing you can possibly imagine, in the worst way you can possibly imagine. We have no choice but to fight.
حتی توتالیتر
Okay, Joel, can you ask him for me? Can you really ask him for me? Is the military stationed in the cities and the surrounding areas densely populated with civilians? Like, are they
Oh my God. He says, yes, me too now. I know, but they don't know, Ali. Listen, the Iranians inside Iran, when they, at 4 o'clock in the morning, they hear the bombs drop, they don't know what to do of happiness. They don't know what to do of happiness. Because that is the sound of freedom coming for them. This is the sound of liberation coming for them. The possibility
This is what I always said. I've never seen a nation. We have another nation is attacking our hold on, let's wait till I've never seen a nation like Iran or live on a video when another country is attacking their country for people to clap and cheer compared to other people hiding and ducking and hiding. So I've never seen anything like this in history. That's That's why when I say it's a different type of war, because America has a different type of president. That's not your average president. He's doing this operation like a war like was never seen before, and like how the Iranians are taking it. This is, let's say, we're making history. We're literally making history.
من کلیات حرفشون رو متوجه شدم. لطفا براشون ترجمه میکنید که من سالیان سال در ایران اصلاح طلب بودم و در آمریکا دنبال دموکرات ها بودم، طرفدار دموکرات ها بودم که با دیپلماسی به یک چیزی برسیم.
We tried to go to diplomatic ways, it didn't work. And I have been I did believe in the Democratic Party of, for example, the United States. We realized that in Obama, we realized that it doesn't work. That it is just all a scam.
Ali, I got a question, Ali. Is the military crumbling within since during the operation? There are reports, alleged reports about IRGC and regular Iranian military actually basically abandoning posts. Is that the rumor that you guys hear in Iran?
چون هم مسئله اخلاقی وسطه هم واقعیت. اینو ترک میکنم جواب نمیدارم. اخلاق میشه.
Tell Ali he is on a public platform. If he feels anything he doesn't want to say, he shouldn't say.
Exactly.
We know what's happening. Some people are pretending that this is not happening.
نمیشم که خبری میشنوم که حال ایشگاه نفت و بنزین ما رو زدن. من خوشحال این رو بگید.
It's not that that we get happy that they hit the oil.
یا مدرسه ایران
For example, school or anything, nothing like that. But they mean the situation is so bad. We do not have enough choice. This is the cost of freedom for us.
Stop. Both of you guys just chill. Flo, could you just ask him, in terms of the infrastructure, are there energy and water concerns? Or are they intermittent, or have they been cut off in multiple regions?
از پالایشگاه نفتش اینقدر بی‌کیفیته. ترجمه نمی‌کنی؟
The gas that comes out of the wells is not going well. The technology is the technology and the gasoline is very bad.
Now Pakistan gasoline.
And how much they pay?
So you need to
call used fuel gasoline.
So they are having intermittent.
So هم هوا رو آلوده
میکنه. It pollutes the whole of Iran, the air. Listen, our rivers are no longer flowing either.
So it's unrefined. So basically they're giving back refined oil basically to their cars because they're not refining it all the way.
Yeah, and it pollutes the air so badly and the rivers do not flow anymore.
So let me ask him this question. The price of benzene, they use the word benzene because it's a Russian word. Did it go up? The price are still low.
اصلا بنزین اینجا گرون نمیشه به خاطر اینکه دولتی سال 98 یک بار گرون شد و به خاطر ذهنیت مردم اون موقع ما 1500
So, Glo, can you ask him why we haven't seen the massive migration patterns?
خیلی از کشور رو مهاجر پذیر نیستن، کشورهایی که مناسب نیست باشن. به ما ایرانی ها دیگه پاسپورتمون بی‌ارزش شده چون که جوابمون رو درست نمیدن، چون که تو کمپ‌های پناهندگی خیلی با شرایط بد نگهداری میکنن. باید دروغ بگیم، کیسای دروغ بگیم، کیسای بگیم که اکثر کسایی هم که مهاجرت میکنن شرایط بد به خاطر مسائل دینی، دروغ، کیس دروغ میگن که فقط بتونن پناهندگی بگیرن. حالا یا تغییر دین یا جمعونن بفروزن.
That's exactly what I said.
Which countries are they trying to flee to? Is it a matter of where, or like there's specific? مقصد اکثر ایرانی یا اروپا. Yeah, but America is the hardest option, as I understand. Yeah. The hardest option would be America. While we have it, sorry, do you want to speak on behalf of Iran?
Yeah, well, I mean, how much do you pay for coffee? Coffee, you know what I mean? For coffee, it's going to have to be paid. They say there's no internet in Iran. Obviously, you say Nordic because it's like that. But anyway, how much do you pay? Can you tell them how much do you pay for internet? How come you are connected to internet? And tell them, I think it's honest.
Hold on, sorry, asking does everybody in Iran have access to internet?
No, because the answer is no.
Okay. Hold on,
Rafi, hold on a second. So the guy's talking about energy intermittence, lack of fresh water, food being scarce, food supplies being scarce, the inability to actually produce work and income. And Soren's concerned about the price of fucking internet in Iran.
We want him to confess to why we
But it's stupid to have Soren ask these questions, Rafi. You're just going in circles. No, I don't want to go to Soren. I want to talk to this guy. We don't want Soren. Here, I'll help you out. Soren is gone, and now we don't have to worry about Soren. Wait, but
no, there's videos on YouTube, and I want to know.
I don't care. I have a guy who's in Iran, Rafi. You know how rare this is? Wait. Here, I'll have a whole bunch of guys. Okay, hold on. Here, we're going to do this. We have a guy from Iran, Rafi. I don't care about Soren. I don't care about what people's political agenda is.
Why did you drop Ali?
I didn't drop Ali.
Somebody dropped Ali.
Oh, maybe I did on next part.
Ali's the one that was from Iran. Ali, come up. Sorry about that, Ali.
I'll get Ali.
Yeah. Pick him up. I can't bring him up. It's going to be the right.
I did.
There we go.
Okay, so Rafi, stop. I want to hear what this guy has to say from inside Iran. I don't care about Soren's agenda. Ali, and I apologize to you.
باشه نه سوالشونه بذار بگم خب VPN per gig چه میگم ad-free.
Yeah, he can get all the VPN shit. Yeah, he does. Can I ask if you translate and ask this question for him? Are they continuously routing out dissidents? Do we see the disappearance or dissidents being picked up, or people who are contrary to the government being removed from their neighborhoods?
به من میگیشتم 19 دیماه که میشه 8 and January 8 and کسایی که فعالیتی بکنن با VPN چیزی منتشر بکنن بلافاصله از طرف قوه قضاییه براشون اول SMS میاد، از پرایوت نامبر بهشون زنگ میزنن و در مرحله سوم بازداشت. و اگر بفهمن ادرار لینک داری، اگر بفهمن که با شبکه‌های خارجی زبان، حالا چه ایرانی مثل ایران اینترنشنال، BBC فارسی یا اینا در تماس بودی، عکس میفرستادی از لحظه حملات یا هر چیز دیگه، اصلا یه هایی دادی سلام هر کدوم از اینا یه کوچکترین مدت دادی جو.
No, Brad, whatever you do, you post something, whatever you say something, government, whatever you do, they're first gonna send you a message if they find out you post something, and then they most likely will come and arrest you. Question, Brad?
Yeah. Okay, so they're just not randomly rounding up massacres of people right now. Can you also ask them, are they still utilizing civilians either by force or by coercion to stand in front of military targets?
میگه که اگه وارد جایی رو بزنن و اینا، هنوزم به مردم میگن که مثلا برید اونجور جا وایسید که
جمهوری پناهی صدا و سیمای رسمی جمهوری اسلامی به هیچ عنوان تو رسانه‌های جمهوری اسلامی نیروهای آمریکایی در حال فرارن. ناوهای آمریکایی
میگه که من سالم از شما مثلا میگن برید جایی وایسید که احتمال داره آمریکا مثلا اون جا رو بزنن مثل یه شیر.
فقط روز آخر این اتفاق، آخر قبل از آتش بس اتفاق افتاد. بعد حاج حسین یکتا از سپاه، همونی که ما رو تو 18 و 19 تهدید کرد که نیاین تو خیابون، مادرها پدرها بچه هاتون رو نیاین تو خیابون.
Okay, yeah, it was the last day of the war, right before this.
دعوت کرد از مردم که بیان دم پالایشگاه ها و تو خیابون ها و
power plant.
So I know they didn't have, but when they said they're going to do power plant and bridge day, people came out. Now, question is, were people forced to come out, or these were just IRG supporters that came out and they made a ring around?
یه ساپورترهای خود نظام اومدن اونجور جا جمع شدن یا مردم مجبور کردن؟
اکثرشون همون جمعیتی هم که باور ایدئولوژیک به نظام دارن، باور آخر و زمانی به مهدویت دارن، ولی اطلاع هم دارم که یک سری از کارمندهای شرکت‌های فوق رده بالای دولتی رو هم مجبور کردن، ولی بیشترشون همون مردم طرفدار ایدئولوژیک.
vast majority of them are the ones who support the regime, and some of them are, they call them to go to those places by force, basically. The ones that they work for, because everything is, run by the government. It's not private organizations and shit. So whoever works as an employee for the government, they also basically force them. You have to go to this and that. But vast majority of them over the supporter of the regime. Any other question?
Yeah, I have a question for common person. هرجان از استادیویی که ما اینجا خارج از کشور دیدیم، ما که میدونیم ما ایران رفتیم و دیدیم مثلا چند درصد از ایرانیا این چیز ارزشی، ولی اینا نمیدونم. برای همین ما استادیویی که اینجا داریم که بهشون نشون میدیم که تقریبا 15% هم. شما فکر میکنید در ایران، شما فکر کنید تقریبا چند درصد هم؟ is my full support and all the money and weapons.
What did you think of what Trump is doing so far? دیگه نظرت در مورد آپریشنی که آمریکا استفاده از شخصی خودت چیه؟
من حقیقتش اوایلش خیلی خوشحال بودم به خاطر اینکه داغ چی شد؟ اوایلش من خیلی خوشحال بودم اینو بگید جمله به جمله چون خیلی بر نظر من و حتی حمایت از ما معترضان تو شعارها بود ولی الان که رسیده به آتش بس و بالای 60% نیست چیز جز توقف کل رنگسازی اورانیوم نیست و چیزی جز برنامه موشکی نیست و هیچ حرفی جز این خواسته های آمریکا و اسرائیل نیست و اصلا ما معترضان و کشته شده ها فقط انگار من به شخصه و خیلی ها حس سرخوردگی بهمون دست داده و حس بازیچه دست ترام شدن دست شده چون قرار به کمک ما کنه و از رژیم چینجی حرف میزنه که یا نمیدونه واقعا رژیم چینج چیه از نظر ما ایرانی یا مثلا یا نمیدونه مثلا تفاوت خامنه‌ای با پسرش یا با قالیباف چیه
ما از اول
اینا همه
later on when we found out that they're about to have a deal and the entire deal was about the ballistic missile program, drone program, and uranium shit, and there was nothing about us in it, and no one cared about us, and all those people who died in January, 40,000 plus people died. I feel like everything went to waste, and no one cared about them, and they're kind of like disappointed at this point.
Well, I have to say that actually we have to leave the second stage has is that they use it as the U.S. military has more position as they have can rally behind the national thousand.
آره ولی آیتیش خیلی
ارزشی دوباره اومد
ارزشی هستن داداش چه خبر از زندگی خامنه‌ای دیدم که بسته به یه ذره یه 2 کیلو و نیم دلار دست بسته به یه ذره بطن و اینا رو چالش کردی نکردی چه خبره آیت الله خامنه‌ای یه خبر 2 کیلو و نیم دلار بوده چون ارتباطی داشته باشی که خیلی برات بد میشه چون که بس میشی به همون منظوری ببین ما که مثلا تو دنیای آزاد چیز برامون مشکل نیست اینجا اصلا جاش نیست بیا با هم بریم بدن کرگه کنیم من تو ایرانم تخمم هم نیست خب اصلا اینقدر رد دادم که اصلا زنده بودنم برام مهم نیست خب من ریدم این خامنه‌ای و دار و دستش و قبلش و بعدش و 70 غیبت برش بیا برو بعدا من تو هم صحبت میکنیم من خاک بر سر من که با تو هم اسمم و خاک بر سر من و خاک بر سر پدر مادر من که اسم یه جانی قاتل 1400 رو من گذاشتم که با تو و اون علی خامنه‌ای هم اسم باشم خاک بر سر پدر مادر من و تو و حسین علی و هم اون علی اول اسلام با هم یکی اسم گذاشته یا برو با من اصلا حوصله ندارم قول میدم
Ocean, does he feel that the sentiment with the Iranian people is shifting to more support of the IRGC and shifting away from the current Israeli and American doctrines?
We don't ask him. I'm sure the answer is no. So Ali John, میگه که به نظرت با تمام اتفاقاتی که افتاده اکثریت مردم ایران به نظرت آوردن یا بیارن به طرفداری از نظام جمهوری اسلامی یا اینکه نه کماکان مخالفت کامل دارن
آشنا ببین از عدد مهم نیست از عدد بیایم بیرون یه عده میگن 3 نفر 3000 نفر 30000 نفر
discussed that like a month earlier.
اینو منتقل بکن. 32,000 نفر بلند گفت 45,000 عددرم به کنار که قطعا زیاد بوده. حالا از زیاد بودنش به کنار کیفیت کشتار رو جنایتی که کردن اصلا نوع که یه راجب کوالیتی کیفیت کشتار که کردن
They all know, you know, what IRGC does on people. So.
What about like the straight up revolution? Like do most Iranians give a shit about the straight up revolution? What's happening in the straight up revolution right now? Or what?
I don't know why I feel like controlling at this point. But...
No.
They're fighting for their lives. They don't give a fuck about the straight up revolution.
Okay.
بگو ما روزی که قرار بود زیر ساختمون رو بزنن به قول احترام به عصر حجر برگردیم. حالا منظورمون نمیدونیم من تمدن جمهوری اسلامی تمدن خود ما به تلخم بود. اگر تمدن خود بود به خیالمون نبود که برسه وضعیت درون تنگه هرمز، چون از تنگه هرمز برای ما اصلا چیزی در نمیاد. اگر هم چیزی در میاد برای خودشون پرنس هکتور شمپانی که الان پدرشون بدون سر دفت شده خب اصلا این واسه برسیم برای ما چیزی نبوده که بفهم.
So what are you saying? Oh, go ahead. Yeah, you just said when it comes to really big power plants and the infrastructure and the shit, they care about fucking yeah. So, oh, should I have this? So, if the peace deals do come to fruition, which most likely they will, I'll acknowledge that. How does he feel life in Iran will change? Will it be more oppressive, more controlling? What is his prospects? What does he like actually think is going to happen based on the current circumstances? Alright, guys, I'm gonna also put my cash app on my PayPal. I'll actually send you $100 when you send me your cash app right now. I just like then I'll send $100. That's like what, $1 million in denarii or whatever. That's like about 18 million. Yeah, I can send it to him. It's like I'll put a cash app out there. I'll send him money. 1 month of work.
میشه هست مگر اینکه از نفت تر بخواهید
احساس تو بذار کنار میگم میشه یا اینکه نه
ببین از نظر من اگر توافق بخواد صورت بگیره باید با یه قشری صورت بگیره که توافق پذیرن. اون قشر مورد اقبال به فرض ایران نیست، نه اونایی که 60 روز تو خیابون پرچم ایران و حزب الله رو میگردونن، نه من آدمایی که اصلا کلا با جمهوری اسلامی کلا مشکل داریم. هر کسی توافق کنه با آمریکا با دوتا با هم به مشکل میخوره. یعنی هم با هم طرفدار 100% چیز ایدئولوژیک نظام که میگن تنگه رو ببندید، بزنید تلاوی و با خاطر کنید، هم با اونا به مشکل 100% میخوره، هم با ما که اصلا از قبل مشکل داشتیم.
Well, he said basically they have to find someone who is capable of making a deal because the hardcore he supported will not accept any type of deal. They say no, Yeah, so you're saying basically you remember the first deal with Obama, there were a lot of people who were bitching at the government why they're trying to make a deal with the US since he was and fucking Israelis the whole city. So to say those people are still around.
و همواره افکار ما بودیم که مخالف کلیت سیاست‌های نظام از غرب ستیزیش، از اسرائیل ستیزیش اینا بودیم و زندگی معمولی برای خودمون می‌خواستیم، اقتصاد خوب برای خودمون می‌خواستیم، جنگ نمی‌خواستیم، ستیز نمی‌خواستیم و این
There were people like Ali, like which is the vast majority of Iranians, they always never wanted to be in a war with the West or with the US, like the Western way of life, shit like that.
حالا بود با هم رسیدن به این جنگ در جامعه که پایگاهاشو تو کشورها بزنیم تا برن از منطقه. ما هم که کلا با نظام و غرب ستیزی مخالف بودیم و هستیم و خواهیم.
Yeah, so the other group who are hardcore ISIS supporters basically to keep U.S. out of Middle East and make sure U.S. doesn't have any influence in his area. There is us that we fucking hate being in a war with the U.S. We don't want it. We always be against it. And now we're in a fight with each other inside Iran.
اینم من فقط بگم و تموم. حالا ترامپ میخواد توافق بکنه با هر قشری از این حاکمیت به نه پاسخگوی نیازهای من مخالف 100%، و نه دیگه اگر بخواد به شرطهای ترامپ رو بپذیره، اون برانیان رو بده بره، اون تمام حالا خواسته های ترامپ رو بهش بده که توافق صورت بگیره. رهبرش کشته شده، کلی از مسئولین رده بالاش کشته شدن و هر و 60 تو خیابونان که میگن که ما باید آمریکا رو بهتری کنیم و تنگتر رو تنگترش کنیم و اینا. ما که از قبل داغ داریم، اونا هم که از این به خاطر ایدئولوژیشون دارن میترکونن. رهبرشون هم از دست دادن. میگن باید بزنی اصلا توافق و حرف و این حرفا دیپلماسی چیه، بزن که خوب میزنی این شعبه چیه.
So the whole answer to all your questions, Brad, is even the people who are against IRGC, they do not want any type of deal because they know these motherfucking lunatics are they're gonna fucking kill whoever's saying it. We're gonna fucking anyway. I mean, they're gonna at some point fuck it up. The hardcore IRGC supporter or the IRGC. So it's pointless.
That's something very important. You just said they are chanting hit them hard, hit the workers, hit Tel Aviv, hit America. So they do not want a ceasefire either. They're actually talking about peaceful.
I'm not gonna keep repeating this. Those are the hardcore IRGC dumbass fucking pussy ass bitch ass fucking supporters. They don't even know what the fuck is going on. They think they fucking shot down 115, 135. They don't know shit. They some fucking
Ocean, can you ask him if he's being told like how victorious RGC is based on
آمریکا خیلی ترسیده، اسرائیل ترسیده، ناوهای آمریکایی دارن فرار میکنن. اینا رو جدی دارن میکنن. ناوهای جرال فورد که آسیب داشت غرق شد به زور نجاتش دادن و اینکه آمریکا به دست و پای کشورهای همسایه افتاده که بخواد توافق با ایران بگیره، چون باورش نمیشده ایران نداشته به یک قوطی نوشابه آمریکایی هم شده میکنه. ما خیلی خبریم که از صد تا زدیم
That's exactly what I told you. They keep saying, "Oh, we need to run away. Oh, we need to get one. You're a war.
I have a different question for you. You can ask him. The thing is, well, yeah, you ask him. He doesn't respond. My question is, I don't want him to get details because I don't want anybody to get caught for this or them to know what's happening, right? But just in general, I want to know, are the ratings that he's been hearing, are they flat, correct? Are they like in talks with who's going to have the regime change? Is there some sort of, I don't want to know the plan. I don't want to know. I got you. I told you. I know you're thinking about yourself. I want to know so he doesn't say anything for himself. I know that's a yes or no kind of question. حقیقتش اینه که اوضاع فقط داره خراب و خرابتر میشه. همه هم چشم به انتظار اینن که ببینن جنگ میشه یا صلح میشه، توافق میکنن یا نمیکنن و منتظر این تارو. من دارم اینو دیگه از نظر خودم میگم. تازه من اصلا برخلاف خانواده خودم خیلی پهلوی دوست نیستم. اخیرا خیلی خوشم اومد ازش، ولی اصلا چیز نیستم. با هر چی حرف میزنی دیگه منتظر فراخوان شاهزاده. یا اون به ما بگه حالا من نمیدونم از کار خوبیه یا نه، ندیدم نمیدونم، ولی اکثرا منتظر خیلی شاهزاده و پهلوی. میگم آیا مثلا عنوان سلاحی زهرماری چیزی هستن، مثلا عنوان برنامه ریزی هستن در مورد انجام سری کارهای اینجوری هستن یا نه؟ برنامه ریزی ما نداریم. چه برنامه ریزی؟ ما چیکار میکنیم؟ ما فقط بریم تو بیابون گلوله بخوریم. چیکار just need to be called to go to this thing. Just think there has to be a call. They're waiting for oh, on this day go ahead and not get it, you know, looking at the shots on it. I got on that. I don't know if but I got اینم بهش رو اگر این اتفاق نیفته حتی در صورت توافق تهران کسی نیستش که مثل you know, within a little bit of time, like, you know, the more people in your life, they're not going to be able to live life, and they're also very fucking angry and curious about what happened in January. So they you know, a lot of people go through some من چهار جمله آخرم میگم. ما خودمون آنلاین را داریم، لوازم آرایشی میفروشیم. من و 5 نفر از دوستانم از دی ماه یه جور اینترنت قطع شد و از بعد از جنگ کلا دیگه کامل قطع کاملی سایتمون تا همه چی اومده پایین. اقتصاد هممون مشکل هممون از نظر اقتصادی، روحی و روانی، رفیقایی که از دست دادیم، دوست داریم، دعوایی که هیچی بر از دست دادن. یه بشه ببینم چی پرسه الان بهش میگم. بگو زرنگ a portion as the government are capable to take back their country yet, or they still need the help of America as well as the Iranians themselves? Bro, I know what the fuck you asked this question. I understand that we have an Iranian that people say are actually but like does he believe that like, they still need that help, or like they already told them enough that they can start slowly getting back?
have an idea of what the death toll is on the ground? Like the wounded?
درست 4 الی 10 ساعته که میرسه. درست 4 الی 10 ساعته که میرسه. و ما بقیش غیر نظام که این عدد ما بقیش غیر نظام که این عدد هم اینو حتما باید مقایسه کنی و اگه من اصلا آدم بد میشه اگه مقایسه نکنی 2 تا 4 الی 5 ساعت.
Brad, is that the number the government officially released is about somewhere roughly about 3,000, the personnel of RGC military and the rest of them, and but compared to what happened January 4, 5, 6 hours, more stuff. Question? Yeah, I do have one last more. Is there a way to actually end the money if I wanted to?
تشکر خیلی فراوان می‌کنم ازش. خیلی حالمون بده بود. خیلی اتفاقات مزه مانده و ایشالله که خودمون کار میکنیم در میاریم. فقط حمایت حتی فقط کمک فکری فقط حمایت واقعا با ذهن باز به حمایت اخلاقی خودمون نفس خودمون در
Okay, well, he said, first of all, Brad, thank you so much for saying that and offering that. Appreciate that. I know it's needed. Thank you multiple fucking times. And he said that we have so much financial problem and everything, but it's not going to fix it. We can handle it however we can, but if we need, other types of support, like emotional support, we need people to stand with us and be our voice and do what's necessary in order for us to get rid of this fucking lunatic motherfucking regime. But yeah, it was nice.
I want to know if you had that motherfucking vision to it. If you could those were the exact words, oh shit.
I mean, they're not the exact very fucking
situations.
It's tough. It's very tough time. I mean, I'm sure some of you guys could relate. Brad, feel it.
آقا بگم برای دوستان بچه‌ها من برم که واقعا من نمی‌دونم از روزی که عصبی شدم سریع خلاصش واقعا داشت تا قبل از زدن عصبیه و جوابهای اینا به چیزا همه چیز از خوش داشت پیش می‌رفت. بدنه سیاسی و نظامی رو انقدر داشتن می‌زدن که من داشت به ضعف خالص می‌دونم چرا شروع کردم به این فازا. من سردر نمیارم ولی به نظرم اشتباه بود و اینی که ارزم به حضورت که مثلا این عریضش برام حالا پول نخواست ما خیلی چیزش میگم این جواز این عریه رو بده از سرطان من بعدا تا بزرم باش
So I know the internet is expensive and I really appreciate his finance as everybody else in the room. But if we're done doing the Q&As with them, I would like to bring up like a hater, the one that would speak everything opposite of what he's saying and would debunk it because there's a person like Ali that keeps dropping at the stage and he speaks.
Okay, great channel.
علی پایین رفته تو مخم بهش بگو مادر قهوه اگر دخالت نظامی غلطه خودی به یمنی ها هستن اگر دخالت نظامی بده او میکنید لبنان دولت غربی سفیرت رو اخراج کرده سفارتخونه رو ترک نمیکنه او حزب الله رو حمایت مالی از اعلام اگر حدود نظامی بده حالا اتحاد داریم گفتی یارو ما در قرار چی بودن روسیه دارن عدد آمار رسیدن اصد و این آدمی که رفت توی جنگ رو حالا اون تا موقعی که اون بود میگفتی دولت رسمش از ما خواسته عیب نداره اونم که مشخص بود یه آدمی که از حکومت دیکتاتوری بود کلی کشتار رو کلی جنایت کرده ولی بقیه کشورها الان اگر ورود نظامی بده علی آقای اونوانی زاده گفت میخوری به حزب الله تو لبنان گفت میخوری و موسیقای یمن رو مجهز میکنی به اطلاع توی یمن
Castro is in Iran as well. So maybe we can get a conversation between Castro and Ali.
من فقط با کسی که داخل ایرانه به سیچویشن که دارم اگر من شغلم من تو آتش روشنی کار میکنم و اگر کسی داخل ایران باشه و من مادر رو شکست مناسب باشه مادر رو من مادر ایران که تو خامنه ای چطوره میگن محمد پدوفیل چطوره محمد پدوفیل چطوره علی جون میگن نجاسی دیگه خامنه ای آقا زن خامنه ای با دومان خامنه ای زن خامنه ای با دومان خامنه ای توی اتاق کار میکردن زن خامنه ای Everybody views English only. Imagine you are sitting on a poker table. Okay. Mustafa's wife. Mustafa's wife. Where is Ayatollah Khamenei? Where is? چرا چالش میکنی چی Where is Muhammad pedophile Muhammad?
The New York Times is not a credible source.
Beautiful of Mansouri Basco. Do you know Mansouri Basco?
But it's basically bathhouse because he's also offering sex, so it's literally bathhouse, like for gays. So he's saying that Khamenei used to work in this bathhouse and was offering sex services, and he was also that.
He was so popular مشکل ندارم ولی حرومزاده های که خودشون مشکل دارن ولی یا سقطیشون که رئیس مقابله با حجاب تو گیلان یا فیلم رابطش با یک جوان 17 ساله در میاد این درد داره اگه آقا اوکی من تصویر رو به انگلیسی ترجمه کنید تصویر رو به انگلیسی ترجمه کنی بدون تصویر ولی توی پاسپورت نیویورک تایمز رو دیگه که شاهزاده پس
اولش همیشه اینجوری شروع می‌کنم میگه من اصلا طرفدار کارم ولی وقتی
You are not Muslim, you don't support Islamic Republic, but you're sucking Mullah's balls.
So the funny part is, I would just see the on the bottom, yeah. I'm gonna his dumbness into him because he ran away from Iran, one of the worst starving Jew states, and you're speaking on behalf of Iranians that are on the ground. Leave Iran, he's a pussy. Okay, and he ran away from it, and not only that, he's not just stopping now. He wants you to go risk your life to free Iran, okay, so he can come back. And they're the one they're inherited to help. He doesn't want Israel to help. So, do you remember the first day that you were accusing everyone who is connecting from Iran to the IRGC? Do you remember? Do you remember?
Do you remember when your mom was in my bed?
And he was saying that he was not connected to anybody, he was not IRGC or anything, but you know there is always a but. Like and he went to his profile and it was saying like every room that he was part of was like IRGC apologists and IRGC white SIM card holders. So this guy is a fucking IRGC officer. If he's not, he's an idiot because he's not being paid for doing this. This guy is
That is the problem. He's not even
My fellow Iranians, I would say, fuck Islam and fuck pedophile, fucking prophet.
That's the problem, Gary. He believes whatever he's left over to the
the type that they have any idea and they don't believe in religion. So he doesn't really believe in any. If he did, like if he believed in religion, he would understand the morality, good or bad. And these people understand the bad, so he's not really religious.
Can I say something clearly? Yes, he said about Israel. I don't know what was the name of this like Pars Junubi. So like it was basically supporting the IRGC and like درست میگم اون به حمله که به پارس جنوبی شد برای اینکه اون پارس جنوبی سر صبح کسخون شد برای اینکه پارس جنوبی پولش همش اکثرش میرفت برای سپاه و فان میکرد و مواد اصلی برای ساخت موشک اینا رو برای سپاه میفرستاد برای همین پارس جنوبی
من این حرفا رو حالا کاری خیلی ندارم واقعیتش اینه که بنزین ما رو میده بنزین تخمی ما رو به اون مجدان پایین میده که بریزیم تو ماشینای زدی 17 روزمون بشه زدی 20 تا مثلا خب کاری ندارم ولی اصلا از نظر استراتژیک اشتباه بود چرا؟ چون جمهوری اسلامی که خواریه نداره با اینا مقابله بکنه
بنزین اون موتور سوارا رو هم میداد که تو خیابون دور میزنن
باشه بنزین منم میداد اونم میداد
The translation of it is that جمهوری اسلامی doesn't have خواریه
balls. Big balls.
No, yes.
Cars. The balls. بعد ببین آره بنزین سپاهی ببین ما هر چیزی رو توی مملکت داریم استفاده میکنیم سپاه هم داره استفاده میکنیم ما اصلا داریم زیر مجموعه سپاهی هم اینطوری بخوای حساب میکنیم منی که دارم مادر سپاه رو میگم دو سال تو سپاه خدمت کردم اختیارم نداشتم کارتم اومد افتاده بودم تو سپاه خب چیکار کنیم حالا از اون خیابونی که من رد میشم سپاهی هم رد میشه خب چیکار کنیم حالا همه رو بزنه چون سپاه داره
من چیزی که دارم میگم زاویه تو بازتر کنی خب برای که همون اصلیه
داشت اینجا این دعوای درونیه الان اینجا به نظرم داشتید به نظر من وقتی که داشتن لایه به لایه سیاسی و نظامی حکومت رو میزدن ورود به جنگ به استراتژیک و نمیدونم زیر ساختای انرژی و اینا اصلا بلا موضوع چرا؟ چون ایران به ایران مجوز داد که پالایشگاه‌های کشورهای عربی رو بزنه کشورهای عربی که آمریکا متحد ازشون دفاع کنه که تعارف هم نداریم من دیدم نتونست دفاع کنه جنگ اقتصادی هم میگه که آقا جون پهپادهای $8,000 باید پاتریوت رو داده چند صد هزار دلاری بلند میشدن میزدنشون اونو با مریضی مگه ورود میکنه تو داری به نقد احسن دونه دونه لایه های این رژیم رو میزن میره واسه چی اصلا واسه چی پالایش
لایه رژیم رو داره میزنه اون یاروی بسیجی مزدوری که میاد شب تا داره پول میگیره مثل دولت باید پول اونا رو هم بده دیگه باید منبع مالی اونا رو هم قطع
نمیاره بده دولت ما خیلی وقت برشکسته
نه دیگه اگه اونا نمیدن به همون کماکان پول داشته بده
همین الان هم داره
خب دیگه
دیگه فرد داره میده از شکم ما داره میزنه داره به خیلی هم میده از شکم بازنشستا داره میزنه داره میده فعلا داره میده حالا اینا کی تورم بشه 23 برابر بره
شده دیگه رفت
تو که دورت بگردم خب پس فایدهش چی بوده تو گفتی چی شد
نارضایتی حداکثری
نارضایتی حداکثری رسیده به اینی که توافق کنیم بعد از حج تموم بشه امروز آخرین نفر
هیچ توافقی قرار نیست انجام بشه
آقای
سری هم قرار بود توافق کنن یه صبح بلند شدیم خامنه ای نبود
یه سری هم قرار بود کارتر مادر برادر اسلامی یه کاری نکرده بود که ما الان شاه داشتیم یه سری رو ولش کن چیزی که الان هست بود الان واقعیت اینه که من جوون ایرانی نشستم ببینم میشود یا نمیشود بگو قیمت دلار با چی داره تو ایران بالا پایین میشه چرا اسم جنگ میاد برعکس دلار انقدر رفته بالا ولی اسم جنگ میاد به خاطر توقف
اقتصاد دستوریه
آقا اقتصاد دستوری هم تا یه حدیه دورت بگردم نه خیلی نه من بازاری وقتی بدونم که جنگ میشه وقتی بدونم نه بندر دارم نه وارد دارم نه ورود کننده دارم نه تبخیصکار دارم نه کشتی قرار پرت کنه دلار میخوام چیکار کنم در یه حدی میگیرم میذارم یه ذره نقد ریالا فقط دلار میکنم که حفظ ارزش رو میکنم نقد ایمان داده باشم دلار اصلی نرخ بدشی تو دلار تو جنگ پس شد 144 تومن که شما پول نقد اسکناس تو بازار 122,000 تومن هم میدادن با این حرف ولش کن دولت میگن تو خصوصی با هم صحبت بکنیم ببینیم چرا و چی میشه این بحث به درد نمیخوره واقعیت اینه که این حکومت باید از نظر سران نظامی و سران سیاسی مورد کشتار قرار بگیره و همونطوری که مستر ترامپ میگه نیروی دریاییشون رو فرستادیم زیر آب نیروی هواییشون رو داریم رادارشون رو کردیم نیروی سرکوب قرارگاه اونا بهترم و اگه قرار باشه من اکچری بگم اگه به حرف منی که اونا گاون اگر هم چیزی دیگه که سیاه به احساس کنه سیاه موساد بهتر از همه من چه خبره باید این نظام بدنه‌ای ضعیف بشه باید سپاه سالاران قرارگاه خودم که مردم رو سرکوب کنن ضعیف بشن باید بشه. خب Yeah, somebody yeah, I use a lot of people here do not speak, so that's why I get the translators to keep everybody. So we want to.
Let's just skip this topic. It's a huge discussion. Like
برنامه کنیم کفایت کل هر
okay, go ahead.
سازمان سرکوب که من ایرانی داخل ایران میکنم قرارگاه سالنگاه قرارگاه خاتم الانبیا و قرارگاه یگان ویژه صابرینی که مردم رو با یگانهای موتوری گاز اشکاور و چیزا سرکوب نکنن که ماها هم بتونن داخل قرارگاه
If the situation would be in such a way when the final call comes, whereas to these these militias cannot like use these tear gas, use their weapons and stuff against, or they would be stopped from doing so. That would help us a lot, because that would cost us many lives, of course.
Well, unfortunately, there's not many jobs to get there. You want to ask if the last job
Fuck the job, bro. Why would you ask about the job? You care about people are dying.
Well, people die for the next
Ask yourself. I know where it's going at. It's going at that people will risk not wearing their job.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, actually, Robin, why don't you ask him yourself, buddy?
Is there any gas there shut now?
No, Farsi. No, Farsi.
It's room.
No. Farsi was also.
I don't want to. We're trying to. گشت ارشاد نو. گشت ارشاد نو. باد اینا رو حالتون هم اندیشه سرکوب همچنان هست و به محض اینکه توانایی
من میخوام که با لحجه فارسی خودش بیاد بگه بفهم کجایی، چون فکر کنم فارسی حرف نمیزنه، بخاطر کسکش میتونی که از لحجه کیونیش بفهم از کجاست.
Hold on, I have a question. Do they still, you guys still have police walking, patrolling the streets? Did somebody ask him about that? Are they still active? Or how does that work right now? Is that the part of the
من فعالم
شاید هنوز فعاله تو خیابانا یا نه؟
گشت ارشاد به معنای قدیم اصلا نیستش، اسمش عوض شده و در شهرهای بزرگ و نقاط حساس میترسن به خاطر ویدئو، به خاطر عکس و نقل و مقاومت شجاعان دختران که رسما اصلا دیگه همراه قدیم ها شال داشتن میرفتن دور گردن میرفتن همراه خودشون در شهرهای بزرگ و این اتفاق ولی در شهرهای
He's saying that the morality police has rebranded, so they're afraid to face the girls, in, especially in bigger cities, because they can take a video or a photo. And I mean, even when I visited Iran, it was kind of normalized. People go out without hijab, but still, if they see you, they can kind of report you. Police can report you, or they can send you invoice for not conforming to the hijab policy. I know you don't think.
باید حجاب سرشون بگن ولی چه پاسخگوشون نیست اگر کار بانکی داشته باشم باید حجاب سرشون
Yeah, he's saying that official places like the banks and when you go to the government, I don't know, buildings or something, you still have to conform to the policy. And also, I read news that in
Ali, I've only met a couple Persians who don't actually speak English. So it surprises me when you guys come on here. 90% of the
Well, we just ignore him, and then he'll learn English in like 5 seconds and be like, okay, guys, let's speak English.
So anyway, Rafi, to answer your question, the morality police exist. Like they still look for you, like in big like places, like government buildings and official things that you have to do. But normal like civilians, they don't have the balls to approach girls. And but I have to say that I read in the news like they have the government rallies at night, and I remember reading this news in Isfahan, the girls that without hijab that went out, and they were like people, I don't know, the government people, the urgent fuckers saying, oh, we welcome you with open arms. They actually send them fees for not conforming to hijab like law. So that is very interesting. So they kind of try to monetize. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they do that.
Right now in the public's eyes, but I always question and say a girl is watchable from date or a dinner around 1 in the morning in Scar. She's by herself, she's not wearing a hijab, and there's not too many eyes on her. They can go and harass her because not a lot of people can do, not a lot of people can record it or view it or to dispute it or to even like, protest it. Because if they just snatch one girl here and there, nobody's gonna know. Nobody's gonna feel the difference, but they're still gonna implement the law they choose to. That's why I asked you if there is something like that, because the law still is the law right now in the country. And if now if you get to decide as the police are you gonna implement the law or you're gonna ignore it. But again, that's already up to the police and depending who takes their job how serious.
So Ali also said something very true about the war. He was really, he was really curious and he was really shocked that aside from aside from IRGC, when they attacked the infrastructures, he was also shocked about this. I'm sure that you didn't translate this for Guru. Ali, this
زیر ساخته حرف میزنه الان علی علی در مورد زیر ساخته
علی اون چه منطقیه یک ساعت و نیم پس از شروع اولین روز کاری هوا غیر قابل تنفس و ناسالم برای افراد بالای 40 سال و مشکلات تنفسی میشه. من خوندم تو اون زیر ساخت این یک اینو بگید پرتغال داشتیم
He said these fucking
You can't even breathe in the city because of the air quality. What are you talking about? Zisacht.
energy awful lowest octane
air pollution.
قطعی برق در تابستان قطعی گاز در زمستان به کنار اینا نبود.
Yeah, he's saying that the quality of life is really shitty, and these people who come here and talk about infrastructures, they never turn on.
در اقتصاد درآمد استفاده که نداره کوالیتی که نداره درآمد فروشش رو دارن درآمد
He says, why doesn't my own money go to? Where the fuck is it going to?
How is the infrastructure around you right now? Is it damaged bad like everywhere you're going is damaged or it's not as bad or teaching kids have they repaired from the 12-day war anything like that like what's the situation
زیر ساخت‌ها چجوریه، هر جا میری همه چی رو داغون شده. از اون 12 روزی که اومدن زدن خراب کردن تونستن بسازن تا 12 روز و نه 40 روز، یا همونجوریه. چقدر جا خراب شده زیر ساخت‌ها؟
زیر ساخت‌ها از 12 روز زیر ساخت هیچ زیر ساخت خاصی زده نشد. درد جنگ
American Transfer
نه.
He's saying that no construction was hit like yeah at this time. Okay, the family.
ولی روزی انبارهای نفت زده شد، پتروشیمی زده شد، محصولات پتروشیمی زده شد. بدتر از همش فولاد ایران، سه کارخونه فولاد ایران که در اصفهان، خوزستان، در سه استان بود زده شده و الان خودمون
He's talking about the steel steel industry and about the oil and the gas and the like. I forgot what was it.
مشکل کرد و فوتی شدیم که در هر موزی که با برق روشن میشد یه هر
Hold on. He has a specific. Go. مسئولیون اینا نزدن که آدمای بیگناه
تعمدی یا غیر تعمدی شد نمیدونم، ولی چرا خیلی غیر نظامی هم پشت داشتیم، مناطق مسئولی هم داشتیم. به عنوان مثال در محل خود ما خونواده یک سردار رو زدن که جسد خودش و مادر پدرش به اضافه همسایه ها 16 نفر ما هم زیاد بیگناهن، ولی یه سردار که به خانوادهش سر بزنه رو زدن و اون سردار مهمی بود. حالا اسمشون هم نمیبرم بنا به دلیل همون یه دونه مثال تو محله ما برای زدن یه سردار
Can you say it again? یا هنوز پشت آمریکای اسرائیلیان خوشحالن مثلا آمریکای اسرائیل چجوریه؟ یعنی بعد از این همه چیز داره اینو میپرسن.
ما اینقدر جنایت از جمهوری اسلامی دیدیم که تصمیم رو خیلی وقت گرفتیم با هر احتمالی که ممکنه که خیلی
I'm sorry, he has seen so much shit from we have seen so much shit from RGC that it just we want them gone. So پرسه که فکر میکنید آیا بعد از این حمله های فکر میکنید که مردم از چپ یا راست دارن برن، یعنی طرف این که مثلا طرفدار جمهوری اسلامی باشن یا اینکه بیشتر طرف اینکه بر علیه جمهوری اسلامی بیشتر
در سوال قبلش داشتم جواب دادم مواضعانه نظر شخصی گفتم ما به وضوح تصمیم در مورد پایان جمهوری اسلامی به هر قیمتی، به هر شکلی و به هر حسبی که با حمله آمریکا که با توقف حمله
He says we have thought about this already a way long time ago, that we know the consequences and that we see the majority of us still standing firm behind this because we already had this in
So to answer the question, Rafi, basically what he's saying is no matter what, we're going to be against this government. No matter what. Done. There's no way back. There's no.
I understand there's no way going backwards. You made a decision. But there are people on the fence, it's called, right? That they want to live their life. And how I do want to do this. People shift. Again, during every situation, some you have to understand we're going to shift. I want to say thank you, Trump, on being Netanyahu. Really, I love Trump on leaving Netanyahu. My question is, think about it and answer this. But I'm afraid of something. The fact that you can't answer this question, people are shifting the other way.
Ali John, میگه که توی تمام شرایط. Yeah, I'm gonna ask him this question. Hold on. Yeah. I'll ask him straight. I got you. Yeah, Ali John, نکن میگه توی هر شرایطی درستم. یه سری آدم هستن خب که این وسط به خاطر صحبت‌ها، به خاطر اتفاقی افتاده برمیگردن بیان اونوری. آیا ما همچین چیزی تو ایران داشتیم، دیدیم، هستش، چند درصد وجود داره که مثلا بخوان قشر خاکستری مثلا بشن یا اینکه بخوان حتی برن قرار برسن؟ خیلی مستقیم جواب بده. خیلی مستقیم.
اگر هم هست خیلی ناچیزه. من ندیدم.
Rafi, saying even if there is, the percentage is so low, you won't even notice it. People going,
Yeah, because they're principle. We're principle people. This is about principle. This is about life. This is about the future of humanity. We're not gonna suddenly change it. We know what we got into. We know what we asked for.
Speaking of money, one thing about
that's all you got.
What's your idea from مدرسه که تو آتیش Mina was the school. Where are you been in 2024 in school in Iran? Girls burned سوختن تو آتیش. من عصبی شدم.
Where were you?
سوختن در سال 2024 3 مدرسه در فاصله 2 ماه به خاطر نبود گاز و گازکشی در چین‌آباد. چین‌آباد and girls. خب شما استفاده افزاری میکنید، شما انتخاب میکنید که کشتار مانها رو تو قلبه ببینید یا چک کنید. shut up please wait a minute. You choose see Gaza, Muslim in Gaza, don't see Muslim in Uyghur in China. You choose it. You try
Soren, you're saying you're picking and choosing. You want to support the Uyghurs and you want to support Hamas, but you don't want to support the Iranian people. I'm not trying to help, sorry.
همونطوری که انتخاب میکنید مینام رو بدید هیچ نباید به
It's basically saying, Soren, basically saying you're a double standard piece of
Yeah,
shit.
it says you're a hypocrite. It says you support the Uyghurs and you support Hamas, but then you don't support the Iranian people. You support IRGC. You say, where were you in 2024 when the schools were being formed for fucking IRGC?
He's also saying, where were you when they killed 40,000 people?
Yeah.
When they killed them.
Where were you, Soren, in Australia?
I answer to Soren, please. من اینو ترجمه کنم. محصا بنویسید. علی هم مثل دوتایی اومدید چون دیدی سامن
Why don't you speak English?
Clutching your pearls in this situation, maybe you get in the past.
You choose order.
You say,
Is not speaking Persian to Ali, which means he doesn't know.
how about Soren? How about you not just Soren? Soren, let me ask you a question. If I say Shukran Buddha, or I say Shukran, or I say Kefada, do I speak Arabic now, Soren, or do I know a few words? Because obviously you don't know how to speak Farsi. They have an entire Soren, have an entire conversation. Like, I know 400 words in Arabic. That doesn't mean I speak Arabic.
Very simple.
Soren, you said like 5 words in Farsi. That doesn't prove you speak Farsi.
Soren, very
Maybe you've been too far away from your language.
Iranians, well, maybe one of those Iranian Americans.
Soren, at this point, you're about as Iranian as
Ali, or Ali's coming. Ali, come on, baby. Who's your me? Who's your daddy?
But I think Sean, I think you were right because you spoke only like Ukrainian.
Okay, if I say, Mary, let me make this point, Mary. If I say salam shukran, then I say merci. Does that mean that I speak Farsi, or does it mean that I know a couple words? That's how Soren is. Soren, engage an entire conversation in Farsi. Father's got the reins.
So I think Soren is a very wise person, but you guys never let him talk.
Yeah, but we're.
No. You're not gonna run the room. Only the bots are gonna run bandits. A little competitor from ground zero, which is in Iran right now. So there have been multiple people from Iran out here that have come in this room and told us information. So, and we're grateful for it. Any information that anybody says here is, we're all grateful for it. So let's keep on that. Light
Look
up
at you, bro. I'm back.
and everything else.
I'm back, brother. I'm back. Don't worry about it. Hey, Ocean, can you do us a favor? What's up, bro? Tell me though. Oh, what up, Ocean? Hey, Ocean. Hold on, Soren. Shut the fuck up, moderators or something. Ocean, can you ask Soren a couple like questions that don't relate to like politics? In Farsi, yeah. He just speak Farsi. Ask him about like. He's not. I already exposed him. I told him, why don't you ask him in Farsi yourself? Well, if you say a couple, hold on, Ocean, I want to hear this. Hold on, Ali, hold on. I want to hear Soren say a couple set pieces.
Sorenek bir horde kar. Sorenek bir horde para marker seksen azı.
Let's have Soren say like 5 sentences. No, Soren's right here.
Bir horde para. Bir horde kar.
Because he doesn't know how to speak Farsi. He knows about as much Farsi as I do.
I told you, bro. He is not Iranian.
This motherfucker, what? Orada parası namusla Arap'tadır.
Ocean allow Ali to engage with them only in Farsi. Ali, please ask Soren a question. Ocean, tell Ali to ask Soren a question in Farsi.
No, he knows. Yeah, I know.
I know, but we can make it public this way.
Nah, Alican. Nah, Alican. No, I'm both kidding. He's a hypocrite. Trump is a hypocrite. He just pick and choose. He don't check.
I ask a simple question. What do you think about Farsi only foreigner? You go to the fucking Soren. You go to the fucking news. You don't use Farsi. Soren, if you don't speak Farsi right now, you're going to the news. Soren, I think you're covering the audience, buddy.
Soren saksen azaldı. Şiir koda tukosan amsa farsi yapmasın. Ayarcı. Ah.
اگر من میپرسه ناموس به آمریکا دادی خب Soren, respond in fucking Farsi or go to the Google. That's your options. With Ali in Farsi, you're getting kicked out of the room. And that's the worst thing that could happen to you. Because you want to be heard so bad. So go ahead and respond to fucking Ali in Farsi only. No English. Go ahead, Ali.
He understands it. You know, he understands.
Only Farsi. سوال آخر من داشتم جواب The last question was about Iran. What do you think about it? No, God damn it. You got 3 seconds before you get kicked out of the room. One, two, You better remember Farsi. Yeah, Glow, you have to deal with Soren the same way you do with Miguel. If Miguel doesn't want to play fucking, if he doesn't want to play fair, then you kick him out of the room.
Soren چون فارسی حرف نمیزنی با من حرف بزن
Only
Soren با من فارسی حرف
Oh,
بزن
no, I'm very wild.
because you don't speak Farsi.
حرف بزن حرف بزن
He's gone, Cliff. Yeah, that's the worst thing that you can do to him is kick him out. It's the worst.
Sean, what the fuck I'm saying, Sean? Rich, yo, I told you, bro. He's a fucking Palestinian.
I know he is, and I wanted to full disclosure.
I guarantee.
Ocean, I was the one the other. Remember, I was the one the other day with the Iranians and the fucking IRGC supporters, the pacifist faggots. He's going Farsi, and I'm like, no, I'm not speaking Farsi, you faggot. And he's like, no, speak Farsi.
They were talking about. No, I remember they were talking about. He speaks Farsi. I'm like, no,
I don't. I'm listening to your tonality.
Yeah, exactly.
I can tell what you're saying. You retards. Yeah. You're begging me. I said, come here, puppy. Follow me like a dog.
Yeah, you're gonna always fucking, move sorry.
No, I kicked him out of the room. Because the worst thing you can do is, the best thing you can do is move him to the audience and let it be a chat room.
Yeah.
The worst thing you can do is kick him out of the room because then he has no voice. It drives him nuts. Somebody invite the other Ali up, Glow or Ocean. Or something. What race this is?
اینم بگید که بهتر از جمله که ما ایرانی‌ها توی چند ماه اخیر لغلقه زمانه آیت‌الله خامنه‌ای is dead.
He's burning in Jahannam.
guide us throughout the day. We ask you to put a hedge of protection on our friends and our family, to watch over us and guide us with your Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Oh, bro, that was
That's good. Yeah, that's good. That's what I say every night with my kids. I make my kids say it too.
Have you seen
I wait till the very end and I don't say amen, and then they all say amen at the same time.
Right. So go to Drew's profile, and he has a PTR that says, "May Allah for sucking Jew."
Yeah, I'm not clicking on it. Let's go to my profile. Sorry.
They don't have the shit that you do. You have it on this one or no?
Yeah, I have it on this one.
So, that Soren understands everything Ali says, but he couldn't respond in Farsi, but he was very well aware of the language. He could understand, but
yeah, and I did the same thing with the IRGC fucking pacifist the other day, where I was just sitting there listening to the tonality, and I could figure out, parse out what they were saying and responding to them. And they started crashing out and telling Ocean that I was a liar and that I'm Iranian and I speak Farsi, and they were begging me to speak Farsi. And I kept saying, "Come here, puppy. Come here. You want to go outside? You want to go outside? You want to go play? Come on. Let's go outside. Let's go outside. Let's go play. Come on, baby. Come on."
but there are American Iranians.
Yeah, and there's Americans, like, there's people all over the world that can listen to the tonality and parse out what you're saying too.
No, but Soren was understanding everything Ali was saying. Everything. Basically everything.
Maybe he's Iranian, but he's a little bit on.
Whatever, but these guys are also living outside.
I don't give a shit. Like, every Iranian I've met, like, yeah, he even said the same thing about Ali. You know, Ali speaks basic English, and then when Ali wanted to express a point across in English, he came off mic and started speaking English. So we all know that all these Iranians speak a little bit of English. May not be perfect.
Prove that you're very biased.
So now you dig right in. Now you dig right in. Now you're sucking Soren's dick.
Yes, he's got Soren's dick all the way down the back of his throat, swollen his gumdrop buttons.
You're just one type of information.
Wait, why are you not in Iran fighting for the ROTC only? Because obviously your English is good enough that you're not living in Iran right now.
No, in Iran, most of the people can't speak English.
No. We can tell by your accent that you're not living in Iran. You picked up enough of your Western accent.
You can learn the accent from video.
No, that's not true.
You're a smart son.
That's not true.
He's in Turkey.
How do you speak Arabic?
He's in Turkey.
Oh, he's in Turkey? Oh, okay. See? There you go. He's picked up that Western fucking European accent.
Well, Turkish people speak very well English.
Yes. Yeah, I guess so. I haven't met a Turk that doesn't speak fucking English. Not yet.
But now
just like I haven't met an Iranian that doesn't speak some type of basic English.
You're basically right now negating yourself. You understand about that?
Oh, I have Farsi speakers here. They were translating, didn't you hear them?
I'm also Farsi speaker, but these people are on your side, basically. Everybody.
Yeah, who gives a shit? I trust them to translate it properly.
No, but for an objective audience, you should be comprehensive, I guess.
Yeah, well, they should learn fucking English, then, is what you're saying.
No, at least basically said things that you never interpret here. So
yeah, I don't have to. I have Glow and Ocean to translate.
That means that you're biased.
Yes, I am very biased.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, if Ali, you don't want to know my fucking standpoint. Like, if it was up to me, we would nuke every one of you fuckers. Everyone that's in Iran and the entire Middle East, we would just nuke them.
That's what I want to say, Ali. If it wasn't for us,
I would carpet bomb with thermonuclear
if it
weapons.
wasn't for people like us, they would fucking nuke all of you.
Yeah.
Is that what you fucking want? Idiots and fuckers. You guys are so fucking stupid.
Yeah, the United States doesn't put up with this shit.
We're totally 100% stupid, because I can prove it. You are one.
Bro, they would fucking nuke you, okay? If the world were for people like us that were actually had a brain, alright? They would fucking nuke you like in Japan.
Yep. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, we would change the war real quick.
Nobody has the balls to nuke anybody.
Oh, and if you put me as president, I would. The second I got in office, I would bomb every Muslim and every fucking Iranian. The ones that aren't here. If you're in the Western world and shit like that, you align with Western values, and you can say, we won't round you up and put you in death camps. Asian accent, like a Mandarin accent.
But you said that I have a perfect accent several
No, but you have like a little bit of undertones of like Mandarin accent.
You know why? Because I already see squatters, bro. They suck Chinese dick.
Yeah. You think he's Chinese, LARPing as Iranian?
No, you have times your blood, and I just speak English this much. I mean, it's enough for you.
No, he's in Turkish. He's also Iranian.
Oh, that explains it.
Yeah, it's enough for you to find your brain, I guess.
Yes, very much so. Do you like my PTR, Ali?
Your PTR? Oh, it's
Click on my profile. Listen, Ali, if you click on my profile, you can follow me on Instagram.
Yeah, it's like orange pig, I guess, right?
Yeah, just no, it's Winnie the Pooh. It's Shishing P Winnie the Pooh. But if you click on my profile, click on my Instagram, and then follow me, and we can have conversations like off Clubhouse if you want.
I don't think so.
Her PTR is so funny, and it's forbidden to mention even like Winnie the Pooh in China. It's so funny.
I know. I got a bunch of pictures of them. I think Ali clicked it. Yeah, it's gone. Ali, what happened to your phone, bro? Did it freeze up? Do you have an iPhone, Ali?
This one. Yeah. Your phone fucked up.
Are you trying to figure out how to get your phone back in?
Yeah, I think Karan also the same thing happened to Karan. Can't see the words.
Poor Ali. Ali's stuck right now, stuck for a lot.
No, I'm fine.
Oh yeah, you're back, Ali. We see.
Yeah.
You had to clear the app a couple times, Ali?
Yeah, what's
He's stupid. Fucking shut up. You fucking retard. You actually did it. That's what's funny.
No, what's your profile?
Fucking retard, yeah. You already found out what my profile says. That's where you're gone for a minute.
Yeah. White has blog. Dude, I'm a computer engineer. No problem. Why you have blog in your profile?
It's crazy, isn't it?
It's crazy. Why do you have
Yeah, it's crazy. Your phone was bricked for a minute.
No, why do you need to do that?
Why? To fuck with retards like you. Shit. I don't know. Yeah, simply to fuck with retards like you. I go into other rooms, I'm not even a moderator, and I yell out to the entire audience and tell them they have to click on my profile and read my bio because that's the rules of the room or they'll be kicked out. You see half the fucking audience disappear.
Yeah, okay, so. Retards, reality vendors. What's up today?
Get a shit out of Iran, that's all.
Yeah, I'm introducing more Mr. Instead talking.
Why don't you look at my PTR? Look at my PTR, then you can see the three things that this regime and you are scared of the most. The people of Iran, Pahlavi, and the people outside Iran. That's why you're here, motherfucker, aren't you? Don't be scared. Don't be scared. It's alright. Don't be fine.
Fun extension article that United States
Glow, you can switch to Farsi custom mounts. Wait, Glow, do you notice he's responding in English? Yeah, he's only responding in English.
Armin,
he was like a broken radio mentioning this fucking joke on an article, but now he's even more broken. But because she was cussing him and was saying that Mosa's dick in your ass dry, super dry. It was. But it's kind of like shut the fuck up for afterwards.
Mary, you're of no position to talk about political stuff. You're just insulting here. This is why this room.
Can you please ask them to give the leadership to Ahmadinejad, please, so we can get all the Mossad excited?
It's the cheapest room I have
Please
ever
tell them to put Ahmadinejad in charge again, please.
Yeah. So United States
Let's be
wants
more fast.
All right, hold on, Glo, just a second. Ollie, what we're gonna do is we're gonna move you to the audience so you can stay good for a little bit. If you want to engage with Glo in a couple, like maybe 5 or 6 sentences in Farsi, so she can hear how good your Farsi is. Go ahead.
Yeah. Look, جواب بدید. بفرمایید.
More than one sentence. Come on.
خب کینا میدونه بله که رضا پهلوی تخمیتون رو حتی این آمریکایی و اسرائیلی ها احمدینژاد رو اینفلوئنسش کنن. نظرت چیه در این مورد؟
So he's obviously not in Iran, right? Glo?
فقط می‌رید فقط
Yeah, Glo, you should test all these Iranians when they come in.
Yeah, I've
Some of their Farsis.
Sean, I'm sure he's or something. And Jack left, so he removed him. You said that in your
ترجمه کنید من اومدم فوش بدم فوش فارسی بدم ولی من اجازه هست اجازه بگیرید از دوستان من میخوام فوش بدم فوش های جهسا اجازه نلوم به تو فکر نمیکنم یه جوری هم به چه شاهی تخمید من احمدی نژاد بیارم علی اون فرناز وزیری بزرگ یه چیز نوشته تو احمد بره فرناز وزیری هم باور کردی آخه احمد چیش درست از دارم علی نه بعدی آقا یه دیگه آقا دیگه در بله منم ترکم خب من فهمیدم دارم ترکی من ترکم ولی فقط فوشاشون بلدم ببین منم نیست نمیدونم تو فقط زر میزنی بسخور تو هم خود رو گفتی بازم بشینی تو برو سوار نه یا چی کار میکنه اون دردی فقط ببین بسخور داره خواهی مالیه کسی رو میکنه اون خواهی هاش الان دی ان ای های کسیده ما به بطون لاغل کسخور خواهی مالیه اینی هم که میگن زنده است احمق معلوم میسازن چشه الان میگن خواهی چپ میبینی که خواهی چپش هنوز با دی ان لعنتی میبینست الان دیدی کسمغز ابتدایی اسلام خواهی چپ سوخته مجتبا هم اندازه مادرت که زنه میفهمم یه بار دیگه که میتونه تنگی چه من دو دقیقه زبون بده هم بگید فوشا رو گوش کن لذت ببر از فوشا فوش لذت داره گوش بده راحت گوش بده ببین علی بابا دورتونی بزن بابا من خطیشو گوش کن بابا دیگه شما بچه شیعه رو چوبم بکنن تو چونتون میگین میدونید همونطور که چوبه چپ و راست میشه میگین دارم قنبت گرفتی صدا و سیما آبرام لینکلن داده با سرعت 280 گره دریایی در میره اون یکی هم که سربازای آمریکایی دوششون گذاشتن آقا تو خارجی که دیگه خیلی کسخلی بابا من تو ایران دارم بودی که با اندازه هیکلت خواهی دارم وسط تهران فوش میدم به اون رهبری که داری از خارج تخمای ترکیده و چسبیده به یه مش خاک و خودشون میخوری کسمت
جناب عزیز همه خارج ترکیه است، یعنی ترک ها تیکش رو میفرمان بعد میاد اینجا زیر دلشون
خیلی بد شد علی من جای تو بودم دیگه گم نمیخوردم حالا تو من نمیخوام تو برنامه غذایی دخالت کنم لااقل بیا اینو بخور گو نخور اینو بخور کسمت فقط جواب من بده داری از چی بخور اصلا فوش رو بدش فوش که تا صبح با هم بیا بریم تو خصوصی کار کنیم اصفوند بهش وصله پده ونتیلاتور قلب بسته چرا تیر خلاص پیشون میشه مادر قهوه با منم نه الانم جواب من نده بسکش بی همه چیز گوش کن یه دقیقه بی وجود بی همه چیز زبون یه دقیقه بکن به چونه گوش کن من به چونه لقم من الان یا تماما که آمریکا میکشدم یا رفیقای بسیجی تو ایرانم یه دقیقه خفش و بسکش گوش کن با خودت برو سوال کن بابا مادر جنده یه دقیقه خفش و گوش کن آدم مملکت آباده بود بایدن یه دقیقه گوش کن راجع به کیفیت کشته ها صحبت کن بی شرف های بی همه چیز چجوری اون هم آدم رو تو دی کشتیم و اون همش تو سرم میخوره چجوری تیر خلاصه تیر خلاص تو جنگ آمریکا هنوز نزده بی شرفی راجع به بی شرف بی همه چیز یا راجع به بابا خفه شد دیگه یا حرف بزن یا حرف بزن خب تو زر بزن تو زر بزن من گوش کنم قشنگ من حرف بزن مثل آدم صحبت کن مثل جواب تو بدم مثل آدم صحبت کن مثل جواب بلند که مگه نه من همین الان خودم بدنم 7 سانتی بود یه دونه شد یه ناحیه حساس بود اونجایی که مامانت خیلی دوست داره نمیدونم بگم من نمی‌گم تو میگفتن دوده های مامان منم مال تو داره عیب نداره اگه خوشت میاد من مشکل نه بیا برو تو چونم ببین به واقعیت کسی که پشت خامنه یه مادرش زنده است من که بدنم توی سازشون بوده که نمیتونه مادرم زنده باشه توی که خارجی کشور دیدی آقای خامنه ای چسب میگه پشت خودتون میخوری گزکشی و الا به گفتن نیستش که من اگه به تو میگم مادر جنده صدق میکنه چرا چون صادق است جلوش توی مادر جنده ای که تداوت رو نگید خفه شو مادر قبه یه دقیقه حرفان من گوش کن 3 دقیقه بیشتر حرف نمیزنم مملکتی درست کردید که رودخونه بابا خفه شو یه دقیقه مملکتی درست کردید که توش رودخونه 70 رودخونه درست نکردم بابا یه دقیقه خفه شو چرا نمیتونی خفه شی آقا من از میخوام نمیگه من جدی گوش میدی من به تو جد داره کاملا الان من جو میگه خوشحالی
ببین صدای علیرام رو هیچکی نمی‌شنوه فقط صدای تو هست علیرام
نه بگوش علی آقا مملکتی حاج آقا عزیز دلم قربونت برم اون چیزی که داری سنگش رو به سینه میزنی ببین یا چپی زدم به نیستی یا عقاید مذهبی داری بله بغیر از این یا نون رانت توشه از این سه حالت که نمیتونه خارج بشه حالا لطفا گوش بده از هر کدوم این سه دسته گوش بده مملکتی درست بابا یه دقیقه مایکتو ببند چرا
من میبندم
مملکتی درست کردیم که توش رودخونه 3 تا رودخونه بزرگ ابر رودخونه خشک شده 5 پالایشی خشک شده 7 گونه حیوانی 7 گونه حیوانی در معرض انقراضن یا منقرض تا همه چیز محیط زیست غیر قابل زیسته آره دارم صنعت تومیه پول بنز 2017 رو میدیم خب به پول بنز 2017 رو میدیم ماشینای کپی شده 30 سال پیش فرانسه تولید داخل تعویض شده نمیدونم موتور کیلو رو سوار میشین بنزین مصرف میکنه سگی بابا نیا وسط حرفم من همش احساس من اصلا حسم میپره یکی میاد وسط حرفم اینجوری به ارگان نمیرسم علی میخوام میخوام به ارگان برسم دارم به ارگان میرسم من دارم تایید میکنم تو نمیتونی نه تایید نمیخواد بکنم شما با اعداد بازی شما اینقدر کثیفی میگید ایرانی رو به خاطر ارزونی بنزین واسه جانی بالاست خارکسته مادر با تو نیستم باید بهت بر نخوره بر نخوره با اون خارکسته هم که میگذارن میگه ماشین درست کردی تو کفی زدی 9 تا 11 توی ترافیک زدی 14 و 15 یه ذره هم استعداد پیدا کنه ایرانی جماعت با اقتصاد ضعیف تا زدی 17 میسوزونه بنزین داره همون زیر ساخته تیمونی و داشتی زیر ساخته بنزین تولید میکنه که اکتانش زیر 75 خب درسته که درسته تو مال تو ایران فقط تو شورت ارمنی هست دورت بگردم بقیه همه بازم یه ذره شو بریدن گرسنگی‌های فقط تو ایران تو جمله ارمنی هست. خارجی درسته زیاد میده خفه شد معمول بزنن درسته نه ببندن مایکتو ببند مایکتو ببند مایکتو ببند مایکت باید ست باشه با لابای ننه باز باشه ببند ببند آقا لابای ننه تو ببخش مایکتو ببند آقا دارم ذهن می‌کنم دارم حرفمو دارم میزنم تو گوش نمی‌کنی تو فقط کمی کردی که چون بکنی تو جون گوش کن واقعا گوش کن ببین چه زندگی ببین قربونت برم کسی که میخواد گنده گوزی کنه توی عقب من نوجد به آقا اصلا از نظر منم اسرائیل نامشروع فرضاً آقا اصلا اسرائیل نامشروع منم میگم نامشروع میخوای بری توی اسرائیل و آمریکا بایستی احمق بیشو موشک اولا موشک خالی کافی نیست باید هواپیما هم بخری اونم بخری از همه اینا بدتر بیشعورها باید من شهروند رو پشت خودت داشته باشی نه این پسر کوچیک و بزرگ انقدر اقتصادم رو داغون کرده باشی سر حجاب سر لایف استایل سر جزئی ترین مسائل زندگی من انقدر ورود کرده باشی چون من کرده باشی خونه من رو تو شیشه کرده باشی که انقدر احمقید که همه جای دنیا برعکسه اینترنت کشوری که بهش حمله میشه قطع میشه ما اینترنت اینا رو داره خود ترجمه نکن به خدا خجالت میکشم به خدا خجالت میکشم احمق بیشعور آخه بیشعور گاو اطلاعات خامنه ایست تو گوشی منی که بهش میگم پسننت نیست تو گوشی همونیه که گوشیش اکانتش وصله به اکانتش نیست گوشی اون هک میشه بعد اون به اینترنت جهانی وصله من بدبخت آنلاین شاپ دار قطعا گزمن خودی اون بر رفتی نه بابا اینجا وصلم خودت یه جور وصلی یه پولیه یه جایی میرسه رو نمیدونم از این سوالت خارج نیست ولی اصلا نداریم ما از این سوالت خارج طرفدار حکومت کثافت جنایت جمهوری اسلامی نداریم با شرف من بی شرفم من احمقم من وطن فروشم وطن دوست با شرف وطن اعدام نکنم بابا یه دقیقه نگفتم من جواب منو بدید تازه جواب من دست تو نیست کسخل من دارم میگم بری به حرفای من فکر کنی جوابای من دست یه مادر جنده به اسم محسنی شیعه مثلا عددی نیست که بخوای جواب من بدی من دارم تو رو به فکر فام میدارم اگر شعور داشته باشی عزگر باز مایک باز نه وای حرفم تموم نشده خودم تموم نشده بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم
Tell Ali we're going to transition back to English so the whole room is
علی به عنوان آخرین جمله علی
Yeah, that's fine.
علی علی نوکرتم توسن هیچ کدوم
Yeah, I can tell.
اسکول من دارم مغز تو رو به راه بری فکر بکنی جوابای من دست اونجا نصفشون بردن نصف دیگهشون هنوز دارن اینقدر احمقه که بابا اسنت جلوی قدرت جهان بایسته حمایت آقا تا به اعدام میکنی آقا تو این موضوع چه جواب میخوای اسکول اگه میخوای جواب بدی بگو چجوری میشه بازی سعید متهم ردیف اول پرونده 88 میاد اون خامنه حرومزادت تو حکمه پیگیری بشه بعد احمدی نژاد مادر قهوه اون حرومزاده‌ای که متهم ردیف اول کهکزن بود گذاشت امین اجتماعی 4 سال صندوق بازنشسته ها و تامین اجتماعی رو خالی کرد که الان همه بیمار شکستن خب کسکش چرا پرونده ها آخه اینا نمیفهمن چجوری الان به این توضیح بدم این اومده مسئوله یه دقیقه خفه شد این اومده از مسئول حجاب ایران، از وزیر ارشاد، از مقام وزارت ارشاد استان ایران که داره که تو اسلام حرام است، LGBTQ هم علاقه باور ندارن، سنگسار میکنن که سنگسار تبدیل جناب بزن مشکل بشه، فیلم سکسشون در اومده یارو داره یه جوری میزنه فاز هشتم عصبیه داره اونجا چیز میشه نفت داره ازش در میاد میگن فقط میدونی در میاد چی لاپایی بکنش چه لاپایی بیشرفه میگن چیز چطوری پرونده های میشه لاپایی چطوری پرونده های 8 سال طول میشه پرونده های جوان 6 هفته بره شرف داریم دادرسی داریم چرا قانونی گذاشتیم که یک سری مسائل زندانیان سیاسی روز 20 تا وکیل که دادگستری اعلام کرده حق دارن وکیل دیگه بگیرن بابا بیا اینا رو حرف بزن اینا با که حق منم بلدم بگم که اینا با منم میگم چیف پست دارن حرف بزن و چیف در میگه اینا بغلمون همه سازمان سپاهی ساز هر روز داشت هیچ کدوم هم کم نمیکنه چون هر خب بالاخره زاده که مدرسه اینا بود چون شرایط ساخت و دورش پر از بالاخره نه نمیخوام قبول کنم این 47 سال حرف دارم حوصله داری اگه نداری خفه شو اگه داری هم خفه شو در گل خفه شو خب چون مثلا جوابم دست تو نیست احمد چرا نمیفهمی 7 بار بهت گفتم من اصلا جوابم دست تو نیست عزگر جوابای من نصفش دست اون خامنه ای که موقع میشم بدشون دورت گرفت روز علنی نیست جوابای من سوال میکنم برای شنونده ها و اینی که اگر عقلی دار اگر منیپولیت نشد اگر چون اگر منیپولیت نشدی اگر چپ ضد امپریالیست نیستی اگر پرو پلستاین نیستی پرچم نمیدونم زیر ساخته چون و اینا نیستی فکر میکنی کم که چرا جوانای ما بدون روند درست دادرسی زیر 6 هفته پرونده هاشون به اجرا به اعدام و اجرا میرسه ولی پرونده های حرومزاده های خودمون 8 سال و میدونیم ما میدونیم جریمه متهم فعالی شهری زنی جون 200,000 تومن جریمه نقدی تو همون سال من 1 سال یه ماشین عقب افتاده داشتم 1,300,000 تومن بعد همون آدم بعد توی تامین اجتماعی چیز کرد بعد به خاطر اختلاس و خالی کردن صندوق اونا تو زندان بود ولی هر سال تو راهپیمایی کربلا
Yeah, Ali, dude, like your asshole looks like a fucking grape. You just passed through.
هر کار خود طرفدارات و حکومتی چی میتونی بکنی من هم بگیرم
He's trying to make sure he gets every drop of coke into your asshole, Ali.
این کردی که برای ما درست برای من درست که برای همسر من درست کردی دلم نمیخواد توش نفس بکشم ترجیح هم تا این تمام آمریکایی بره توش خبر دادم چینی سپاهی مثل تو باشه آقا اولا که من سپاهی نیستم
خودتون داشتین مثلا عضو کوری نفهم که اینجا اصلا ارزشش نداره که شما بخواید چیزا اطلاعات رو بدین و با
Yeah, Ali, dude, you were definitely his bitch in this scenario.
این مقابلی که اصلا سالا نرفتی تو موزه آبگینه تهران
میگم خاطر شما آزده نیست ترک خری و همین بوز بودن سعی ها ترک خر بودن خب شما در خر باید باشید یه جاییش به قول پدرش دهنتون نمیذاره یا میتونید گاو باشید یا بز خوبی باشید حالا انتخاب خودتونه حالا ادامه بدید
guys, I think Alex was asking a question. He was asking, is it true that the United States? Alex was asking a question. Alex asked one thing to us if it's true that the United States bombed the school with 67 girls.
جواب همه حرفای من تلفظ اشتباه manipulation یعنی یه گاوم نیست یه طویل گاوی
Ocean, Alex was asking a question. Ocean asked a question. He wanted to know if it was true that the United States bombed a school with 167 girls. Who's out? I don't know. I don't know if he's Arab or Iranian. I don't know. At the stage, where are you from, Alex? I don't know. The way he's like structured his sentence. I don't know if he speaks English. Greet him in Farsi. Hold on. Somebody greet him in Farsi. See if he's Iranian.
No, he's a free Palestine guy and most of his
Yeah, I know, but he might be Arab. No, I got that. I just wanted to move past the whole. Everybody's. The Farsi. Yeah, you guys should. Everybody should speak. I think Karan or Karan. Did you have a question, Karan? I think Karan's on. Karan's, I think, is Indian. Yeah, he has Indian houses in his thing, but I don't think he's pro IRGC because he was laughing at the retard IRGC agent Ali guy. Bro, you guys put everybody. Yeah, he says I'm Indian. You guys put everybody to sleep. All the non-Farsi speakers were like just. So is it true that 167 Iranian schoolgirls were killed by U.S. airstrikes? Yes. From what the information we have, it was classified as a IRGC facility for like the last 5 years. And I guess in the last couple weeks, they like rezoned it and started using it as a school. There was 4 military infrastructure buildings that were all located within like 4 blocks of each other. It was actually like a square pattern. So there was like one on the top left, one on the bottom right, one on the bottom right, and one on the bottom left. There was 4 separate facilities. 3 of them were still active IRGC facilities. One was rezoned like a couple weeks prior, or a couple months prior, which means they had like a delay in intel that they thought it was an IRGC facility, but I guess they like rezoned it and started using it as a school. So when the United States struck those 4 buildings that they thought were IRGC buildings, they hit the one building, turned out to be a school. So they pretty much did the same thing to Palestinians. They took a military infrastructure building and then started filling it with a bunch of fucking little girls and shit. In the hope that the United States would do something like they did. I mean, why the fuck else would you take a former military building run by the IRGC and be like, oh, right now, we're leading up to war, and now we're going to start using this as a school, pack 200, 300 kids in there. Does that answer your question, Alex? Alex, you can come off mute. Answer. I just said I can't talk now.
The other alley is in Turkey and they call him Bad Ali. This alley on the stage is a good alley. But the Bad Ali, he is in Turkey.
Okay, so you're fucking. Why don't you come back to Iran if you love it this much? Why don't you come back?
He said when the war started, I went out of the continent.
Yeah. So you escaped like piece of
Coward.
shit.
He's a coward fucking piece of shit, as we all know. These guys are nothing compared to our Iranian men inside the country fighting for freedom. Nothing. The only difference is they have weapons. Now, if you give those weapons to the actual Iranians, listen, it will be done in an hour. In a fucking hour.
Yeah. Well, and if you want to, Bad Ali pulled out his education card. Let's see if you can put it on me as well. I studied in the United States. I studied the fire science and also biology bachelor, Washington, United States. I'm having more education than your whole family. So shut your fucking mouth. What he said?
He's a Pakistani or Indian. Yeah, oh my bloody god, oh mother chod, bancho, holy holy bancho. Yubi, how do you feel about Israel? Do you love Israel? Do you love Jewish people? You love America? You love America, Jovi? Mother chod, bancho, bloody bloody. Holy mother chod, bancho. Yeah, mother chod. Such a dirty, smelly, curry Indian asshole. Your wife's pussy smells like curry. Bro, they fucking sweat curry. It's fucking disgusting. And you know what's funny is if you're around them with like, if you're wearing like Saint Laurent or like, YSL or like Chanel or something, perfume or cologne, and you'd be wearing like a really nice, expensive perfume, and they're like pinching their nose and they're like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I'm not trying to be rude, but it smells so bad. And I'm like, it's fucking Chanel, Lord, like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, do you not smell your armpits and your fucking coochie? Like, it smells so fucking bad. Goddamn idiots. Fucking disgusting people.
I love my Indian friends, and I have to say, for the past month, they have been very supportive, especially on Twitter.
Yeah, but they smell like shit. That doesn't change.
No, they were fucking Pakistanis and Bangladesh except Afghanistan and Iran, so Indians were.
They're not good allies. That's the most looking thing is here. Oh yeah. The bone crickets are here.
that's a song. It's a slob of my knob, like corn on the cob.
It's almost
So
like
from one day, it's bro. Come on.
too late for this shit.
Where's Rafi? Rafi just came in. He just left.
He's back.
Where's he at? There he is. Just gonna invite him up because he's not in the audience for some reason. We just had a good book of playing Juicy J music. So it's good. Not much. I like Juicy J. We let him play one full song. And then he started playing more songs. So we moved him down. Yeah, nobody can talk. Cut on is Indian. Who doesn't like IRGC? He can't talk. Alex, I know where he's from. He can't talk. Ali can't speak English. We have Saif, and then we have Sina. Yeah, speak.
I could talk if you guys want. Yeah, so IRGC, they always use human shield. For example,
Oh, Saif interviews. Go ahead, Sina.
yeah, for example, when Trump threats that he's gonna attack the infrastructures of Iranians, they put women and children around those facilities. So they always use women and children as a human shield. Yes, and it's not just about IRGC. Hamas also do that. It's an old trick that they're using it for many years. And then, for example, they attack those infrastructures and facilities. And if something happens, they're gonna vote it, and they're gonna say that, for example, oh yeah, US they want to attack women and children, and that's their trick. They always do that. So
It's very familiar to me, guys. It's almost like it's the same strategy of Hamas.
It's almost like they're just a bunch of dirty piece of shit fucking mud terrorists.
Exactly.
And we should nuke them all.
The roots of that goes back all the way to the history of Islam and their prophet done that multiple
Oh yeah, of course it did. He slaughtered all kinds of women and children. Then he sucked off little boys. He even sucked off his own grandson, Elvis. And he's a disgusting human being. He's burning in hell, luckily.
Yeah, now they're just saying that yeah, they wanted to attack children, but and their supporters try to vote this instead of talking about 40,000 people who killed in 2 days, and they totally forget those people, and they just keep talking about the school, which is under investigation, and we have no idea who attacked the school. It's not about US or Israel or Iran. It's under investigation, and no one knows who attacked it. So I'm not gonna talk about it, and I'm not gonna give a comment about it.
Agreed. Hey, Saif, let me ask you a question from Sudan. You support the U.S. and Israel, or you support IRGC, or you don't give a shit?
Yeah, they don't talk about it for
Oh no, I'm asking Saif, the Sudanese guy. I don't know if he's still there. Saif. I don't think he's there. Oh, Alex is there. Oh shit, Alex is here. What's up, Alex? Alex is firstly, where are you from? Alex can't respond.
You know, Alexander the Great would have just talked about it.
You would hope they would engage. They don't. Just
Right, of course. And you know, not everyone is so well spoken in English.
well, most of the, I would say the majority of the issue is that they come from third world and impoverished countries. They have like sub 85 IQs, so they can't articulate they can't formulate a sentence and articulate themselves properly. Because they're fucking retarded and brats.
Alec,
we're specifically talking about third world impoverished countries that are highly inbred, predominantly like active practicing Muslims, and have like an extremely low IQ, like Sudan or like Somalia, Eritrea, these type of places, Tunisia, Iraq, Afghanistan, all those kind of places. The ones where they rape kids and cut their clitorises off.
Surprising part is that for the past months I have been seeing a lot of Iraqis, like after Iran and I think after United Arab Emirates, like Iraqis have one of the highest numbers of ex-Muslims. Like they call them more pets.
Oh yeah, I think the second that they leave Islam, their intellect increases by like you know by at least 10 points. Their IQs.
Yeah.
They go from 85, they increase to 95. They're enlightened, you know, and they feel like they can just like conquer the world, which is good. Alright, Rafi, you want to change the title to like something about Epstein or get like all the haters in here or something? We gotta do something to drum up business, bro. Sex and hate sells. I'm just saying.
He's not coming out.
No.
He's not there anymore.
No, I was asking about if we want to change the title to something like get the Muzzies in here or something. Or the Burgers. Okay. I don't know if you want me to do that. Last time I did that, the room got shadow banned. Hello? What was my last one? Oh, my last one was, would you suck a dick if Muhammad never existed? Would you suck an eggplant if Muhammad never existed? Or if baby Muhammad would die? Only Clubhouse like that.
The interesting thing is that he might have tried it because there is this like historian called Sadi Al-Bukhari, and in one of his like stories he was talking about Muhammad being somewhere near Pakistan and he participated in the orgy.
Oh, the Al-Sid thing, yeah.
Yeah, it was so fun.
The 9 Al-Sid men that wrote Muhammad.
Yeah, like I mean, we had to have like Quran and morality and also Arabic classes at school. It was so fucking like forced. Everybody was bored and everybody hated those classes. But no, none of those teachers taught us this. Like whenever I go to a Muslim room and I mention Sahih al-Bukhari, because both Shias and Sunnis accept him because he's an historian, they fucking shake like in fear because they know what kind of stories are in like Sahih al-Bukhari's books. So fun.
Well, you cannot deny him. You cannot be a Muslim and deny him at all.
People call themselves Quranists, so they say that they only believe in
Ocean, look at the title. There's nothing that'll go, man. It's not gonna get the account split. I think it's definitely against Clubhouse policy. Oh, it's two T's. Al-Sid. I believe it's absolutely against Clubhouse policy. I don't know if I'm mistaken. I could be wrong. It's Muhammad the night train. It's a hadith. I know, but Prophet Momo and the night train. Prophet Momo. Yeah, so they changed it. It's just Momo.
Stockholm syndrome.
No, that I think to be a pastor.
What you think? Yeah, they have Stockholm syndrome.
It's not normal.
You start sympathizing with your country. Yeah, I put a water emoji after that. I figure that's better. So that way everybody gets a visualization of the coming. Saif, are you familiar with the Al-Zid men? I heard the Al-Zid men come from Sudan originally. Like they originated from Sudan, and that's why they had giant hard penises that never weaken. Because like the South Sudanese have like the longest, biggest penises on average. So they were like these giant, dark-skinned black African guys called the Al-Zid. You know the Al-Zid actually still exists today, but they're called something else.
What are they called?
Let me see. Looking for them or what? Yeah, I want to send them to Saudi Arabia and have them rape all the imams. So that I'd be great. Called something else. But if you see them, they kind of look like a mix between like Pakistani and Sudanese. The Jat people, Jat, Jat. They call them Jat. Yeah, Jat people. Not the one I've never heard of. They're like these like 6'6", like really skinny. Uh, they almost look like Pakistani / Sudanese guys. Mix. But a fucking graphic though. Yeah, I guess so. And it's fucking diesel BMW. Ugh. I bet you love it pay for that diesel prices right now, aren't you? Ugh. How much you pay? It pays like $10 a gallon, bro. It's crazy. We did the math on it. It was something like that. It was crazy. They do look Sudanese, though. Fuck. I would have loved to have been a fly on the fucking wall. Watching Muhammad get raped by them. Just videotape it and then put it on Pornhub and put all the must-sees that they watch it. If I had a time machine, I'd go out and just watch them get fucking trained, run on by a bunch of fucking 6'6" fucking black guys. Back there looking like Keegan's wife. Little Pornhub. It says Prophet Momo, so it doesn't say Muhammad. It says Prophet Momo, the Jomo, and the night train, Al-Zid men. It's an actual hadith that you can read. It talks about Muhammad being raped, gang raped by 9 different dudes in the desert. And there's the Al-Zid men. It's very tough. Saif, are you happy to know that your people were the ones that anally raped Prophet Muhammad?
talk to you. Say, are you talk? Can you talk? Like you're unmuted, but you're not talking.
Safe, do you know this word? Kusumu. Right, where did Agent go? Oh, I know, where is he? Yeah, I think he ran away because he got doxxed. Yeah, somebody doxxed.
Oh,
I don't know. What's his?
no, I mean, who they dogs?
Oh, Agent.
Oh, shit.
It's terrible, it's terrible, it's horrible, it's horrible. Wait. It's such a good duck. Wait. Coffee, you're like coming in really low. What'd you say?
Can you guys look at Glow's PCR?
Glow. Why do you have donkey in your PPR? Why do you have donkey?
Listen, Alex sees donkeys everywhere because he loves them. He can't distinguish between horses and donkeys. So in love
Well,
with
he's only ever seen them from the back.
Oh, that's a valid point.
Bro, how fucking disgusting do you have to be to put your dick in the fucking pussy of a donkey? Like,
I think I'm good.
they make step stools,
Alright.
ladders. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Why is it the Muslims are like the highest rates that they can be still clean to make Hajj even if they fuck a donkey? It literally says, even if you have sex with a beast like a donkey, a hamar, you can still be clean to make freaking Hajj. Imagine, you can be clean to make pilgrimage after you fuck a donkey.
Shit. So, because they want to fuck, but they don't want the commitment, so it's kind of, they don't have to pay for the marriage, so
Yeah,
they
they
can
don't
fuck
have
the
to do what if you're poor, that's all you can.
That's what Mamie said. Now, if you want to fuck a goat, that's fine. As long as you just kill it afterwards.
Yeah, you have to kill the goat, and you have to chop its body up, butcher it, and like burn the meat or sell the meat before like nightfall or some shit. It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, I also said that you could rub your pig between the legs or like something.
Oh yeah, dying, yeah. And you can put it inside of her as long as you don't rip her from front to back. If you do, then you're in trouble. As long as you don't rip between her pussy and her asshole. So like in Muhammad's case, it'd be okay because obviously seeing how 9-year-old girls on average have less than their vaginal canal. Seeing how Muhammad had less than 2.1 inches is obviously like killer and shit. He could probably do it.
Well, Aisha, the youngest, right? Like she was 6 when he married her. Because she was 9. And she had this diary, and she wrote about like Muhammad's thing, and she was saying that sometimes it would be limp and would get out of her, but he would continue. So it was a fun read, but not a really fun read. It was so fucking disgusting. But there is actually they call it hadith because she's basically Shias don't accept her, but Sunnis consider her the first
the mother of all Muslims.
Yeah, so basically accept whatever she wrote in her diary. So she was Muhammad was a
She talked mad shit about it. She even said she didn't have her menstruation until the Battle of Khaybar when she was like 15. Like she talked mad shit about it. She knew by the time she was 18 when he died. She probably looked at it and she's like, I can't even have kids. Like, he destroyed my insides and shit. You know, it's fucking disgusting. I take solace in knowing that he's burning in hell forever. I believe in God, and I know that I know where he's sitting right now, which is amazing. He's getting ass raped by donkeys. Like the donkeys in clothes museum.
They can't fuck the horses, it's too expensive. They can only afford donkeys. If they could afford horses, they would have just married.
If they look at clothes PTR, they have to do a post basically it's like a religious shower. They need to clean themselves like after they, I don't know, like if there is blood on them or like they climax, they have to like do this shower. It's called post. So if they look at those, it's further going to go to folks.
Just by looking at it, they'll first.
They're getting all bricked up. They have big giant chubs right now. They're gonna come on here and ask Glow why she has Pornhub pictures on her PTR. Why are you showing like this sexual content in your picture, Glow?
They're gonna report me too.
Oh God, pros here. Ugh, another fucking terrorist supporter.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Terrorist supporter. Yeah, he's a terrorist supporter.
Oh, I thought it was my friend.
No, he's a piece of shit. Don't trust anything he says. He's gonna write in the chat, don't trust Rich or don't believe Rich. But don't listen to anything he says. He's a lying piece of shit.
I really thought it was my friend.
He said he had a party after on the day of October 7th.
What? You work from home, so what kind of
He was giving out candies and sweets on the streets on October 7th. It's a real piece of shit.
That's what he said.
He's bragging about it.
Is that true from Colombia? Like yourself?
You say he hates the Jews.
That's crazy. What do we also give out sweets when the Iranians come? That's kind of the same thing.
Yep.
Oh my god.
No. You say he doesn't support the Iranians. He supports our agency.
I'm another ancient Catholic Zionist.
Oh, gross.
You are?
Yeah, Catholic Zionist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's John Kitover's puppy.
Yeah, and Matt's and Sean's and Beaver's and Father's.
Yeah.
All you guys.
Yeah. He didn't give out treats on in January when they massacred the Iranians.
Stop saying that. Stop saying that.
I almost cried.
I got him on stage with this.
Oh God, I was really ready to block him, but
Look at what you're pulling up, bro.
No, that's good though. They trust you, Rich.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I tell everybody, don't trust me. Don't believe anything I say.
That's why I doubted it and I didn't know. There's always a chance that Rich is fucking with me. Can't trust Rich. Where is all the fucking Bible?
Trying to find a bunch of them, man.
Talk about the shit in the comments.
Well, the only way we're gonna get this room filled is if everybody goes and clicks on up there next to the leave button, and they click invite people, and they click on everybody that has a green dot next to their name. We'll fill it. If everybody on stage were to do that all at the same time, and we just went through and clicked on everybody that has a green dot, we could easily get hundreds of people in here.
Alright, let's go.
Bro, I used to have a room called General Conversations, and I would tell every moderator, everybody on stage, and I would do like public announcements like every like 5 minutes or something, or 3 minutes. And I'd come on mic and I'd be like, I need everybody to click, do this and that. And I learned it from the Black Hebrew Israelites, because they'll be like, hey, I gotta tell the room everything, something. And they'd be like, click on the up arrow, click on the invite people, click on everybody that has a green dot. You go in there, and the room would just fucking fill up. And the trick is with them as well. What I learned, is the second that somebody comes into the room, the moderators who are trying to invite people up, the second that the person comes into the room, they invite them instantly on stage. And if the person is disruptive, they just move the fuck down. As soon as I got my badge, that's how I got like 10 of the muskies up on stage, they were audience and all that, and everybody else. I just literally went through, clicked on every fucking person in the audience and invited them all on stage. And if they crashed out shit, I just moved them down. Yeah, the ALQ guy loves moving that down. He's a big pro Mossad supporter, and he loves moving that down in Israel. Yeah, the city loves him so much. Yep, everybody invited him up.
I think Blue did multiple times because she was mentioned like 15 minutes ago. And oh, he hates Nazis, so he's pro-Israeli.
Yeah, he loves the state of Israel.
Yeah, he hates Nazis. He hates Nazis too. Like,
yeah, I hate the Nazis too. I love you.
Yeah. So that's good. Are you Brazilian? Listen, you talk about apartheid. We just invited you up. Just come up. We don't believe in
Yeah, you're the only one creating an apartheid right now.
You are creating the apartheid. By not coming.
Maybe he doesn't know how to speak English properly. He's probably using Google Translator. Or he's too much of a bitch to come on stage. Right? Alk, how are you pronouncing it?
Alk mitzvah.
Yeah, he's probably using Google Translate to translate his words.
He doesn't even try that. I think he just copy and paste it. Like, he has it ready on the board, the file, and he just copies it and goes to chat room and pastes everything from his computer or something.
So something I've learned from other rooms is what we can do is you can say, hey, Alk, what I'm going to do is on clock, set for 30-second timer. So Alk, you have a timer I'm setting right now. Timer's down 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Out.
Hey. Radio Pier Polo. Yes, from Italy. Oh, buongiorno. Yes, me too.
Where's your family from, Radio? Where's your family originally from?
From Italy.
Oh, okay. So you're ethnically Italian?
Yeah, we speak Italian, yes. So
No, I didn't say what language. I mean, you're like ethnically Italian. ancestries are there.
Yeah, the language is Italian, but we have multiple dialects from Abruzzo. Sometimes all complicated.
Radio, can I ask you for a favor? Can you say Muhammad is not?
In Italian,
Just in English, yeah. Do you believe Muhammad is a prophet or no?
no, Mohammed is not a prophet.
Oh, okay, cool. We were just feeling out, make sure you're not Muslim.
So are you near Napoli or is it like far away from you?
Yeah, Roma.
Oh, nice.
Yo, what up, the Jews? How you doing today?
Oh, we're amazing. We're the best. We run the world. We run all the banks. We run all legacy media, all the car companies, and all the big businesses. We have 25 trillion in holding between BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, all held by one guy named Larry Fink. This is the greatest guy on earth. I love that the Jews run everything, and that there's nothing that Nazis can ever do in 2026 to like kill us again. Because like next, what we're gonna do is we're gonna influence all of Europe to kill all the Muslims, and then Allahu Akbar, and then we're gonna like go to the Middle East and we're gonna carpet bomb all the Muslims with thermonuclear weapons.
You know, I'm from Russia. I love my grandpa.
Wait, are you like Dagestani or like are you like a Gerber Nazi faggot?
I love my grandpa, and
He sounds more Slavic, like a slave though.
yeah, I love my grandpa.
Your grandfather? Yeah,
He won the Second World War. I mean, the Soviets.
Hey, have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard the joke about how do you fit 6 million Jews in a Volkswagen? You say in the ashtray. Like that. All these jokes are written by Jews. So
Wait,
I was trying to be like, rich baby, I show you the Jews. You know how many times we've seen dead Jews in the Holocaust? Like all of us have seen all these images. Those are me.
Do you also support Putin or no?
Nobody supports Putin. Putin's a bitch.
Oh my god.
Putin's getting his ass kicked.
Wait, let me.
Putin's getting his ass kicked. This entire Russian Federation is falling apart. It's collapsing from the inside. It's fucking amazing. We've shown how much of a bitch Russia is. Just by taking some shitty third world country like Ukraine and giving them like our old munitions, and we're like, here's the old junk that we don't use anymore. You guys want this? And they're like, yes, of course, we take this. We fight the Russian. And then the Russians are just fucking collapsing. Like, you guys went through all your prisoners and shit, they're on death row. Then you went through the North Koreans, and they all surrendered and gave up. And now you're like driving around fucking all of Russia, like picking up fucking anybody who's like of fighting age, and like forcing them onto the fucking battlefield of Ukraine. We've seen all the pictures, bro. And then all the fucking drones flying along with fucking mortars and dropping mortars on the Russian soldiers who are crying and they have tears running down their face, and they're like, please don't drop grenade or mortar on me, please. And the Ukrainian drone has a fucking like it has like syntax explosives attached to it, and it flies it. Dude, they specifically fly it into the fucking crotch, into the dick of the Russian soldiers, and then it explodes and they blow up their entire fucking the Russian soldiers sitting there with no legs and no dick in the middle of the field, like bleeding out, and all the Ukrainians are just laughing and staring. It's fucking amazing.
That's why it's so
You've
bad.
already seen it. It's boring. It's boring, bro. Do you know how many autopsy videos I've watched? You know how many? You know how many fucking videos I've watched of fucking cadavers being fucking, having autopsies, or like, where they're cutting open cadavers, like bodies that have been like sitting for like months, like bloated bodies in fucking fields and shit, where they like test forensics and stuff. Like, and you're like, let me show you love. Let me show you love I sent to your grandmother. My family's been here in the U.S. since 1860. None of my family was in the Holocaust.
No, I mean, the cadaver opening
Sure. Bro, like, think about it. My family's been here since the 1860s. So none of my family was in Europe. None of us involved in the Holocaust. None of my family members died. None of them were gassed. None of them were fucking put in crematories. My family was on the. My grandfather was 15 years old when he signed up to the Navy for Navy CID. And he actually fought in the South Pacific, so he was kicking the shit out of the Japanese. He was interrogating Japanese soldiers and pulling their fingernails off, cut their fingertips off with fucking 10 snips. So they would use like bolt cutters and 10 snips, and they would cut like pieces of their fingers off. And they'd interrogate them. They'd tie them to a chair, and then they'd stretch your fingertips out, and then they'd come over with like bolt cutters, the ones that you like cut locks with, and they'd put it on their first knuckle, and they'd be like, they would have a Japanese interpreter like telling them, hey, tell us where the ships are. The Japanese would go. He would like spit in their face, and he would tell them to go fuck themselves. And then they'd snip his fingertip off after they pulled his fingernails off. And then they'd just start cutting down each knuckle all the way down to the base of his hand. And they would almost always fucking like give up, and they would fucking give whatever information they wanted. Nazi left. Where'd he go?
Oh.
Poor baby. Now my grandfather used to do interrogations. He was a bad motherfucker. Imagine tying somebody down to a chair and then pushing their finger out and taking bolt cutters and start snipping their fingertips off. That's a hardcore motherfucker. Oh my god, Glow. Have you ever watched the thing with Shane Gillis, the comedian, and he's talking about this American soldier from like West Virginia who went over to like fucking fight the Japanese, and he's like, well, he's like, I was running around and I was out there shooting these Japs. He's like, well, I ran out of ammunition, so I started stabbing them with my bayonet, and then my gun got knocked down, and then I pulled out my knife, and I started stabbing all the Japanese, and then he said, then I lost my knife, it got knocked out of my hand as well, where I was scuffling with one of them. He said, so I just started choking them. He asked me, the guy interviewed him, was like, so do you like regret or do you feel sad? And he's like, well, I figured it was either they were going to kill me or I was going to kill them. He said, so I did what I had to do. And he said,